So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on Imagine Shia Blake and Pyrrha pleasured Naruto, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. The 16-year-old Hyuga heiress Hinata felt herself faltering against the rage of her cousin Neji's angry assault. He had lost all sense of reason and was trying with all his might to kill her after she rebuked his blind obsession with fate. The Jonin ninjas there stopped Neji before he could deliver the final blow, but the damage was done. Hinata collapsed as the damage to her organs was so severe that her life was on the line. As she lost consciousness, she saw Naruto checking on her. Naruto-kun. I wonder if I've changed at all, were her last thoughts before the medical ninjas rushed Hinata away for emergency medical treatment. Remnant Pyrrha Nikos was dead, and Cinderfall was now the Fall Maiden. Ruby Rose watched in horror as her friend Pyrrha's body turned to dust. Ruby screamed and a blinding white light emanated from her silver eyes. Cinderfall was enveloped in light from the unexpected attack from Ruby and felt her body disintegrating. What has that silver-eyed little witch done to me? I'm the Fall Maiden. No damn it, I have too much to accomplish here. I will not die. An unholy roar emerged from Cinder as she felt her body turn to dust, and she ceased to exist. Fire Country, Konoha Hospital, Intensive Care. Hyuga Hinata awoke in the Konoha Hospital. Her body was a complete wreck. She blearily faded in and out of consciousness and saw her body in the bed below her. All that was left of her was a fading spirit. Hinata knew she was dying as the heart monitor flatlined. Hinata's eyes focused upwards on a beautiful black-haired woman with amber eyes that seemed to be made of flame. Cinderfall stared downwards at a pretty girl with pearl-like lavender eyes and porcelain skin. They both floated there feeling desperate, angry, and betrayed. It wasn't supposed to happen this way. I refuse to give up, they both thought as they touched each other's ethereal hands, and their souls began to surge violently and unwillingly. Their energy clashed and dissimilar powers arced between them. In the strange vortex both young women felt fear and a rush of excitement as their souls became one. The last thought they had as individuals was, yes, with this power, I will live. After that all went black. After 2 hours the heart monitors steadied out and Hyuga Hinata's temperature had fallen back to normal. The doctor on hand said, the gods must have been on her side the last few hours. I've never seen anything like this. Hinata-sama's temperature and blood pressure were so high that she should have died from that alone. All the other readings have me completely baffled. We can only hope she didn't suffer any sort of brain damage. All the other changes have returned to normal. A medic reported, all of our medical scans show that everything is normal, but we'll have to watch for lingering effects. If these scans are accurate, her body is healing at an accelerated rate. Dr. Kansai nodded. Keep her carefully monitored, especially that enzyme reaction that seems tied to her healing. I'm going to inform the Hokage. It's not something we can deal with medically. Have we heard anything from the Hyuga clan? Hinata-sama is their clan heiress after all. One of the other nurses shook her head sadly. Heishi-sama is too busy with clan matters and is unavailable. What a cold man. The Dr. Kansai growled, he can't be bothered when his own daughter's life is on the line. That son of a bitch. Hyuga Hinata's Mindscape, a young woman with porcelain skin and indigo hair, was staring into a pool of water. Her pearl-like eyes held an edge. A spark of anger and determination quite unlike Hyuga Hinata. The reflection in the water faded back and forth between the image of Hyuga Hinata and that of Cinderfall. It seems that I'm both Hyuga Hinata and Cinderfall now, said the young woman clinically. She smiled coldly as her Byakugan eyes turned to flame and her hands became aglow with fire. Yes. This will do quite nicely. Dust and magic, who needs it? I have chakra now. My aura is sharp as a razor. I underestimated Neji's vile hatred of me. I'll have to punish him severely for that. She cupped her well-developed bosom and grinned. To think that Hyuga Hinata had this all along is quite impressive. Cinderfall had a lot of growing to do at this age before she got the likes of these. I'm sure Naruto-kun will like them very much. Spinning around and admiring her body, the young woman giggled. It seems that I look like Hinata with some small changes, particularly around my eyes. I need to grow this hair out and get some clothes that show off my figure instead of hiding it. I can't call myself Cinderfall, but I really am not Hyuga Hinata either. I'm not either of them. I'm much more. She sighed and then nodded to herself. I have to keep up the pretense I'm Hinata for now, or at least the old Hinata. Once I'm ready I'll make the Hyuga clan dance to the tune of my flames. They will learn their place is firmly under my foot. The foot of the new Hyuga Hinata. Konoha Hospital, Intensive Care. Anbu Tiger was looking over a sleeping red-haired young woman. She was a 17-year-old teenager and rather beautiful with fair skin and green eyes. So, what's the story on this one? He asked the two Chunins present. The male Chunin said, We mistook her for dead when we found her in the forest of death and she's in a coma. She was wearing the clothing of a Suna ninja, but her uniform was torn apart and bloodied. Her 2 teammates reported she died in a bear attack. She looks plenty alive to me, said Tiger dubiously. The female Chunin said irritably, look, we told you we mistook her for dead. She had entrails and blood all over her but physically she's unharmed. The first Chunin added, if that wasn't mysterious enough, here is her ninja ID. Tiger looked at a picture of a sandy blonde-haired kunoichi in the photo. Tamari of Suna, age 17. Other than them both having female there isn't much resemblance. The woman said, the clothing was the correct size for Tamari. It's like someone dragged her dead body off and put this girl in her place clothes, entrails and all, but there were no signs the body was tampered with at all. Then we have no idea who she is, said Tiger. Precisely, said the 2 Chunins as one. Tiger shook his head. I guess we'll have to wait for her to wake up then, if she wakes up. Pyrrha Nico's Mindscape Pyrrha was sitting and staring at herself in a mirror-like wall. Okay, so I'm in an unknown place and I'm speaking a different language like it's my own. Also, I have chakra instead of just my aura. I have something called magnet release and I'm a kunoichi. And I know jutsus. It's like someone poured all their knowledge of this world into my head. I know she was a ninja named Tamari that used wind, but she was too sad to carry on and disappeared. She just gave up. All I remember her saying is, I leave it to you. Before that I remember losing to Cinderfall. I was sure I felt my body turn to dust. Cinder killed me. Now I'm in this dream-like world. The redhead sighed. I feel like I'm asleep. I know my body just isn't ready to wake up yet. I guess I'll have to hurry up and wait. Dr. Kansai, we've got a match. The same odd enzyme reactions in the Hyuga heiress are in the unnamed red-haired girl from the Forest of Death, said one of the nurses. Both of their bodies are healing, changing and mutating rapidly. Hyuga Hinata's chakra coils are growing and thickening at an exponential rate. We have no previous records on the redhead to compare to, but her chakra coils are growing at an unnaturally rapid rate as well. The doctor shook his head. This is unbelievable. Perhaps they picked up the condition in the forest itself. I'm ordering them quarantined together until further notice. I want everyone that was in the Chunin examinations in that forest to be screened. If it's some kind of unknown contagion, we need to clamp down on it fast. Have we found out more about the redhead's identity, sir? Asked another medic. No, the Suna ninjas won't claim her, said Dr. Kansai, shaking his head in disappointment. We have no idea who the young woman is. She's as alone as the Hyuga heiress is. Uzumaki Naruto's apartment the next morning. Naruto was grouching as he, Sasuke and Sakura were being marched to the hospital at Virtual Kunai Point by their Jonin sensei, Hitaki Kakashi. The 16-year-old Genin team was less than thrilled and arguing among themselves. I don't think any of us need to be stabbed with needles after the Forest of Death, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto as he led them down the rickety stairs from his apartment. I hate needles. Stop whining, Naruto Baka, screeched Sakura. There was some kind of disease out there in Training Ground 44 and we need to be screened for it. I don't want to be sick and die even if you do. HNNNN, muttered Sasuke. I wonder why it wasn't known about before. Kakashi just smiled. You all are being checked for it just in case. I'm being checked too. It may be something as mild as the flu. Just stay calm. Most of the Chunin exams participants had already been checked over by the time Team 7 arrived at the hospital. Konoha Hospital, intensive care. Various medical tests were being conducted on the still comatose Hinata and Pyrrha. These chakra patterns in their coils are consistent with someone using jutsus of various types, said an Enbu sensor codenamed Hawk. The Hyuga heiress is showing patterns of fire and lightning elements. Have her affinities ever been tested? Hyuga clan tends to be earth types. The information we have from her Jonin sensei Yuhi Kurenai as Hinata-sama has never been tested, but that doesn't mean the Hyuga themselves have never checked, answered a medic Nin. Find out from the Hyuga clan by Anbu authority, said Hawk as she turned to her comrade Deer. Better yet, can you see the Hyuga clan head, Deer? Heishi-sama is stubborn, but if he won't bend to Anbu's authority then threaten to escalate it to the Hokage's attention. Anbu Deer nodded to his comrade. I'm on it, Hawk. The Hyuga have their own clan doctors, so they probably have records we don't. Deer vanished in a body flicker. Hawk shook her head, using chakra and basically performing jutsus while in a coma. This is unprecedented. Hinata's Mindscape Hyuga Hinata was moving about, combining all her knowledge of the martial arts, shooting and swordplay of Remnant with the incomparable Juken and the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Carefully adding flames to her Juken strikes, the new Hinata gracefully danced about on the top of a lake in her mind's eye. As she moved about, She tried to extend her flexibility more so she could do the same with her physical body. Something inside of her psyche instinctually knew that the training she was doing inside her mind was influencing her still changing physical body. Deciding to push herself harder, she went into the motions of 8 trigrams. 32 flame palms followed by a flame cadon. Hinata sat down on the water, huffing and puffing from the exertion. I'm still not powerful enough to pull off a 64 palms yet. I won't be able to perfect it before I wake up. Damn, I have to grow stronger. I can manipulate my flames as well as Cinder could, but combining them with Hinata's Jukin takes effort. It's difficult to believe how much the old Hinata held back because she didn't like hurting others. Of course, I don't have that issue. There won't be any doubts in Hiashi or the elders' heads as to who the true heiress is. Opening her eyes, her Byakugan ignited into golden flame and sent pillars of fire dancing about her with complete precision. Maneuvering the firestorm around her in complex patterns like a conductor over an orchestra. The new Hinata built the fire up into a crescendo before she flashed her right hand outwards in a cutting motion and conflagration vanished. I want to be strong. I want to be feared. I want to be powerful. I will never give up, said the Hyuga heiress in a mantra to herself. Pyrrha's Mindscape. I no longer have my javelin or shield, but with the control over magnetism I now have, there is absolutely no reason I can't make one at will. Pyrrha knew she had died, and the very thought haunted her. Where am I now? I'm training myself in this dream world, but I have no idea why I'm so driven to do so. The red-haired teen remembered a phrase passed down to her from the past, for it is in passing that we achieve immortality. Through this, we become a paragon of virtue and glory to rise above all. Infinite in distance and unbound by death, I release your soul, and by my shoulder, protect thee. Is this what that old proverb meant? She wondered as she formed an exact replica of her shield that she carried in her first life. Pyrrha formed a fist with her right hand, and the metal around her conformed to her will. My control over magnetism is exponentially greater than it was when I was alive. When I wake up, I will be stronger than I ever was before. The redhead went through her combat stances with various weapons before nodding to herself. I will use this new power to protect those in need of my strength. I will never falter before my enemies again. What about the red-haired kunoichi? Asked Dr. Kansai as Hawk monitored both comatose young women. Enbu Hawk answered, the redhead is also displaying chakra usage patterns. Her patterns are consistent with wind and earth patterns. As I've watched, both young women seem to go through patterns of building up the stronger and more chakra-intensive exercises and then go through rest patterns. It's as if I was sensing someone go through a workout and a cool-down period only to repeat the pattern after some rest. Have we had any luck identifying the red-headed kunoichi yet, Doctor? She's an exact DNA match for Tamari of Suna despite vast physical differences, said Dr. Kansai. This girl is a total mystery. Waiting room. Naruto put his jacket back on, having gone through the tests for the mystery disease from the forest of death. You are clean, Genin Uzumaki, said the nurse. It was obvious to Naruto that this woman held a great deal of disdain for him. She had been intentionally rough with the needle. The orange-loving ninja said to her, thanks for nothing, hag. It's damned obvious you tried extra hard to hurt me with that needle. I'm sure the third Hokage would love to hear about that. Just get out, you vile little monster, growled the nurse. Naruto hopped up and gave her the finger on the way out the door. He smiled meanly at her look of anger and constipation as he left. Old bitch, Naruto growled mentally. He saw Aburame Shino and Inuzuka Kiba sitting on a bench in the hall. Hey Shino. Hey Kiba. Are you here to get checked too? Kiba turned to Naruto with a flat look on his face. I still can't believe I lost to you in the preliminaries. Naruto frowned. You're still upset about that? My chakra is still a mess thanks to that snake creep in the forest of death. It was a miracle I beat you at all. That's beside the point. Did you both get screened? Shino nodded. We're both fine, Naruto. We were among the first tested because of Hinata. Naruto cocked his head to the side. What do you mean because of Hinata? Is Hinata okay? I wanted to visit her after that fight against Neji. Kiba said in a worried tone. Hinata is one of those that are sick from it. She's in a coma. We're really worried. What? Asked Naruto. Hinata is in a coma. We need to see her right now. Shino grabbed Naruto's shoulder and pulled him down to sit with him and Kiba. The bug user said quietly, Naruto-san. They won't even let our sensei Kurenai in to see Hinata. She is quarantined. That is why we are sitting out here waiting. Hinata is such a nice girl though, said Naruto sadly. She doesn't deserve this. Kurenai came around the corner and saw Naruto sitting with her students. Hello Uzumaki, shouldn't you be training with Kakashi? Naruto said seriously, Hinata's health is more important right now. I just found out she is sick. Besides, Kakashi-sensei ditched me to train Sasuke. He said to practice with chakra control with Ebisu, but my chakra is all messed up. Kurenai smiled slightly. I'm sure Hinata-chan will be glad to hear you have been worried for her Uzumaki. What do you mean about your chakra being messed up? Naruto explained. The snake creep Orochimaru knocked me out in the forest of death when he hit me in the stomach with a 5 elements seal, or something like that. I haven't been able to mold my chakra properly since. The red-eyed Jonin got a shocked look on her face. You beat Kiba even though you had a 5 element seal on you? That's unbelievable.
What's unbelievable, sensei? Asked Kiba. Uzumaki's chakra flow is completely out of whack, Kiba, explained Kurenai. She turned to Naruto. The only person I can think of that can fix that is Hokage-sama or Jiraiya-sama.
Who is this Jiraiya person, Kurenai-sensei? Asked Kiba. Shino shook his head. Jiraiya-sama is one of the 3 legendary Sannin, also known as the Toad Sage. Kurenai added in a cold tone, he's also a legendary pervert. All 3 boys suddenly got a sinking feeling. Kurenai turned back to Naruto. At any rate, you need to see Hokage-sama straight away, Uzumaki. We'll keep an eye on Hinata-chan while you get that taken care of. Naruto nodded and shot away to see the Hokage. Kiba sat there stewing and said, Kurenai-sensei, are you saying that Naruto beat me even though I had a huge advantage? Kurenai nodded. It seems I underestimated Uzumaki Naruto. He had a tremendous handicap when he fought you. I guess I owe him an apology for not taking him seriously. Hokage Tower Naruto came trotting in, avoided the Hokage's angry secretary Maki, as usual, and let himself into the Hokage's office without knocking. Also as usual, Hokage Jiji, we have a problem. The Hokage peered around his paperwork and said, I'm surprised you aren't training for the Chunin exam finals, Naruto-kun. What brings you here? I assure you that Kakashi is quite capable of training you. Naruto face faulted. Kakashi-sensei is training Sasuke and Kurenai-sensei sent me to see you. Orochimaru slapped a 5 element seal on me, and Kurenai-sensei says you can get rid of it, Jiji. The 3rd Hokage got a shocked look on his face and stood up. Take off your jacket and show me your stomach, Naruto-kun. Naruto tossed his beat-up orange jacket aside and lifted up his black t-shirt, exposing his seal. Now channel some chakra, my boy. Instructed Sarutobi. Examining the pattern, the 3rd Hokage said, brace yourself, Naruto. Seeing Naruto nod, Hiruzen said, 5 elements unseal, and hit Naruto in the stomach with enough force to knock the wind out of the genin. Naruto fell on his duff and said, damn Jiji, was that necessary? Hiruzen smiled and nodded. Rather than complaining, try to channel some chakra.
Okay, Jiji, said Naruto as he stood back up. Here I go. Naruto made a ram seal and focused his chakra. An explosion of blue chakra blazed around him like a blast furnace. Hiruzen was shocked but weathered it well enough. The 3 Anbu in the office were bowled over and became visible in an instant though. Wow, Jiji, this is awesome, said the excited blonde. I'm not even going full power either.
Hiruzen's eyes widened. I'm probably going to regret this, then show me full power, Naruto-kun.
The shockwave nearly blew the door off the Hokage's office and the windows were blown to smithereens. Naruto's voice was heard outside. Whoa, this is so cool, Jiji.
The 3rd Hokage looked at his demolished office and thought, yes, I'm definitely regretting this. Okay, Naruto. Stop focusing chakra for now. There is never a dull moment when you are around us there. One of the Anbu sat there gaping and pointed to a pile of confetti on the corner of the Hokage's wrecked desk. Hokage-sama, wasn't that a full ream of very expensive chakra paper? Hiruzen gawked at the shredded remnants of what were once hundreds of sheets of chakra paper. Picking up a tiny piece, Hiruzen said, Naruto-kun, channel a bit of chakra through this little bit of paper. Naruto took the small piece of chakra paper from Hiruzen and said, okay, Hokage Jiji. The paper seemed to explode into hair-like pieces in a second. That was weird, said the orange-loving ninja. I wish written tests would do that.
The elderly Hokage snatched one of the tiny pieces out of the air and saw it was sliced cleanly as a surgeon's scalpel would. Do you know what this means, Naruto-kun?
Paper hates me, asked Naruto, totally clueless. The Anbu face faulted and Hiruzen's sweat dropped. It means you have one of the strongest wind affinities I have ever seen, Naruto. This affinity is on par with Tobirama-sensei's water affinity. This is some party you're holding here, Sarutobi-sensei, said a man with long white hair as he slipped into the office through the blown-out window. Did someone set off a bomb in here? I felt the chakra wave all the way over in the Hot Springs district. Who is this old dude, Jiji? Asked Naruto as he pointed his thumb over his shoulder at Jiraiya. The 3rd Hokage's sweat dropped again and said, Naruto, this is my old student, Jiraiya. Jiraiya, this is Uzumaki Naruto, whose wind affinity did this to a sheet of chakra paper. he said as he motioned to the tiny fragments of paper still floating around in the air. Jiraiya's eyes bulged as he grabbed a couple of strings of paper out of the air. How long has he trained on this affinity sensei? Asked Jiraiya. He hasn't trained with it at all, Jiraiya, deadpanned Hiruzen. As Jiraiya's eyes grew even larger, he looked Naruto over. Looks like I've got my work cut out for me. Kid, I'm Jiraiya the Great Toad Sage and I'm officially going to train you as my pupil. I had no idea about this. Naruto is a ball of potential. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kurenai-sensei says you are some kind of pervert, so, no thanks.
Now Hiruzen face faulted. Naruto-kun, Jiraiya trained your hero the 4th Hokage. Trust me when I say he is a very good teacher. You could learn a lot from him. Jiraiya, no playing around. Train him seriously.
Jiraiya grabbed Naruto over one shoulder and said, consider it done, sensei. The Toad Sannin then left through the broken window and dashed off with Naruto screaming about abduction the whole way. The 3rd Hokage looked around his demolished office and said, now who is going to clean up this mess? Konoha Hospital, intensive care. The next morning, the Hyuga Hinata opened her eyes. Looking around, she realized she was in the hospital with numerous monitors hooked up to her. How long have I been asleep? She wondered. Raising her delicate hand, she made a fist and felt her power surge. This is good, I feel fine. My body is overflowing with energy. About that time a nurse came rushing in. Hinata's heart monitors had jumped up when she awoke, and the staff was afraid that she was going to have another attack. The nurse saw Hinata's pearl-like Byakugan eyes looking at her intensely as if the heiress was judging her. It was an uncomfortable feeling. Hinata smiled in a cold way, and she said, well, hello there, nurse-san. How long was I out? The last thing I remember, I lost my fight to my cousin Neji. The nurse answered, Hinata-sama, I'm so glad you're awake. You were in a comatose state for 3 days. How do you feel? I feel strong, said Hinata. Her eyes flickered with a hidden flame. I'll be happy to get up and around. I'm hungry as well. A healthy appetite is a good sign, said the nurse. I'll alert the staff you've awakened. Please don't move as you are in quarantine with another young kunoichi. You both picked up a contagion in the forest of death from what we can tell. We feared the worst, but it seems you are all right after all. The nurse excused herself to get the doctor. Dr. Kansai came in along with Enbuhak a few moments later. Hyuga Hinata-sama. Welcome back to the world of the living, said the doctor with a smile. I'm Dr. Kansai, your physician. It was very touch and go there for a while. We're going to need to check you over thoroughly before we release you to make sure you are completely well. Hinata nodded. The nurse said I had had some sort of affliction along with another kunoichi.
Yes, Anbu-hak and I have been monitoring both of you for days, said Kansai.
Do I know this other kunoichi? Asked Hinata as she sat up. Hawk spoke up. You shouldn't move around too much, Hinata-sama. The other kunoichi isn't from Konoha. We don't even know her name for certain. Hawk pulled the curtain separating the two girls and the heiress' eyes widened when she saw the sleeping form of Pyrrha Nikos lying there peacefully. Do you recognize her? Asked Hawk. Hinata pondered back and forth. It seems Ruby Rose somehow sent Pyrrha Nikos and Cinder fall into another realm of existence. I'd murder Pyrrha, but I may need her. Besides, she may know things I don't. Hinata turned back to Hawk. I think her name is Pyrrha, but I'm not 100% sure. I met her during the second stage of the Chunin exams at some point. I don't really recall who she was even affiliated with. It's a bit blurry, I'm afraid. There, that gives Pyrrha an identity, but she will be monitored by the Anbu. I suspect she must have combined with someone else as well, though I can't be sure. The main thing is she can't interfere with my plans for now, once I come up with some that is. After Hinata was moved to another room and checked over physically, Anbu-hak asked her several questions and gave Hinata a psyche test to make sure the Hyuga heiress was mentally intact. Hinata feigned ignorance of any knowledge between Neji trying to kill her and waking up in the hospital. She knew whoever Hawk was that she was from the Yamanaka clan. After what seemed like hours of endless questions, Anbu-hak thanked Hinata for her time and left to submit her Anbu report. Anbu headquarters. Anbu-hak was speaking to the Hokage and Morino Ibiki. Subject Hyuga Hinata shows all signs of her mental facilities being perfectly intact, but her behavior isn't exactly a match compared to her previous psychiatric evaluation when she first became a genin a few months ago. Explain your observations, Hawk, said the third Hokage. Our previous psyche profiles showed Hyuga Hinata as a very shy and introverted person who lacked confidence. She was socially awkward and spoke with a stutter, explained Hawk. The Hyuga Hinata I spoke with today seemed to be confident and commanding. There were no signs of shyness or speech issues. In our discussion I felt that I was talking to a commanding, veteran kunoichi rather than a wet behind-the-ears genin. It is difficult to reconcile the two Hokage-sama.
Perhaps the harrowing experiences she had during the Chunin exams forced her to adapt, said Hiruzen. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen a youngster grow up quickly in warlike situations.
Should we have Anbu monitor her as a precaution? Asked Ibiki. The third Hokage shook his head. She is very close to her sensei Yuhi Kurenai. I'll leave her in Kurenai's capable hands. Besides, young Hinata belongs to the most observant clan in Konoha. If something is amiss, I have no doubts they will notice.
Konoha Hospital, Hinata's room. I'm just not capable of acting as meek as Hinata was. Growled the heiress to herself mentally. Still, I have many goals to achieve.
I want Naruto-kun to be my boyfriend. I want to crush Neji. I want to bring Heishi and the rest of the clan to heel. I have to protect Hanabi-chan. Sigh. I have so much to do. I guess the first thing to do is get stronger. Actually, getting to know Naruto-kun should take precedence. Now that I think about it, getting out of this damn hospital should be my primary goal. That and Naruto-kun. Eep. My face is heating up. Give me a break.
Poor girl. So much to do in so little time. Hyuga Ko was at the hospital to escort Hinata-sama home.
He'd been sent with some fresh clothing since her kunoichi uniform was battered and bloodied. I must bolster Hinata-sama's confidence. Losing to Neji-san is bad enough, but when she finds out Heishi-sama never bothered to visit her in the hospital, she'll be crushed. On the positive side, Hanabi-sama wanted to visit, though it wasn't allowed. When Ko arrived, he knocked and Hinata told him to enter. I've brought you some fresh clothing, Hinata-sama. Hinata turned to him and her eyes seemed to blaze for a split second before she smiled. Thank you for bringing me some clothing, Ko. I'll change if you wait outside. Of course, Hinata-sama, said Ko as he bowed before exiting. Hinata got on her baggy clothes and thought to herself. Sigh. No wonder Naruto-kun never noticed Hinata. I suppose a shopping spree is in order. I may not be able to physically beat Heishi at this point, but putting a dent in his finances will certainly teach him a lesson about giving me the cold shoulder. This will be a nice little present for dear old daddy. Exiting the room where she changed, Hinata said to Ko, unless you have orders otherwise from Heishi-sama, I believe I'm in need of some new gear. It's been a long time since I overhauled my wardrobe. Ko said, I don't believe that would be an issue, Hinata-sama. Poor girl, she never treats herself to anything. Perhaps this will cheer her up a bit. 3 hours later, Hinata was polishing of her 5th cinnamon bun and was erotically licking her fingers clean of the frosting. I have to say, Ko, these cinnamon buns are so good it's positively sinful. Are you sure you don't want any? Ko looked like he was ready to faint. He had a pile of heavy boxes with him full of women's clothing from formal wear all the way down to the raciest intimates. Oh. My. God. Heishi-sama is going to have an aneurysm when he sees all this. I had no idea Hinata-sama had developed so much. He thought, embarrassed. Ko had no idea why Hinata-sama decided she should grow her hair out or why she suddenly favored dark red, gold and black. Like Cinderwar, Hinata had always dressed very conservatively. Perhaps it's just a phase. I do wonder why she got a dress made of chakra conductive fabric though. All she said is it might get too hot otherwise, whatever that means. Hinata smiled rather evilly. Let's go home, Ko. I do believe I've spent enough money for today. Just you wait and see my Naruto-kun. I just can't wait for you to see some of these outfits. Giggling evilly, Hinata led her poor guardian Ko back to the Hyuga clan compound.
Training ground 53. Jiraiya was sitting on top of a hill spying on some girls swimming in a nearby waterfall while giggling perversely.
He had a couple of shadow clones beating up, training Naruto and the boy's own clones while he researched. About that time the original Naruto emerged from a nearby pit of mud courtesy of Jiraiya's swamp of the underworld jutsu. Naruto quietly split out a glob of earth and his blue eyes blazed with the depravity of one possessed. Grinning madly, the mud-covered young man leapt upon his new sensei Jiraiya with a full body tackle that sent them both tumbling down the hill into the pool with all the girls. Mud flew everywhere as they splashed into the water. Jiraiya emerged from the pool gasping for breath as the smaller swamp monster, Naruto, gripped the Sannin's neck only to pull him down again while growling. Welcome to Hell, Arrow Sennin. It's time to die. Jiraiya screeched as Naruto bit him and yelled, that hurt, you orange-wearing brat. The young ladies screamed and ran as Jiraiya pleaded for them to come back, before he got pulled under the water again. Naruto and Jiraiya were already bonding, it seemed.
Konoha Hospital. Pyrrha Nikos opened her green eyes and saw she was in a hospital. Where am I? Is this that Konoha place? I must be in a hospital of some type. The last thing I remember I was in the forest of death.
A nurse came in a few minutes later as Pyrrha's elevated heartbeat indicated she might be waking up like Hinata did that morning. Are you awake, young lady? Can you tell me your name? asked the nurse. I'm Pyrrha Nikos, answered the redhead. I remember bears and sand, and where am I now? I thought I died. By some miracle you are alive, Pyrrha-san, said the nurse. You were reported dead by your teammates. Pyrrha's green eyes widened in confusion. Teammates? I had teammates. Who are they? The poor girl is in mental shock, thought the nurse. Not that I particularly blame her. You just stay put, Pyrrha-san. You've been in a coma for days. I'm going to get a doctor, okay? Pyrrha nodded. Okay, you are safe, Pyrrha-san. Just sit tight, said the nurse as she went to get a doctor. Sigh. This is going to be a bumpy ride, thought Pyrrha tiredly. I'll just stick with what little memories I have that belong to the dead Kunoichi. My life in Remnant has no bearing here. Chapter 2 Fire Country. Konoha Hospital. Early in the morning, Yamanaka Inoichi was performing a mind walk on the mysterious young woman Pyrrha Nikos. She'd been uncomfortable with the idea of having someone inside her head, who wouldn't be, but agreed to it anyway to prove she wasn't a threat or meant any harm to Konoha. The red-haired young woman really had no other place to go. Inoichi came out of his mind walk looking shocked and dazed. Anbu Hawk was there as well. Did you see anything, Inoichi-sama? She asked in a concerned voice. Inoichi patted the arm of his clansman Yamanaka Seiko, otherwise known as Hawk. I'm alright, Anbu Hawk. I have to say that Nikos-san is a unique case and honestly means no harm to Konoha. As unbelievable as it seems, I think her memories are from a reincarnation of her previous life. The memories there were far too complete and realistic for me to explain otherwise. Without violating patient-doctor confidentiality, I can safely say she has two sets of memories, and her memories of this life as a kunoichi named Tamari of Suna have been 90% obliterated. What makes you sure that she has memories of a previous life, Inoichi-sama? Asked the Anbu. The second set of memories in her head is what I could only describe as being from another world, said Inoichi. Different languages, different customs, different technology. Her violent death, those aren't planted memories. She's either completely insane or I saw memories of a past life. I'm positive it's the latter. I need to report this to Hokage-sama. Keep an eye on her, Hawk. When she wakes up, tell her nothing of what I've told you and that I will make a case in her favor to stay here in Konoha as a kunoichi. Her talent and abilities would be wasted otherwise. Pyrrha woke up about 20 minutes later and blinked her emerald green eyes. She saw Inoichi was gone, and Hawk was nearby. Anbu Hawk-san, what did Inoichi-san figure out? Hawk said, Inoichi-sama is confident you mean no harm to anyone and believes you should be allowed to stay in Konoha. It is up to the Hokage as to what is decided, but Inoichi-sama's opinion holds a lot of weight in these matters. The Forest of Death Tsuchi-kin and Abumi Zaku were kneeling in front of their leader Orochimaru. Kin had a bandage around her head from the concussion that Nara Shikamaru gave her in the preliminaries, and Zaku was in terrible shape from his loss to Aburame Shino. He looked more dead than alive. Orochimaru said, You two failed to advance in the Chunin exams. You failed me despite all the training and attention I lavished upon you. I'm so sorry, Orochimaru-sama, said Kin. We only wish to serve you, please forgive us. Zaku said, Once I'm recovered, I will serve you without fail, Orochimaru-sama. Please give us another chance. Both 16-year-old teens knew exactly how ruthless their leader could be and knew that he didn't tolerate failure at all. Orochimaru paced around his two servants as if musing. Well, despite your injuries, I suppose the two of you did your best. I have a small task for you two to perform. Do it well and all shall be forgiven. Thank you, Orochimaru-sama. I promise I will succeed in this assignment, said Kin. We'll do our absolute best, Orochimaru-sama, added Zaku. Orochimaru smiled and said from behind them, I know you will serve me well until the very end. Both felt a sharp stinging pain in their necks and their bodies went numb. They both lifelessly fell to the ground face first. Kin's eyes stared in terror as the snake Sanin rolled her over where she could see him. Orochimaru said in a sugary tone, You see, I'm planning to resurrect the dead first and second Hokage using an interesting little jutsu called the Edo Tensai. It is very complex and requires many special ingredients, if you will. One of those special ingredients is to sacrifice a human life to summon those back from the dead. The snake Sanin summoned 2 coffins marked with the kanji for first and second. You two will serve me as those sacrifices, so be proud knowing you've redeemed yourselves in my eyes. Kin felt hot tears forming in her eyes. She was screaming inside her head but was completely paralyzed as she was placed in the first's coffin. Don't you worry one bit, said Orochimaru as he sealed the lid of the coffin on Kin. She heard his muffled voice say, You'll have plenty of time to reflect on your failures while you await your trip to the afterlife. Kin tried to scream but no sound came out. What have I done to deserve such treatment? I was loyal to Orochimaru-sama body and soul. I swear that somehow, some way I will have revenge. The Oto Kunoichi knew no more as the coffin sank into the ground. Hyuga compound Hyuga Haishi apparently hadn't paid much attention to his eldest daughter, the so-called failure's return yesterday. Actually, he had been terribly concerned about her, and keeping up his pretense of disdain for her was tearing him up inside. Haishi hadn't seen her since she returned, and Hinata seemed to be going out of her way to avoid him. The morning had been lonely and very pedestrian at best. The only thing out of the ordinary today was Elder Maho's strange behavior. Haishi detested the old woman. Actually, everyone in the clan detested the old woman. One of Maho's major hobbies was berating Hinata. The old witch was hateful as could be, but she wielded enough political power to upset the balance in the Hyuga main branch council. As a result, Haishi had to remain respectful no matter how much he'd like to strangle her. Now the normally unshakable, evil old woman seemed to be afraid of her own shadow. Flashback. Yesterday afternoon, Hinata came home with her guardian Ko, and Elder Maho took it upon herself to pay the heiress a visit. When she got to Hinata's room, she found the heiress was putting her new things away neatly in the low light of evening. The old woman said in a disgusted and condescending tone, well, Hinata. I see you shamed the main house once again. How can you show your face after dragging the reputation of the main house through the mud as you have? The heiress wasn't facing Maho, and she said, ah, Elder Maho-sama. How nice of you to come by and check upon my well-being. I'd love to chat for a while, but I'm afraid I have much to do. Perhaps we can visit later. Were you hit on the head, Hinata? Asked Maho sarcastically. I think I misheard you. It sounded like you just dismissed me. The heiress tilted her head slightly in thought, though she wasn't looking at Maho. Well, they do say that the hearing is the first thing to go after all. Or is it the mind? Oh well, no matter. Maho slammed the door shut angrily behind her as she stormed into the room. How dare you, little bitch. You will treat me with the respect I deserve. Hinata moved in a blur behind the fuming elder and locked the door behind her. Then she said, respect. Very well, we'll have our little talk about respect right now. Her voice from behind Maho had chilling edge that made the old woman's hair stand on end. When Maho turned around, she saw Hinata had strategically placed herself between the door and Maho, thus cutting off the exit. The heiress was standing in the shadow, but Maho could make out there was a ghost of a smile on Hinata's beautiful face. Hinata's eyes lit up like flames and a pillar of fire ignited in her right hand. Maho felt fear as the younger woman walked forward with a sway in her hips, and her face lit up almost demonically in the light and shadows from the fire in her right hand. Hinata shot her left hand out and gripped the old woman by the throat. Her face was mere centimeters from Maho's own, and her right hand was close enough to the old woman for the elder to feel the searing heat. I think this is something we can both understand, Maho-sama, said Hinata derisively. This is called power, as in I have the power to end your pathetic existence, you walking archaeological dig. Power as in you have absolutely none in this situation. Hinata's smile widened as Maho started to sweat and tremble. You are going to use your influence on the Hyuga Council to expressly do my bidding from now on, old woman. In the next 60 minutes the heiress explained exactly how things were going to be from now on. Elder Maho nearly collapsed in fear. I'm so glad we had this little chat, Elder Maho, said Hinata as showed the old woman to the door. You just remember to do as you are told. You don't ask questions. You don't think. You obey. If you don't cooperate fully, just remember that you and your kin live only by my grace. Now go, my little puppet. Flashback end. Elder Maho was terrified. Hinata-sama had explained in graphic detail exactly what would happen to the elder and her descendants if the old woman disobeyed in the slightest. The heiress made Maho prostrate herself and swear absolute obedience upon pain of death of her great-grandchildren. Maho hadn't felt so frightened in all her days. Konoha Hospital. Naruto showed up at the hospital around 10 in the morning in his new, built-for-speed, t-shirt, in black and orange of course, and went to the nurse's station. What do you mean Hinata-chan has been released? I thought she was in a coma? One of the nicer nurses that didn't hate Naruto said, this is a hospital, Uzumaki-san. Please quiet down. Your friend Hinata-sama woke up yesterday and was cleared to go home by yesterday afternoon. She is fine. The kunoichi with her woke up too. Oh, I guess I'll visit her at home then. I'm glad she's okay. Thanks, nurse-san. Then the orange prankster took off like a bat out of hell to see Hinata. The nurse shook her head with a smile as he vanished in an orange blur. I swear that young man is just incorrigible at times. Hyuga compound. Hyuga Hinata was in a good mood. Last night she put Maho in her proper place, and this morning she'd avoided Haishi and got to spend some quality time with her little sister Hanabi-chan. Now I can do my favorite pastime, stalking Naruto-kun. She face-palmed. I mean going to see Naruto-kun, of course. I'll talk to him and see if he's training for the Chunin exam finals. I'm sure I can help him learn about a few Juken moves to help him crush Neji into paste. Putting on some short black biker shorts and her new dark red and gold-trimmed battle dress Hinata checked herself in the mirror before strapping on her weapons. I can't wait to see Naruto-kun. I hope he likes my new kunoichi outfit, she mentally squealed. Deciding to buy some of that kunoichi shampoo that stimulated hair growth on the way home, Hinata set out to find the object of her affections and visit her teammates. Perhaps I should visit Pyrrha Nico's today, thought Hinata idly as she walked out of the Hyuga compound.
I could find out who she really is. She may be merged with somebody as I am. There really isn't any reason for us to be enemies now. She potentially would make a good ally or even a friend. The heiress failed to notice every warm-blooded male in the Hyuga compound was drooling over her in her new attire. She also failed to notice the many girlfriends and wives smacking around their significant others for opening gawking at Hinata's amazing curves.
A certain orange-wearing ninja stopped in to check on Hinata, having found she was released from the hospital. Coming up to the guards he asked, "Have you seen Hinata-chan?" "Boy have we ever," said one guard with a blush and a giggle. The other guard smacked his partner and turned back to Naruto. "Hinata-sama left a while ago. What business do you have with our heiress Uzumaki-san?" he asked sternly. "She is my friend and I found out she was released from the hospital. I wanted to check on her and make sure that she is all right," answered Naruto in a concerned tone of voice. "Oh, she's more than all right," said the first guard still blushing. That earned him another smack upside his head. The second guard said, "We'll let her know you stopped by Uzumaki-san." Naruto smiled. "Okay, please tell her I'm at training ground 53 in preparation for the Chunin exams if she has time." "Thanks." With that, Naruto vanished in a blur of orange. Hokage's office. Yamanaka Inoichi had just finished presenting his case for Pyrrha Nico's and the third Hokage was sitting back and puffing on his pipe. "I have to say, Inoichi, if it was anyone in your clan aside of yourself had presented such a report, I would have recommended they get their head examined. Reincarnation and remembering previous lives? Has anyone in your clan stumbled across this sort of thing before?" "I'm going to study up on that a bit, Hokage-sama," said Inoichi. "There are at least 3 cases I remember of people having flashes of their previous lives. But this young lady remembers the entirety of her previous existence in excruciating detail, including her gruesome death. I'd like to do further studies, but frankly she realizes the memories are of another life and she's worried we'll think she's insane." "So, she doesn't consider herself insane?" asked the third Hokage. Inoichi shook his head. "Not in the slightest. She seems to believe that she has a second chance at living and wants to live her life. While she vividly remembers everything, Pyrrha-san also has the firm belief that her memories of her past life are just that, memories." Sarutobi asked, "Were you able to get a grasp of her personality?" The Yamanaka clan head shrugged. "I'd be proud to call her my own daughter. She's smart, brave, loyal, and honest to a fault. In her former life she was a huntress of some sort, protecting her people from some kind of beasts. All in all, she's a very noble young lady." "Do you think she could cut it as a kunoichi here in Konoha?" asked Hiruzen. "Given she may possess the magnet release bloodline, it would be criminally negligent for her to not be a kunoichi," said Inoichi emphatically. The third Hokage chuckled. "Planning on trading in your daughter for a new one?" Inoichi laughed. "I wouldn't dream of it, but I believe Ino-chan could benefit from having Pyrrha as a friend. Pyrrha has her head on much straighter than Ino-chan, I'm ashamed to say." "Children can be a task," said Hiruzen sagely. "After lunch we'll go to see young Pyrrha-san and see if she would have any interest in becoming a Konoha kunoichi." Yuhi Kurenai's apartment. Hinata had checked Naruto's apartment and was disappointed that he wasn't home. After scanning about with her Byakugan and not finding the object of her affections in range or at Ichiraku's ramen, she decided to drop in on her sensei Yuhi Kurenai. From what Ko had told Hinata, Kurenai and her teammates had both been at the hospital and it made her happy inside knowing they cared for her so much. Knocking on the door, the Hyuga heiress heard her sensei call out she was coming and waited patiently. Kurenai opened the door and said, "Hinata-chan, it's so good to see you. Where did you get that short red battle dress?" "Do you like it, sensei?" asked Hinata shyly. "I think it shows off my figure better than my baggy coat." Good lord, Hinata-chan has turned from a wallflower into some kind of femme fatale overnight, thought Kurenai with wide eyes. "Come in, Hinata-chan, do tell me where you got the idea for your new attire." Hinata had an enjoyable talk with her sensei and poor Kurenai felt like her daughter figure had suddenly matured into woman from a little girl. Kurenai was dreading when she found out because Hinata revealed some of her inspiration was because of Kurenai's red and white battle dress that looked like bandages. "You did say sex appeal was one of a kunoichi's most powerful tools, sensei. I admire you and your friend Anko-san. You are both strong and beautiful. I want to be that way too," said Hinata. "Oh boy," thought Kurenai. Every boy her age is going to be after her like dogs in heat, and Heishi-sama is going to have a heart attack. On the other hand, she carries it off beautifully. I never dreamed she'd be so daring in her style of dress. Once she grows her hair out like she described, it might be too much for men to handle. I'll have to give her some guidance.
Hinata was very excited when she found out Naruto-kun had come to check on her in the hospital. She promised herself to stop in and visit Kiba and Shino when she had the time. At any rate, Naruto-kun took precedence, but since Kurenai invited her to lunch, Hinata was able to enjoy a bit more bonding time with her sensei.
Remnant Blake Belladonna looked up at the stone grim wyvern atop Beacon Tower. The Faunus girl was distraught. Between her own injuries and the horror of her friend Yang losing an arm, the black-haired huntress concluded that finding out about Cinderfall's whereabouts was paramount. Even turned to stone, this wyvern is terrifying, thought Blake aloud. I can still feel the malice emanating from it. Where was Cinder when she vanished? I should talk to Ruby and find out more details. My instincts are screaming at me that Cinderfall is still alive somewhere. Probing around and carefully avoiding physical contact with the grim wyvern, Blake found a glowing spot on the floor. Is this where Cinder was? Touching the light with her hand, Blake suddenly felt reality was being torn apart. A scream was torn from her soul before everything went completely black. The cat-eared huntress of Vale was gone, only leaving dust behind in remnant.
Fire Country, Hyuga Compound. Hinata was talking to the two guards at the Hyuga compound gates after she got back from her visit with her sensei Kurenai. So Uzumaki Naruto-kun stopped by to check on me. When was this?
It was just after you left earlier, Hinata-sama, said the blushing guard.
She smiled calculatedly. I don't suppose he said where he would be, did he? She asked.
I believe Heishi-sama wants to see you, Hinata-sama, said the straight-laced guard. He indicated you weren't given permission to be out so soon after getting out of the hospital. The Hyuga heiress cupped his cheek and said softly, Heishi-sama has no idea I was ever here. I think you two can keep a secret for your mistress, can't you?
Both guards were melting now. Oh, of course, Hinata-sama, said the responsible guard.
Yes, your wishes are command, my lady, said the blushing guard.
Fools, it's your job to obey me, she thought darkly. Why don't you tell me where I might find Naruto-kun? I have important business with him. He told us that he would be at Training Ground 53, Hinata-sama, said the proper guard.
She smiled and said, very good, you two have served me well. Remember, not a word to Heishi-sama. She turned around and left with a soft sway in her hips that had both guards staring. Yamanaka Flower Shop. Yamanaka Ino was bored. Check that, Ino was bored to tears. Inoichi showed up soon with a beautiful red-haired girl in tow. Hello, Ino-chan. How is my princess today? Asked Inoichi with a big smile.
Ino replied, I'm bored to death, daddy. There is no business today and most of my friends are out training. Good. This works out perfectly, said Ino's father.
Ino gave Inoichi a completely flat look and narrowed her blue eyes. It's good that I'm bored enough to hang myself. Inoichi smiled and said, Pyrrha, this is my daughter Yamanaka Ino. I hope you two can become friends. Turning to Ino, he said, Ino-chan, this is Pyrrha Nikos. She's an unaffiliated kunoichi that is about your age and wants to join Konoha. She's going to be staying with us in the spare bedroom per Hokage-sama for a little while. I have to talk to your mother and let her know the full situation. Ino's eyes had a look of shock as Inoichi dashed by to see her mom. She turned to Pyrrha and saw the green-eyed girl was smiling nervously. It's nice to meet you, Ino-san. I hope we get along well, said the redhead as she held out her hand. Yeah. I do too, said Ino, shaking hands with Pyrrha. So where do you come from originally? That's part of the reason I'm staying with you, explained Pyrrha. I was in the Chunin exams and suffered an injury that caused almost total memory loss. I don't know where I'm from exactly, and Hokage-sama and Inoichi-sama were gracious enough to allow me to stay in Konoha. After a probationary period, I want to join the Konoha ninja forces as a genin. Your memories are totally gone, and Daddy has confirmed it? Asked Ino. Seeing Pyrrha nod, Ino said, that's really terrible. I guess the best thing to do is move forward and make new friends and new memories. Smiling brightly, Ino said, welcome to Konoha, Pyrrha. Training Ground 53. Naruto had several clones working on the leaf-splitting exercise. The Toad Sannin was originally planning to teach Naruto how to access the Kyuubi's chakra, but after seeing the shocking level of wind affinity the orange-loving ninja had, Jiraiya had started the blonde on water walking and elemental manipulation instead. The white-haired man explained that his godson could use his shadow clones to train and speed up the process. When Naruto realized he received the memory of his shadow clones for training, he felt like a complete idiot for not noticing before. Jiraiya set about training Naruto in taijutsu and planned to introduce him to both Toad summoning and the Rasengan. They were both Naruto's legacy after all. As it was, Naruto was getting his taijutsu forms completely overhauled by Jiraiya. Speed and upper body strength were Jiraiya's main focus. As it turned out, Naruto's style was a completely unpredictable free form due to not having been taught properly at the academy. Thank you, Mizuki.
Rather than trying to teach Naruto the proper academy style from the ground up, Jiraiya decided to remain flexible and teach Naruto the proper way to perform punches and kicks without wasting so much energy. Being a tactile learner, Naruto decided to give it his all and really learn. The more moves Jiraiya taught him, the more the boy incorporated into his bottomless bag of tricks.
On the positive side, Naruto was learning by leaps and bounds, having a dedicated sensei, but, on the downside, Naruto was going to be training from dusk till dawn and had to eat healthy. Choking down vegetables and lean meats with no ramen was living hell for the orange-loving blonde. Let's take a break, Naruto, called Jiraiya. You have a visitor, said Jiraiya, pointing towards some bushes at the edge of the clearing.
Eep, said Hinata. Damn it, I'm all flustered. I want to talk to Naruto-kun, but I automatically hid from him. Hello Naruto-kun, you look like you're training really hard. That wasn't too bad, but I still stuttered once.
Naruto got a big smile on his face and trotted over to see Hinata. Hinata-chan. I'm so happy to see you are doing better. I checked at your home earlier today and they said you were out and about. The Hyuga heiress smiled and nodded. She felt herself blushing slightly and said, thank you for checking on me. It was very kind of you, Naruto-kun. I can do this, yes. That's when Hinata noticed Naruto's built for speed t-shirt partially obscured under his open jacket. Peed was covered up and her hormones got the better of her. Your t-shirt says, built for X. Hinata's nose exploded in a geyser of blood as her mind went from rated G all the way to triple X in 0.5 seconds. Naruto caught her frantically as she fainted dead away. Ero Sennin. I think Hinata-chan needs to go back to the hospital. She's in a coma again, lamented Naruto.
While Naruto was panicking, Jiraiya easily put two and two together.
This little hottie has it bad for my godson. She's really well developed for her age. That kunoichi uniform is devastating. He giggled perversely. I may as well help them out. Naruto. Stop panicking. She's just a little lightheaded. Bring her over here and lean against the tree. After getting Naruto and Hinata arranged, Jiraiya said, you just hold her in your lap there with your arms around her like that until she wakes up. She'll be just fine. Naruto still looked worried and said, are you sure she doesn't need to go to the hospital? Jiraiya took a pontificating tone. Never question your master in the ways of women, Naruto. I am the first and foremost authority on babes. How old is she anyway? I'm pretty sure Hinata-chan is 16 like I am. We were in the same class in the academy, said Naruto, puzzled. Why do you ask? Just curious, said Jiraiya as he stifled a nosebleed. Naruto, you lucky boy. What a body she's got, and a face to match. Just wait a few years. Jiraiya promptly started taking research notes. Naruto was about to scold Jiraiya, but Hinata started to stir. She opened her eyes and said dreamily, I'm being held by Naruto-kun. Then her eyes bugged out, realizing she was being held by Naruto-kun. Naruto's blue eyes widened as the heiress' eyes seemed to ignite for a second. Seeing he was so close to her, she roared in her mind, seize the day, and she said, Naruto-kun. I came to help you train against Neji. I know the Juken style well, so would you like me to help you learn how to counter it? Naruto looked surprised. You want to help me, Hinata-chan? That would be great, but I don't want you to strain yourself. You were hurt really bad. Hinata smiled. Naruto-kun is such a kind person. She said brightly, I won't strain myself, Naruto-kun. I just want to help you. Kurenai-sensei told me you made a blood oath against Neji to defeat him, and it made me really happy. The boy already is winning hearts of the maidens by being the hero. Thought Jiraiya, your old man would be proud, Naruto. Well, I think that would be a fine idea, Naruto. Your name is Hinata, Hyuga-san. Yes, I am Hyuga Hinata, sir. I want to help Naruto-kun if I can, she said. He is she's eldest, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, thought the Toad sage. I'm Jiraiya of the Sannin, my dear. I think having a Juken practitioner here would be a huge help. Just remember, the secret techniques of your clan should remain secrets. You are Jiraiya-sama of the legendary Sannin? She asked. Seeing Jiraiya nod, she said to Naruto, this is wonderful, Naruto-kun. You found a great sensei, even if he is a total pervert from what Kurenai-sensei said in the past. Are you still feeling lightheaded, Hinata-chan? Asked Naruto. Hinata shook her head, gathered her courage, and gave the orange-loving ninja a small hug. I'm just fine now, Naruto-kun. Naruto gave her a big smile that made her blush slightly. I'm so glad, Hinata-chan. Let's train together. The forest of death, a coffin with the kanji for first burst to the surface of the forest floor, spilling blood and earth all over in the most unnatural of ways. A beautiful girl with cat ears exploded out of the coffin. Tsuchi-kin, Blake Belladonna looked around with wide, panicky amber eyes. She let out a feral sound as her hyperventilation slowed down. Damn you, Orochimaru, she roared.
Jumping up into the forest canopy, she noticed her shredded Oto Kunoichi uniform. This is way too small in the chest and too big around the waist, she hissed. That kin girl had no curves at all. She gingerly touched the top of her head and found her sensitive cat ears were there rotating to pick up all the sounds in the forest. Looks like I'm a faunus like Blake was.
Soon finding a pool to see her reflection in, the cat-eared girl washed the blood and mud off her body. However, I formed inside that damned coffin was so violent that I'm covered in blood. The wounds are healed, but it looks like I was flogged from the stains on my clothes. Kin and Blake tried to destroy each other's existence. Neither would let the other live. I guess I'm the result. I need to calm down. Kin went insane from sensory deprivation. How long was I down there in the darkness?
After washing herself in her ripped-up clothing thoroughly, she inspected her weapons.
Senbon, that's all Kin used. I need a kusarigama or at least a katana to defend myself. My body and appearance seem to take after Blake Belladonna. I'm so full of rage, Orochimaru must pay for this. But how? That snake monster wouldn't even know who I am. I don't either actually. What should I do? The new faunus girl thought to herself, maybe the Hokage could give me amnesty in exchange for information on the Sound Alliance. I have to get into Konoha village and out of this forest. What should I call myself?
I guess I'll stick with Blake Belladonna. It's not very original, but it fits better than anything else. The new Blake started down the path back to Konoha with thoughts of vengeance in her mind.
Omake. Naruto was about to scold Jiraiya, but Hinata started to stir.
She opened her eyes and said dreamily, I'm being held by Naruto-kun. Then her eyes bugged out, realizing she was being held by Naruto.
Naruto's blue eyes widened as her eyes seemed to ignite. Seeing his mouth so close to hers, she roared in her mind, seize the day. As she gripped Naruto's face and planted a soul-searing kiss on his lips, Naruto felt the heat rising as his blood began to rush through his veins and he gave in to her erotic ministrations. He felt Hinata's velvety tongue invade his mouth and he forgot the world existed around him. His hazy mind was totally gone. After a long while the two broke for air, panting with a ribbon of saliva strung between their lips. The incredibly sultry look in her eyes drew Naruto in as she whispered seductively, the smell of your flesh excites me, Naruto-kun. Naruto was about to go for it all when he heard perverse giggling of a certain Sanin. Jiraiya clicked his stopwatch and said in approval, 17 minutes and 23 seconds. I'm so proud of you, my apprentice. And she's such a babe too. Wiping a tear from his eye, Jiraiya said, I take it you're both feeling better? Both young teens stared completely dumbfounded as Jiraiya recorded the moment for posterity, or at least to put in his latest novel. Both suddenly blushed hotly and looked like a pair of boiled lobsters. Everything was silent until Jiraiya finished scribbling down his notes. Then the legendary super pervert made a mistake and said, giggling, by all means carry on.
The hill on Training Ground 53 exploded. A perverted scream cried out and then all was silent.
Konoha Hot Springs District, Amaguriyama Sweets Shop. Hinata and Naruto were sitting together bashfully as they ate ice cream together. That was such a cool fire jutsu you used, Hinata-chan. I didn't know you knew those. It was twice as effective because of that massive wind jutsu you used, Naruto-kun. Answered Hinata shyly. Who was that old guy again? Naruto smiled. He was just some random old coot that showed up yesterday, no one important. A coffin with the kanji for first burst to the surface of the forest floor, spilling blood and earth all over in the most unnatural of ways. A beautiful girl with cat ears exploded out of the coffin. Tsuchi-kin, Blake Belladonna looked around with wide, panicky amber eyes. She let out a feral sound as her hyperventilation slowed down. Damn you, Orochimaru, she roared. Jumping up into the forest canopy, she noticed her shredded Oto Kunoichi uniform. This is way too small in the chest and too big around the waist. She hissed. That kin girl had no curves at all. She gingerly touched the top of her head and found her sensitive cat ears were there rotating to pick up all the sounds in the forest. Looks like I'm a faunus like Blake was. Soon finding a pool to see her reflection in, the cat-eared girl washed the blood and mud off her body. However, I formed inside that damned coffin was so violent that I'm covered in blood. The wounds are healed, but it looks like I was flogged from the stains on my clothes. Kin and Blake tried to destroy each other's existence. Neither would let the other live. I guess I'm the result. I need to calm down. Kin went insane from sensory deprivation. How long was I down there in the darkness? After washing herself and her ripped-up clothing thoroughly, she inspected her weapons. Senbon, that's all Kin used. I need a kusarigama or at least a katana to defend myself. My body and appearance seem to take after Blake Belladonna. I'm so full of rage, Orochimaru must pay for this. But how? That snake monster wouldn't even know who I am. I don't either actually. What should I do? The new Faunus girl thought to herself, maybe the Hokage could give me amnesty in exchange for information on the Sound Alliance. I have to get into Konoha village and out of this forest. What should I call myself? I guess I'll stick with Blake Belladonna. It's not very original but it fits better than anything else. The new Blake started down the path back to Konoha with thoughts of vengeance in her mind. Chapter 3 Fire Country, Konoha, the Yamanaka home. Pyrrha woke at the crack of dawn to start her morning workout and Inoichi was the only one up in the household. He was nursing his second cup of coffee. Good morning Inoichi-san, said Pyrrha brightly. Are you the only one awake, sir? I'm surprised Ino-san isn't up. The dawn hours are the best time for a workout. Inoichi chuckled. Pyrrha-chan, you don't have to be so formal, and just for your information, Ino-chan won't be up for hours. Even then she probably won't be too eager for a workout. She's gotten a bit lazy since she's no longer in the Chunin exams. The look of horror on Pyrrha's face made Inoichi laugh. I'll spar with you Pyrrha-chan. Let me finish my coffee here, then we can spar out back behind the greenhouse. Ino woke up to the noise of someone carrying on in the backyard and the blonde girl was not happy. What the hell, who is making all that noise when I need my beauty sleep? Blinking her blue eyes Ino peered out the window and saw her father and Pyrrha going hard at it. Ino's eyes widened as Pyrrha launched a truly brutal taijutsu assault against Inoichi. Inoichi caught Pyrrha's foot and sent the girl spinning but she flipped back to her feet and renewed her attack. Inoichi held up his hand for Pyrrha to stop and Ino watched as he showed Pyrrha how to adjust her kicks for more impact. Ino was straining to hear what her father was saying but he was talking in low tones. Inoichi pointed Pyrrha towards a training post which she promptly kicked hard enough for the wood to make a straining noise. After a few more kicks under Inoichi's instruction Pyrrha incorporated a spinning move into the kick that made a clap like thunder. Ino's eyes bugged out and her thoughts were interrupted by Inoichi sending her a telepathic message. Get dressed and come down princess. If you're awake enough to eavesdrop then you're awake enough to practice. Hearing his tone was an order the blonde genin Kunoichi lowered her head and waved back in affirmation. I hope I live through this, said Ino to herself warily. Training ground 44 early in the morning, a certain cat-eared Kunoichi escaped the confines of the Forest of Death by jumping the fence only to run headlong into the presence of a very irritable Mitarashi Anko. Anko was still angry about losing so badly to Orochimaru. Halt, said the snake mistress. Seeing the auto headband on the girl Anko wasn't about to let this one go. The Faunus girl had other ideas and took off like a bat out of hell. Come back here you brat, hollered Anko. I've got to see the Hokage, thought Blake as she hit the ground running. With the knowledge of her two sets of memories Blake kept making minor genjutsus and clones that she seamlessly body-switched with. It would have worked against most people, but Anko was tracking the catgirl by her scent and was unshakable. Nevertheless, Anko was impressed that this genin was still loose after a 20-minute chase. Anko tackled the younger woman and the two tumbled end over end. Anko was about to knock Blake out with a neck chop when the amber-eyed girl bit her and retaliated by using senbon needles like claws. You're not getting me woman. I have to see the Hokage, snarled Blake as she shoved Anko off of her with her foot. I'll bet you do, growled Anko as she summoned a 30-foot-long snake to capture Blake. I hate snakes, yelled Blake all out of sorts. Fine. If you serve Orochimaru I'll kill you too. Blake's declaration took Anko off guard as she pinned the cat-eared girl. Anko soon had Blake tied up though she'd been bitten and scratched several times in the process. What do you mean I serve Orochimaru? I'm a loyal leaf Kunoichi, said Anko angrily. Yeah, Yakushi Kabuto would say the same thing and he's an auto spy for the snake, hissed Blake. Anko's eyes widened. She whispered, if you're telling the truth then I need get you good and hidden. They vanished in a body flicker. Hyuga compound Hinata woke up early, did her morning rituals and put on her traditional Hyuga sparring uniform. I suspect father will find out about my new clothing today as well as the fact I stayed out late watching Naruto-kun train. No doubt he'll decide to impose his will on me. Too bad I have no intention of acquiescing to his wishes. She walked into the main branch sparring dojo and was met with complete silence. Her father was there training Hanabi, and he turned to Hinata. Where have you been, daughter? You did not attend any of the meals with your sister and I yesterday. Elder Hiraku was the chief instructor of the dojo. He said coldly, Heishi-sama gave up on your training Hinata. On top of that you were crushed disgracefully by Neji of the branch house. You do not belong here. Hinata quietly walked up to Elder Hiraku and slammed him in the chest with a flame Juken strike right in his chakra core below his solar plexus. The elder flew meters into the wall behind him before he slid down the wall with a smoking handprint on his chest. Everyone in the room stared in shock at Hinata. Perhaps you should make me leave, Elder," said Hinata coldly. Hiraku was in a world of pain when Hinata blurred in front of the old man and wrenched him up to her burning eye level. "On your feet or on your knees, Hiraku." Hiraku was too out of it to retaliate when Hinata dropped him to the floor lifelessly. "Pathetic old fossil," she growled. "How dare you?" screeched Hiraku's grandson Hiroki. He opened up with an 8 trigrams. 16 palms strike that Hinata effortlessly deflected with her flame chakra-covered hands. Hiroki sprang back from the searing heat and said, "What are you?" 8 trigrams. 32 flame palms, roared Hinata as she leveled Hiroki with a ruthless efficiency that no one imagined Hinata could possibly possess. "Nei-chan," whispered Hanabi in awe of her sister. Hiroki was lying there unconscious and smoking. Hinata sighed in disappointment. "Perhaps my new flame Juken is too much for the clan to handle. I will go train elsewhere, alone." The Yamanaka home. "Wow, Ino. You should eat more. Your mom's cooking is great," said Pyrrha as she went for a third helping of breakfast. "It's good to eat after a heavy workout." Ino was staring at the food with her mouth watering. "Can't eat, must diet," muttered the blonde incoherently. Her mother Yamanaka Ayano said, "Ino-chan, if you don't eat, you're going to die. You and Pyrrha-chan are growing girls plus you are kunoichi. Now eat." After shoveling in all she could hold, Ino secretly admitted to herself that she needed it. "I'll just have to eat lighter the rest of the week," the blonde thought aloud. After showering off and reading a fashion magazine for a while, Ino was a bit bored and decided to check on Pyrrha. "Maybe I can introduce her to Forehead or something. Since it's not my shift to work at the flower shop, maybe we can talk about Sasuke-kun or go shopping." Coming down to the flower shop, she saw Pyrrha zipping about moving flower pots for Ayano. The Yamanaka matriarch looked a bit baffled. What's going on, Mom?" asked Ino as she watched Pyrrha speed along. Ayano said in a detached tone, "Pyrrha-chan insisted on helping out because she's staying with us and, well, I told her she didn't have to, but we needed to move the new flowers over to the opposite side as the week progressed. Pyrrha just took off running and hasn't stopped since. Take her somewhere to relax, Ino-chan. I've heard of having a work ethic, but this is ridiculous." Ino finally caught Pyrrha on the third time racing by. "Pyrrha, we've got all week to do those. Let's go do something." Pyrrha looked thoughtful and said, "Well, I guess I could work on my kunai throwing. It's not at the level I'd like." Ino looked at her mother for help and Ayano said, "Pyrrha-chan, go with Ino-chan and have some fun. You are a teenage girl after all. Ino-chan excels at goofing off." Oops. That came out wrong. "Anyway, the two of you should go out and socialize a bit." Ino sat there staring at her mother in disbelief and Pyrrha somehow managed to keep a straight face. "I'll go wash up a bit to go out," said Pyrrha as she excused herself. Anbu headquarters. Blake was in an interrogation chamber strapped tightly to a chair. She was willingly answering the questions of a very puzzled Morino Ibiki. "Is this girl crazy or is she telling the truth?" thought the chief interrogator. "This information could be vital, but she may be nuts," he said to Blake. "All right, girl. You claim there is a joint Suna auto invasion coming when the Chunin exam finals occur. You've already told us about some crazy jutsu that can revive the dead called the Edo Tensai that requires a human sacrifice, but you topped it all by saying you were 2 people before this, metamorphosis or whatever. Why should I believe you? What you're telling me sounds positively insane." The cat-eared girl had calmed down by this point. "Capture Yakushi Kabuto and question him. He's Orochimaru's right-hand man. I already explained you can find the remains of that coffin in the forest. I don't know anything about the Edo Tensai other than what Orochimaru told Kin." And Anbu opened the door to the chamber and Enko walked in along with the third Hokage. The Edo Tensai was a kinjutsu created by my sensei Senju Tobarama, otherwise known as the second Hokage. I've been listening and this young lady's description of the jutsu is essentially correct. Put out a capture order for Genin Yakushi Kabuto. His actions at the Chunin exam preliminaries were puzzling to say the least. "What shall we do with the prisoner then, Hokage-sama?" asked Ibiki. Hiruzen came up and stared deeply into Blake's amber eyes. He said, "I want you to tell me the absolute truth, child." Blake nodded fearfully at the powerful old man in front of her. "You said you had memories of 2 people according to my reports. What were their names?" "They were Blake Belladonna and Suchi Kin, sir," said the black-haired girl. Hiruzen pondered for a moment and said, Tsuchi-kin was in the Chunin exam preliminaries and then vanished. Where did Blake Belladonna come from? Blake said quietly, Blake Belladonna died in a place called Remnant. The third Hokage nodded. Do you know a young lady named Pyrrha Nikos?
The faunus girl's eyes got huge. How do you know about Pyrrha? She died in battle.
Can you describe Pyrrha to me? Asked Hiruzen, cutting her off.
Blake nodded. Pyrrha is my friend. She's very honorable. Pyrrha's a tall redhead that has green eyes. She has power over magnetism.
Hiruzen took a step back. Untie her ibiki. Blake-san is telling the truth. As hard as it may be to believe, this young lady is quite sane. Blake released a breath she didn't realize she was holding. The elderly Hokage asked, do you physically resemble Tsuchi-kin in any way, child? No sir. Not really. I mainly look like Blake Belladonna, said the cat-eared girl. Then forget about Tsuchi-kin, said Hiruzen. Any connection with the late Oto Kunoichi could put you in danger with Orochimaru. It's best to play it safe. He turned to Anko. Anko, if you don't mind, get this young lady cleaned up and in some non-Oto Kunoichi gear and weaponry to defend herself.
Consider her a probationary genin kunoichi. After that, get her something to eat and bring her to the Hokage Tower to see me in 3 hours. Anko nodded and bowed. The Hokage turned back to Blake. Just for your information, Special Jonin Mitarashi Anko is a loyal Konoha kunoichi that hates Orochimaru more than anyone. We'll discuss things in a more relaxed atmosphere after a while in my office.
Yes sir. Thank you Hokage-sama, said Blake. Hiruzen nodded and said kindly, believe it or not, this will all work out, child. Hyuga compound. Hiashi's office. Hinata was sitting there in front of her father, not looking perturbed in the least. Hiashi was beside himself. When did you create this flame Juken, Hinata? You've developed an entirely new form without even telling me? Why did you hide this from me? Why? The heiress said coldly, I'm tired of being used as a doormat. You and this clan have refused to acknowledge me and cast me aside. This business with Neji was the final straw. Anyone who crosses me will burn. The elders will feel my wrath. I have had it. Every bit of disrespect towards me will be repaid in full. Hiashi's Byakugan eyes widened in shock. Hinata, Hinata's eyes ignited. You never even came to see me while I was in a coma, Hiashi-sama. Do not think for an instant that I won't hold that against you. Her voice was as cold as death. The heiress stood up. I am going to go outside the compound where I actually have friends and comrades who care about me and practice my flame Juken with them.
Now Hinata, started Hiashi. Hinata retorted, I will be back later. The clan better give me wide berth, or they'll learn the same lesson that Hiroki did. As Hinata swept out, Hiashi was left with the taste of bitterness in his mouth.
What have I done? Whispered Hiashi in a distraught tone.
Within the hour, Hinata left the compound with her new battle dress on and didn't look back.
Konoha Residential District. Ino led Pyrrha along and said, Haruno Sakura has been my friend going way back. She's a genin kunoichi too. If she's home, maybe the three of us can hang out. Knocking on the Haruno home's front door, Ino and Pyrrha waited expectantly until Haruno Mebuki opened the door. Hi Haruno-san, is Sakura-chan home? Mebuki nodded. She is Ino-chan. Who is your friend?
Ino answered, Haruno Mebuki, this is my new friend Pyrrha Nikos. She's new to Konoha and is staying with us at my house. Turning to the redhead, Ino said, Pyrrha-chan, this is Haruno Mebuki. She's Sakura's mom and she used to watch me sometimes when I was little.
Pyrrha bowed respectfully and said formally, it is a pleasure to meet your Haruno-san. I hope we can get along.
Mebuki smiled, such good manners. Why don't you two ladies step inside? I'll fetch Sakura.
Soon Sakura came down and she was also introduced to Pyrrha. So, you are a new genin transferring here to Konoha. Well, if you need any help feel free to ask Pyrrha, said Sakura. What do you two want to do this afternoon? I finished my chores around the house so I'm free. Konoha Shopping District. So those ears are real, said Anko. Interesting. Having omnidirectional hearing could give you a huge advantage. I guess the bow in your hair is a good way to maintain a low profile though. I wonder what other cat-like abilities she has. She went bonkers at that seafood place. I guess she has a thing for fish. Blake found that the snake mistress Mitarashi Anko was kind of fun to be around once they established that they both hated Orochimaru with a passion. I'm surprised the kind of clothes I like are here, she said as she looked over black and white clothing. They even have my colors. Everything in Oto is gray or snake patterned. Well, you're lucky we had a kusarigama down in the armory. The katana was easy, but chain sickles aren't that common, said Anko. The Hokage is really making an exception getting you all this equipment. The faunus girl nodded. I have to make sure his faith in me is justified. With all the discrimination and hatred I've dealt with in my life, this is very surprising to me. Anko nodded. I understand. I've been hated by association because of Orochimaru. He was my sensei before he betrayed Konoha and branded me with a curse mark. Can you control it? Asked Blake. The Uchiha went crazy with it in the forest with Kin's team. Seeing Enko's blank expression, Blake said, I apologize. That was too personal a question.
The snake mistress shrugged. It's all right. To tell the truth, I've never activated it. Unlike the Uchiha, I have the willpower to resist its vile taint. I'd do almost anything to get rid of it. The Uchiha though, I can tell he craves that power. I don't trust him. From my experience that's wise, said Blake. The only reason he stopped was that pink-haired fangirl of his, she said derisively. I guess I shouldn't be so harsh. Kin hated fangirls. I shouldn't be so prejudiced. Well anyway, Kunoichi should take their job seriously.
The two Kunoichi didn't realize that the third Hokage was observing them by using the telescoping jutsu through his crystal ball. Hiruzen smiled softly. It seems that my hunch on this girl was correct. I think you may do better than you think, Blake Belladonna. Training Ground 53. As Hinata went out to Training Ground 53, she was pondering things to herself. Well, I've succeeded in setting a precedent with the clan, so that goal is accomplished. Heishi-sama is also off balance. However, I inadvertently frightened Hanabi-chan. I need to make that up to her quickly. Perhaps tomorrow I can take her out for ice cream or something. I don't want her to be afraid of me for any reason. Her spirits were soon lifted when she found Naruto training hard with Jiraiya. To be precise, she saw Naruto skip like a stone across the ground before he skidded to a halt in front of her, rolled over on his back. He gave her a toothy smile. Hi Hinata-chan. I'm glad you could make it. Hinata giggled at his ridiculous pose. Are you alright, Naruto-kun? Naruto kipped upwards onto his feet. Never better, Hinata-chan. Come on over. Ero Sennin thought you should have some say on how we train together. I think he's got some good ideas, but you know Juken forwards and backwards, so I'm sure you'll have some input. He grabbed Hinata's hand, and she was blushing slightly as he led her over to Jiraiya. Hinata noticed that 24 clones were still working on the leaf-cutting exercise and another group was working with water balloons. The last group was water walking. I'm surrounded by Naruto-kuns, she thought with a full-blown blush. We'll start off with no chakra in my Juken strikes and you'll get used to the speed involved, said Hinata. I know Neji is faster than I am. I'm not sure, but I believe he can use the 64 palms. Initially Naruto was dazzled at the speed of the seemingly harmless taps that Hinata was hitting him with. Once she closed a chakra point, Naruto got very serious about avoiding those harmless taps that Hinata was capable of. Konoha Hot Springs District. After much debate between Ino and Sakura, they went to the sweets shop in the Hot Springs District. Pyrrha was having ice cream as she listened to the blonde and the rosette argue about Sasuke-kun and who he likes best. He's a prodigy and was always the best at everything, gushed Ino. Sasuke-kun is being specially trained by Kakashi-sensei for the Chunin exams, said Sakura. He's sure to win. You mean you have two teammates in the Chunin exams and your sensei is only training one of them? Asked Pyrrha. That doesn't seem very fair to me. I'm sure Kakashi-sensei knows a lost cause when he sees one, said Ino. Naruto is facing Hyuga Neji. Neji is probably the only one that could pose a threat to Sasuke-kun. Sakura nodded. Sasuke-kun will take him out without breaking a sweat. Pyrrha said, so basically you two have completely dismissed the possibility that this Naruto could win? Ino shook her head. Naruto is the dead last. He doesn't stand a chance in hell. It was a fluke he made it this far. I figure Kiba was having an off day to have lost like he did. Well, I'll give Naruto credit for trying, but even if by some miracle he beat Neji, then he'd still lose to Sasuke-kun. That's a given, said Sakura with a little bit of sympathy in her voice. Maybe I'll keep an eye out for this Naruto, thought Pyrrha. He sounds a lot like John did. Hokage Tower. Blake was fully outfitted in her new Gear 1 when she and Anko arrived at the Hokage Tower. This outfit is close to what the original Blake Belladonna wore in Remnant. It's all so confusing figuring out who I am. When Kin and Blake merged, Blake's personality prevailed, but I have biases and hatred inherited from Kin, not to mention her temper. I want to get things in order, but I don't know where to start. I need to thank Hokage-sama for helping me so much, Blake said absent-mindedly. Hokage-sama is a good judge of character, Blake, said Anko. He gave me a chance when no one else would. I owe him a lot. Coming up to the Hokage's secretary, Anko said, Jonin Mitarashi, Anko and Blake Belladonna reporting to Hokage-sama as ordered. Maki buzzed the Hokage and he soon bade the two women to enter his office. Good afternoon, ladies, said Hiruzen. I trust there was no trouble between you two? Blake bowed. Anko and I get along just fine, Hokage-sama, thank you for asking. Things went well, Hokage-sama, said Anko in a pleased tone. Good, good, said Hiruzen. Please be seated, we have much to discuss about Otto.
Training ground 53. Naruto was working on a way to shield his body with his chakra to keep his tenketsu points from being painfully closed. He found that he could coat specific parts of his body, but he had to really focus on it, and the chakra dispersed after a single Juken strike. He and Hinata stopped and sat down for an early dinner. You're doing very well, Naruto-kun. Even deflecting one Juken strike is an accomplishment, said Hinata.
Jiraiya patted his apprentice's shoulder and said, one of our goals is to have you doing that instinctively by the end of the month. After we eat, we're going to call it a day. He raised his hand to forestall any arguments. Hinata, these exercises benefit you too because they will build up your speed, stamina and chakra reserves, but let's face it, you are tired. As for you, Naruto, you're starting to get fatigued mentally and need to sleep. I know you can keep going, but your body needs to rest. Hyuga compound. The gate guards were shocked to see Jiraiya of the Sannin dropping of their heiress. Get a good breakfast and spend the morning warming up. Around 9 a.m. we'll start again. You are doing very well, Hinata. Get a good night's sleep. Hinata bowed. Yes, Jiraiya-sama, I'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. She yawned tiredly and said, good night, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya wished her a good night and vanished in a body flicker. Entering the compound, Hinata looked about and found that business was as usual with the Branch family, but the main house was in an uproar due to her actions this morning.
The heiress walked into the main house and slipped off her combat sandals. Her mind was going through possible scenarios that could occur, but everyone seemed to be on their best behavior. It was sloppy of me to wear myself out training, but Naruto-kun needs my help, not to mention I really do need to train. I had no idea what amazing stamina Naruto-kun has. She blushed and stifled a giggle. I can only imagine what that stamina will translate into in bed.
Hinata took a long soak in the bath and started using her new shampoo to make her hair grow quickly. After thoroughly cleaning up, she went to bed early and soon was dreaming about her Naruto-kun. Yamanaka residence Pyrrha was honestly a bit miffed at Ino and Sakura for talking so badly about their classmate Naruto. The redhead didn't want to make waves though, so she kept her opinions to herself. I don't know anything about this Uzumaki Naruto, but it sounds like he works really hard, and they give him no credit at all. I didn't say anything, but he made it further in the exams than Ino or Sakura did, so they have no right to judge him. They seem to hold this Uchiha Sasuke on a pedestal. I guess he's the village prince or something. Ryo, for your thoughts, Pyrrha-chan? Asked Inoichi. You seem to be doing some pretty deep thinking there. The redhead blinked. I'm sorry, Inoichi-san. I was just wondering about the Chunin exams and who might win. Sakura told me that Uchiha Sasuke would win hands down and that her other teammate Uzumaki Naruto didn't stand a chance. It seems kind of unfair to me. I don't know either one of them, so I'm in no position to judge, but still. Inoichi smiled. The Uchiha has always been pampered and treated like royalty. Uzumaki Naruto is unfairly the village pariah. Naruto is the underdog here and I hope he succeeds. The young man deserves a break. Pyrrha smiled softly and nodded. I'll have to meet Uzumaki-san then.
I'm sure he'd appreciate having another friend, Pyrrha-chan, said Inoichi in approval. Sounds like dinner is ready. Let's head down.
The Hokage's office. When the Anbu confronted Yakushi Kabuto, he escaped them, showing at least a Jonin's level of skill. We're searching for his teammates, but unsurprisingly they seem to have vanished, said the third Hokage. In spite of the fact they seem to have escaped our grasp, we've nullified their spying activities. Orochimaru's plans might have a hiccup or two now that we have some idea of his plans. Blake nodded. I hope that Orochimaru is killed in this action. He is a vile monster. Hiruzen smiled and lit up his pipe. Let's discuss your living arrangements, Blake. As you are a probationary genin, you'll need to be under supervision of a ninja or ninja clan. Your friend Pyrrha is residing with the Yamanaka clan. Anko, what would you think of being roommates with young Blake here? The two of you seem to make a good team. I hadn't ever thought of such a thing, Hokage-sama, confessed Anko. No one ever wanted to live with me.
You both have similar backgrounds, I believe, said Sarutobi congenially. Both of you are familiar with the pain of prejudice and being judged for what you are instead of who you are.
Blake smiled softly. I'm willing to try it if Anko-san is. We seem to get along well. Hiruzen looked at Anko, who said, all right, I'm game. We'll have to clean the place up though. I'll set up a stipend temporarily for Blake to cover her expenses, said the elderly Hokage. Once you are involved in missions, you'll be earning your pay, Blake. Anko, make sure you help Blake with her training. This conflict with Otto will be on us before we know it.
Hyuga compound. Hinata awoke late that evening to the sound of quiet knocking on her door. Activating her Byakugan tiredly, Hinata saw it was her little sister Hanabi. Hinata got up and answered the door. "Are you okay, Ne-chan?" asked Hanabi in a worried tone. "I couldn't sleep. I've been worried about you."
Hinata smiled and hugged Hanabi warmly. "I'm fine, Hanabi-chan. Would you like to sleep with your Ne-chan tonight?" Hanabi smiled and hugged Hinata. "Let me get my panda Genma." Soon the younger sister was snuggled up between her stuffed panda and Hinata. They talked quietly for a little while before Hanabi silently went to sleep. "I'm glad Hanabi-chan is okay," thought Hinata. "I was worried the elders might try to get her to avoid me, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Still, I'll be watching them carefully."
In the Hyuga council chambers, a tense meeting was going on about their heiress.
Elder Hiraku was less than happy about the hand-shaped burn on his chest that was causing him pain, and even more unhappy about his grandson Hiroki being laid up in the hospital. What was even more shocking was Elder Maho seemed to be supporting Hinata's actions. Maho said, "Obviously our heiress has been holding back out of kindness, and finally the dam broke. There is little doubt in my mind she could have trounced Neji in the Chunin exams had she not held back. She took you out in one hit, Hiraku. I'd wager she could have killed you with that strike if she used that fire chakra to its full extent. She was just making an example of you and your grandson. I had no idea she had such potential. You of all people to support Hinata-sama, Elder Maho. I find this hard to believe," said Elder Minako. "You've always been one of her primary detractors." "I'm forced to agree," said Heishi. "Why the change of heart, Elder Maho? Assuming you actually have a heart." "It occurred to me that our heiress is finally showing the strength we wanted to see from her all along," said Elder Maho. "That, and she will murder my family before my eyes and leave me blind if I don't obey. I won't dare to cross her. Besides, Hiraku, you and your grandson went out of your way to belittle her in spars for years before she was excluded from the main house dojo." Elder Minako said, "We must make amends with our heiress. The main family ostracized her for years, and she developed an entirely new and lethal form of Jukin without any of us being the wiser. She is every inch the prodigy one would expect of her bloodline." Hieshi's father said, "It shames me to know we treated her so badly. We have to make it up to my granddaughter." "It won't be so easy," said Heishi. Hinata indicated that she had a number of grievances that she intended to pay the Elder Council back for. "Do not think that a few honey-laced words are going to calm her anger. She is out for blood." "What of this training with Jiraiya-sama?" asked Elder Minako. "This was unknown to any of us." "No doubt it has been going on since Jiraiya-sama returned a couple of weeks ago," said Elder Maho. "We should encourage this. If we try to curb her training, she will only grow more hostile towards us." "It seems we've made a real mess of things," said Hinata's grandfather. "Her control over fire is nothing less than phenomenal." The council would talk long into the night about making reparations with Hinata. Anko's apartment. "Well, I guess this is a welcome home, Blake," said Anko as she opened the door to her apartment. "Remind me to get you a key of your own tomorrow." Blake peered in and saw that Anko's apartment was neat and clean, but the walls were decorated with every kind of weapon known to man. "You sure have a lot of weapons gathered here," said the cat-eared girl. "Well, you never know when you'll have to kill someone," replied Anko with an evil smile. "Your room is going to need to be emptied out since I use it for storage. If you don't mind, we'll start in the morning on that. Just use the couch tonight."
Blake's eyes zoomed in on a small shelf of books. "Oh, is this your library, Anko?" Anko nodded. "Pretty much. You like reading, Blake?" "It's sort of my hobby," admitted the faunus girl.
"Well, feel free to read. Maybe we can hit the bookstore tomorrow," said Anko as she headed towards the kitchen.
That was when Blake's amber eyes focused on a couple of books with orange covers. Ika Paradise, what's this?"
"Oh dear, it seems Jiraiya just got a new fan, Omake." Konoha Shopping District. Anko and Blake were at Suzuka's Seafood Haven for lunch looking at the menu. The feline faunus was salivating heavily as she gawked at the pictures with wide eyes. The special Jonin found herself amused and her vision drifted over to the daily specials, written on a chalkboard behind the register. Her eyes widened when she saw the cost of bluefin tuna at 200 ryos per kilogram. Then Anko said, "Gee Blake, it says on the wall that if you can put away the 10 kilograms monster bluefin tuna tataki in less than an hour, it's free. Otherwise, it's 2,000 ryos. Body expansion jutsus aren't allowed though. Too bad, that's some challenge." Blake's stomach let out a roar like a hungry lioness and the air in the room suddenly got heavy. "Challenge accepted," roared Blake as she slammed her fists on the table. "Gimme tuna." Anko blanched at the cost. I don't think it's realistic to give me tuna," growled the faunus with a deranged look in her amber eyes. 37 minutes later, Blake let out a polite burp after completely inhaling 10 kilograms of monster bluefin tuna tataki. Anko was wide-eyed and thought, did the girl even breathe? She just destroyed all kinds of eating records when she demolished that bluefin tuna tataki. Was that good, Blake? Blake exhaled with a smile of bliss on her face. It was orgasmic. Needless to say, the two kunoichi were kicked out of Suzuka's by the angry staff whose paychecks had just been consumed by a ravenous cat monster. Anko's apartment. Well, I guess this is a welcome home, Blake, said Anko as she opened the door to her apartment. Remind me to get you a key of your own tomorrow. Blake peered in and saw that Anko's apartment was neat and clean, but the walls were decorated with every kind of weapon known to man. You sure have a lot of weapons gathered here, said the cat-eared girl. Well, you never know when you'll have to kill someone, replied Anko with an evil smile. Your room is going to need to be emptied out since I use it for storage. If you don't mind, we'll start in the morning on that. Just use the couch tonight. Blake's eyes zoomed in on a small shelf of books. Oh, is this your library, Anko?
Anko nodded. Pretty much. You like reading, Blake. It's sort of my hobby, admitted the faunus girl.
Well, feel free to read. Maybe we can hit the bookstore tomorrow, said Anko as she headed towards the kitchen.
That was when Blake's amber eyes focused on a couple of books with orange covers. Ika Paradise, what's this?
Oh dear, it seems Jiraiya just got a new fan. Chapter 4. Fire Country, Konoha, Naruto's apartment. It was early morning and under ordinary circumstances Uzumaki Naruto would have griped and complained to high heaven about having to get up before the sun rose. However, having a dedicated sensei in Jiraiya that actually paid attention and cared about his progress, Naruto was burning with the desire to succeed. He came out of his apartment after a big breakfast and the lowlifes in the area gave Naruto a wide berth as he walked along. It was as if his will of fire was a palpable thing and everyone in the red light district he lived in could feel the heat from it. Taking off in a jog, Naruto spent the next hour running laps around Konoha before going to Training Ground 53 to meet up with Jiraiya.
Training Ground 53, you're right on time, Naruto, said Jiraiya. How many laps around Konoha did you get in this morning?
Naruto held up one hand with his fingers spread. 5 laps, Jiraiya-sensei. That's one more than yesterday. Jiraiya nodded in approval. Good. Stay with 5 laps the next 4 days and then go for 6 laps. Today our focus is going to be taijutsu. Jiraiya summoned a large orange and blue toad. Naruto was familiar with this toad because he was the keeper of the toad scroll which Naruto had signed. Hi Gamma, said Naruto happily. I guess you're going to be helping me train in taijutsu this morning. Let me summon another toad to help. Naruto focused hard on his chakra and roared, summoning jutsu. A small orange toad appeared and said, Yo, was I summoned? The small toad sweat dropped at the scene of the orange-clad Naruto dancing around happily, claiming he'd summoned a real toad instead of a tadpole this time. The toad turned to the much larger Gamma and said, Was this guy dropped on his head too many times? The always taciturn Gamma simply shrugged and croaked in reply. Naruto stopped dancing and ran over in front of the small toad. This is so cool. You're the first real toad I've ever summoned. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, TT Ibeo. What is yours? The small toad smiled and said, Yo, I'm Gamakichi, son of the toad boss Gamabunta. I've never been summoned before. Awesome! Yelled both youngsters. Jiraiya and Gamma both smiled at the kid's enthusiasm. The Hyuga compound. Hinata was in her room going over her to-do list. Date Naruto-kun, keep Hanabi-chan safe from the elders. Free the branch family from the caged bird seal. Date Naruto-kun. Unseat the Hyuga Elder Council. Train with Naruto-kun so he'll crush Neji into paste. Date Naruto-kun, meet up with Pyrrha Nikos and try to form an alliance. Shock the hell out of Heishi with my new clothes, because I can. And date Naruto-kun. That's a good start for the list, thought Hinata aloud with a smile. It was mid-morning and there was a terrified shriek heard in the Hyuga compound. Hinata was getting ready to go out in her new battle dress. Hanabi was doing her morning taijutsu exercises in the dojo. Neji was dwelling on his fate in his bedroom, and Heishi just discovered the bill for Hinata's new racy wardrobe and was having a meltdown. Hinata heard what sounded like a stampeding herd of wild Akamichi clan members coming up to her door when Heishi burst in holding the incriminating receipt from Hinata's shopping spree. The Hyuga patriarch was about to yell something when he saw Hinata's new red and gold battle dress that showed off all her feminine curves and a lot of leg quite nicely. Hinata raised an eyebrow at Hiashi's wild-eyed look and said coolly, Heishi-sama, you are supposed to knock before entering a lady's room. Heishi was torn between having a heart attack over Hinata's new attire and having an aneurysm over the bill for Hinata's new attire. In a raspy, choking voice he said, "Hyuga Hinata, where are your clothes?"
Hinata smirked. "I'm wearing them, Hiyashi-sama. These allow much more freedom of movement in combat. If you'll excuse me now, I need grab a picnic basket for lunch before I go out to spar."
Hiyashi's eyes bugged out as he blocked the door and said, "You aren't going anywhere dressed like that." Having heard the commotion, the main branch housemaid Hyuga Natsu peered from behind the wild-eyed Heishi and said, "Oh my! Those clothes are quite daring, Hinata-sama." The clan head charged towards Hinata's closet and grabbed the biggest, heaviest article of clothing he could find, a parka.
"This will cover you up," he said wildly as he lunged towards his eldest daughter and wrapped the fur-lined parka around her.
20 minutes of kicking and screaming later, Heishi had a grim smile of victory adorning his battered face. He had a black eye and a split lip with bruises and scratches all over his body. It had been a vicious battle, but Heishi stood triumphant over his implacable foe. On the floor his daughter was bundled up tightly and looked about as sexy as an emperor penguin in an overcoat. "Let that be a lesson to you, Hinata," he said in a superior tone. The penguin, Kunoichi, rolled over on the floor to face up at him and growled, "Heishi-sama." That's when the Hyuga patriarch realized he was staring down at his maid Hyuga Natsu and his daughter Hinata was nowhere to be found. Outside, Hinata was stepping out of the front gates of the Hyuga compound with a picnic basket in hand, chuckling to herself when she heard Natsu go off like an atomic bomb inside the main branch house. Oh, the replacement technique is a wonderful thing. On a totally unconnected note, I had no idea the prim and proper Natsu even knew such words. She's screaming enough obscenities to make a sailor blush. Training Ground 52 Blake Belladonna was practicing with Anko a bit to polish up her skills. Anko already knew Blake was superb at evasion, but there were a lot of odd kinks in Blake's style due to the rather violent merger between Kin and Blake's souls. Though Blake was the predominant one, she still had some of Kin's idiosyncrasies, such as using senbon needles as her primary weapons instead of kunai. It wasn't a huge issue, but as things stood, the new Blake's fluidity wasn't up to par and that could be fatal in combat. Anko went for a foot sweep that Blake avoided acrobatically with a back flip and retaliated by taking a long-range slash at Anko with her kusarigama. The snake mistress avoided the shot deftly with a duck and was about to charge when the two Kunoichi saw something diving at them out of the sun. They both instinctively leapt back as it plummeted to the earth. "Yeah, rrrrggggghhhhh," screamed the object as it cratered the ground, throwing dirt high into the air. Blake said, as she stared at the smoking crater. Agreed Anko as the dust settled. "Ouch," said a blonde-haired young man as he crawled out of the crater in the ground. He was filthy. "Did anyone get the name of that battle toad that hit me?" he asked blearily as his double vision settled on Anko and Blake. Two pretty Kunoichi with bows in their hair and two crazy snake ladies. "Whoa, this is really cosmic, man." The dirt-covered blonde fell over on his face and said, muffled, "I think I'll take a short break." Then he started snoring loudly. Blake looked at Anko and asked, "Why is he not dead?" "He left a crater in the ground with his face." "Well, Uzumaki Naruto is our #1 most unpredictable knucklehead ninja," said Anko with a shrug. "I guess we should check him over," she added. Anko rolled him over and saw Naruto looked like he'd lost a war. He had several marks on him that bore a remarkable resemblance to a toad's footprints, only huge. Blake brushed the dirt off Naruto's face and saw his whisker marks. Her amber eyes widened, and she sniffed delicately. "Is he a faunus? He smells like a fox." The cat-eared girl saw a large shadow fall over her and looked up. "I see you two lovely ladies found my wayward apprentice," said a large man with white hair. Anko looked up from the apparent corpse of Naruto. "Jiraiya-sama, I didn't know you were in the village." Well, if it isn't Anko-chan," said Jiraiya. "Naruto seems to have crashed in on your sparring session. Sorry about that." Blake blinked. "Jiraiya-sama as in the amazing, incredible author?" "That would be me, my dear. Are you a fan of my work?" asked the super pervert. Blake jumped up and stood in front of Jiraiya before she said eagerly, "Last night I read Icha Icha Paradise for the first time. I'm completely hooked. I must get your autograph." Jiraiya chuckled at the earnest girl. "Well, anything for my fans." He pulled out a copy of Ika Ika Violence and said, "This is the second book in my best-selling series. Who shall I sign this to, my dear?" "I'm Blake Belladonna, Jiraiya-sama," said the faunus girl with barely contained excitement. The super pervert signed with flourish, "To the amber-eyed beauty, Blake. Signed the great Jiraiya-sama." Handing the book over to Blake, she held onto it as if it was made of gold. A weak voice said, "Ero Senin, leave that poor girl alone." Blake looked down and realized she inadvertently was standing on the downed Naruto.
I was so excited to meet Jiraiya-sama I didn't look where I was standing. I'm terribly sorry, I wasn't looking where I was when I stood up, she said apologetically as she hopped off Naruto's chest. Don't worry about my apprentice, said Jiraiya with a smile. He should feel honored to be walked all over by such a beautiful young lady as yourself, Blake. The Toad Sannin turned to Naruto. You've rested long enough, Naruto. Let's get back to work.
Naruto coughed up some dirt as he sat up and said, right, I need more training in if I'm going to win in the Chunin exam finals. Rolling over on all fours he stood up and a small cloud of dust came off him.
Blake asked with concern in her amber eyes, are you sure you're okay? I mean, you just fell out of the sky. I can't ask him if he's a faunus in front of others. He may be keeping a low profile like I am.
I'm okay, said Naruto as he stretched with an unnatural popping noise that made Blake and Anko both cringe. See? No problem, added the blonde with a toothy smile. Sorry again that I was standing on you, said the cat-eared girl in embarrassment. I'm Blake. Blake Belladonna, she said holding out her hand to shake. Naruto wiped the dirt off his hands and shook her hand. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, TT Ibeo. It's nice to meet you, Blake. Looking at the crater he said, sorry I interrupted your spar. Nearby, it was upon the sight of Naruto shaking hands with the bow-wearing, cat-eared girl that Hinata spotted him from training ground 53.
Her Byakugan eyes narrowed and she wondered, who is this girl? Getting closer, Hinata could make out the faunus cat ears on Blake with her Byakugan and noticed the all-too-familiar style of her black and white clothing. Hinata gasped, Blake Belladonna, it can't be. Hinata focused intently on Blake as she walked towards Naruto's location. Amber eyes, there's no doubt about it. This girl even carries the same types of weapons as Blake. I'll have to be cautious with her.
Hinata came walking up to the group and waved as she called, Naruto-kun. There you are. I thought you were going to be at training ground 53. Naruto smiled and waved back as Hinata drew closer. Hi Hinata-chan. I kind of got knocked over here when Gamma kicked me. Who are your new friends? Asked Hinata in a kindly tone as she strolled up. Naruto said, this is Blake Belladonna. We just met. Then he motioned to Anko. And you remember the crazy snake lady from the Forest of Death? Blake covered her smile with her hand as Anko fumed. My name is Mitarashi Anko, you orange-wearing brat, not crazy snake lady. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in amusement and Hinata said, I remember you, Mitarashi-san. You attacked Naruto-kun and licked the blood off his cheek during the exams. The heiress spoke to Blake as she held out her hand to shake. I'm pleased to meet you, Blake-san. I am Hyuga Hinata. You must be new here in Konoha.
Blake's mind was reeling. This girl, her style of dress and the way she carries herself. It's nice to meet you, Hinata-san. Please call me Blake. I just arrived here in Konoha and I'm a probationary genin under Anko. The underlying tension in the air was thick and Jiraiya and Anko picked up on it easily as the two young kunoichi sized each other up. They were still shaking hands. She's definitely Cinderfall. There's no mistaking that aura, thought Blake. I can't help but feel like we've met somewhere before, Hinata, said Blake as she let loose a tiny bit of killing intent. Hinata's eyes narrowed slightly but she didn't lose her composure. Perhaps we met in another life, Blake. You never know about these things. I shouldn't be surprised that she recognizes me. She always had good instincts. It does clear any doubts in my mind that she is the same Blake Belladonna though, or at least part of her is. I need to avoid conflict with her if she is a Konoha kunoichi regardless. We'll have to get to know each other better later. Yes, I'd like that very much, replied the cat-eared girl. Is she merged with someone else like I am? She's obviously a Hyuga, so she has to be. Perhaps we could train together. I need to find Pyrrha and fast. We should all train together, said Naruto. He'd completely missed the friction between the two girls. Anko decided to defuse the situation. Maybe we can train some other time, Uzumaki. I'm afraid that Blake-chan and I have a busy schedule to keep.
After Naruto and the others bid Blake and Anko farewell, they headed back over to training ground 53. So how did you end up at training ground 52, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata. I was practicing my taijutsu with Gamma while Gamakichi watched, and the little fiend distracted me, explained Naruto. Gamma nailed me with a dropkick and the next thing I knew I was flying through the air and crash-landed face first on training ground 52. Sounds like this Gamakichi needs to be punished, said Hinata menacingly. Naruto shrugged. Gamakichi is alright. He was just pranking me. I kind of like the little guy. They sound like two peas in a pod, thought Hinata. Well, if you say so, Naruto-kun. Anko and Blake's apartment. After leaving the training grounds and heading back to their shared apartment, Anko decided to ask what was on her mind as they ate a light lunch together. Just what happened back there at the training grounds, Blake? Asked Anko with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Blake said slowly, that girl Hyuga Hinata, she's from the original Blake and Pyrrha's world, at least in part. She's a mortal enemy of theirs named Cinder Fall. Blake Belladonna died trying to pursue her. Cinder murdered Pyrrha Nikos. I need to go see Pyrrha and warn her. Her life could be in danger. Though Anko didn't show it outwardly, she was very alarmed inside. Hyuga Hinata is the heiress to a very high-ranking clan here in Konoha. This could be very bad news. We need to inform the Hokage. What about Pyrrha? She needs to know, said Blake. I'm breaking protocols since you are under probation, but let's head over to the Yamanaka flower shop first, said Anko. Blake nodded and said, thank you Anko, I really mean it. Training Ground 53. Naruto, Hinata and Jiraiya had the lunch that Hinata brought with her. Naruto was amazed that Hinata could cook so well and praised her highly, which made Hinata blush. Naruto soon got back to work warming up for his afternoon training session. After debating with herself for several minutes, Hinata decided to talk to Jiraiya about her situation. There is no helping it, I suppose. I need to see the Hokage, Jiraiya-sama, said the Hyuga heiress somberly. Jiraiya said, so your encounter with that girl Blake made you decide to come clean about what happened during your coma, did it? Hinata looked sideways up at Jiraiya. You're very perceptive.
I am a spymaster, Hinata-chan, said the Toad Sannin. Why didn't you tell Hokage-sama to begin with?
She looked down sadly. I didn't want to lose my chances with Naruto-kun was the main reason. Jiraiya nodded and made a shadow clone to keep an eye on Naruto's training. You may find things aren't as bad as you think, Hinata. Have a little faith. Let's go see my old sensei. Yamanaka flower shop. Pyrrha set down the last pot of flowers that needed to be moved and rubbed the sweat off her brow. Smiling, she looked over at the completely wiped out Ino. That was a good workout. Now that's all done, and we can devote our energy to other things instead of stretching it out all week. Sakura was there sitting by the counter watching Ino and Pyrrha work as she sipped on her drink. Wow Pyrrha, you are a human dynamo. You look pretty pathetic by comparison, Ino. Says the girl who has done nothing but sit and watch while we sweat blood for my mom, complained Ino. Sakura did offer to help, commented Pyrrha. Ino got a gleam in her eye. And that's how Forehead got out of it, the blonde exclaimed. She always offers to help when my mom is around because she knows that mom will always insist that Sakura doesn't get dirty helping out. If it was up to me, I'd be working Forehead to the bone. Gee, I love you too, Ino pig, snarked Sakura. I never ask you to do my chores when you were over at my place. That's because you're OCD and always have to do everything yourself, roared the blonde. The rosette retorted, no, it's because you are a total slob. Pyrrha's sweat dropped as the two best friends, worst rivals, bickered back and forth until the bell on the door jingled, signaling someone was coming into the shop. Ino immediately had a drastic personality change and magically appeared behind the counter with a friendly smile. Welcome to the Yamanaka flower shop. I'm Yamanaka Ino. How may I help you today? Asked the blonde Kunoichi.
Mitarashi Anko came marching in and said, I remember you from the Forest of Death girl. Then she added with an evil smile, have you gotten any braver since then?
Ino visibly cringed at the snake mistress. Jonan M. Mitarashi Anko, see, can I help you? Yeah, actually you can. Replied Anko with a nod. I'm looking for your guest Pyrrha Nikos.
Pyrrha came forward. I'm Pyrrha Nikos. May I help you?
Anko nodded at the redhead. Are you friends with a girl named Blake Belladonna? Pyrrha's green eyes got huge. Blake? She's here. She's my friend and classmate. How do you know her? Blake poked her head in the shop, hearing Pyrrha's excited voice. Is it really you, Pyrrha? Asked the faunus girl hopefully. Pyrrha turned and saw Blake's amber eyes full of hope. Blake. The two girls embraced each other with tears in their eyes. Ruby told me you were dead. I thought I'd never see you again, said Blake quietly. When the two separated, Pyrrha asked quietly, what happened? How did you get here? Did you die too? I was going to hunt down where Cinderfall vanished, and I was killed by some energy that brought me here, said the faunus girl. I found her, and I had to warn you. Cinderfall is here, whispered Pyrrha fearfully. Blake nodded as serious as death. She's someone else now, just like I am, and I suspect you are. She even looks different from who she was, but it's her.
Pyrrha-chan, who is your friend? Asked Ino out of nowhere, startling Pyrrha and Blake out of their discussion. Pyrrha saw Ino staring curiously, with Sakura also looking intently at them.
Blake is a good friend of mine I remember from before, said Pyrrha embarrassed. Blake, these are my friends Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura. Ino. Sakura. This is my good friend Blake Belladonna that I knew before I came to Konoha. Blake nodded at them and said, "Nice to meet you." She remembered both Sakura and Ino from the Forest of Death and wasn't too impressed from Kin's memories of the pair. She didn't say anything though. Anko said, "We need to inform Hokage-sama of the situation. It would probably be good to get Inoichi as well if he's home." Ino said, "Daddy is home but I'm running the shop. I'll get him." "Wait here guys," said Sakura. She quickly trotted back into the house to find Inoichi. "So where are you two from originally, Blake-san?" asked Ino inquisitively. "Pyrrha-chan has memory damage from what Daddy said." "Well, started Blake. Anko cut Blake off. "That's classified for now, Genin Yamanaka. No further questions. The Hokage has made both Blake and Pyrrha probationary genins, so their origins are of no consequence as far as you are concerned." Inoichi came out of the back with Sakura trailing him. "What's going on, Anko?" "Sakura said you needed to take Pyrrha-chan to see Hokage-sama." Anko quickly went through the Anbu hand signs. "A third person outside these two has been found. It's the Hyuga heiress." The Yamanaka patriarch's eyes widened slightly. He signed, "That explains some things. Is the heiress dangerous?" "Possibly, it has not been determined yet," was Anko's reply. Inoichi said, "Let me get my gear and we'll head to the Hokage Tower." Turning to his daughter and Sakura he said, "Princess, Sakura-chan. You two stay here. Not a word of this leaves this room. Those are my orders to you as a superior officer." Hokage's office Hyuga Hinata was sitting in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya was there as well as Anbuhak. "So, my suspicions were correct about you undergoing some mental changes. After the situation with Pyrrha Nikos, I'm not all that surprised. You will have to submit to a mind walk by Yamanaka Inoichi, you realize," said the third Hokage in a reasonable tone. "I understand, Hokage-sama," said Hinata quietly. "I'll agree to a mind walk, of course." "Why did you hide it, Hinata?" asked the Hokage. "You are a bright girl. You obviously knew you were being watched and would eventually be caught." "There are several reasons, Hokage-sama," said the heiress with a sigh. "I needed to be discreet. With my newfound confidence I could right the wrongs in my clan and get closer to the person I admire the most." "And the other reasons?" asked Hiruzen. "I knew my clan would remove me from my position and I would no longer be able to unite the houses and get rid of the caged bird seal. I couldn't allow that, and I must protect my little sister Hanabi-chan from the elders," answered Hinata. "That, and I hope to make peace with Pyrrha Nikos, as Cinderfall actually was her enemy and executed her without mercy." Hiruzen nodded. "So, part of you is Cinderfall and part of you is Hyuga Hinata. Which soul won the battle?" Hinata looked puzzled. "I don't understand the question, Hokage-sama. What battle?" "You had two souls within you battling for dominance. Which one ended up in control?" asked the aged Hokage. The heiress answered, "Both Hyuga Hinata and Cinderfall were dying and willingly fused by choice so they could live. There was no battle for dominance. They became a new and better person than either was. I have the strength and confidence that Hinata never had, but I also possess the kindness and compassion Cinder never had. As I look like and have assumed the role of Hyuga Hinata, I adopted that identity as my own. When Blake Belladonna discovered who I was earlier today, I predicted her revealing my identity and decided to come to you willingly first." 3 different results for 3 different soul mergers. "It's quite fascinating," said Anbu Hawk. "Inoichi-sama will no doubt want to document all of this." "I take it Blake Belladonna and Pyrrha Nikos had different circumstances then?" asked Hinata. Hiruzen shrugged. "It won't hurt to tell you. Pyrrha Nikos' soul was dominant because the other soul simply had no will to continue. Blake Belladonna's souls viciously fought for dominance, though Blake prevailed in the end. Fascinating or not, it's most disturbing that this is happening. Dying souls are migrating from this place called Remnant and joining with dying souls here. We don't know when or where Remnant even is, and we have no idea why either. Hinata, I want your full cooperation in this matter. There must be some explanation for all of this." Hinata nodded somberly. "I will help in whatever way I can." The Hokage's buzzer on his desk went off. His secretary Maki's voice rang through. "1,000 apologies, Hokage-sama. I know you did not wish to be interrupted, but Yamanaka Inoichi-sama is here," and he explained that the situation is urgent. Hiruzen answered, "It is all right, Maki. I trust he has Blake Belladonna and Pyrrha Nikos with him." The secretary sounded baffled. "Yes, sir. How did you know?" "It's connected to what I'm doing now. Send Inoichi and his group in," replied the Hokage. He motioned to his former student. "Please let them in, Jiraiya." Both Blake and Pyrrha were a bit shocked to find Hinata was already there, apparently waiting for them. Hinata said, "I anticipated you two would come to the Hokage, so I simply came of my own accord with Jiraiya-sama." "What took you so long?" "So, you really are Cinderfall," said Pyrrha bitterly.
Only half of me is. The other half is Hinata, said the heiress. I am not your enemy, believe it or not.
This is all pretty surreal, commented Anko. Hiruzen said, it looks like you have your work cut out for you, Inoichi. The Yamanaka patriarch just sighed, training ground 53.
Are you sure Hinata-chan is alright, Ero Senin? Asked Naruto in a concerned tone. I should have gone with her to see Hokage Gigi.
Jiraiya's clone said, it has to do with the coma she was in. It will work out, Naruto. She needs to do this, and you need to be training. You've completed the leaf-cutting exercise. In Suna they often learn to cut rocks before they move on to cutting a waterfall. I wonder if he actually has the typhoon release one? Pondered Jiraiya's clone. Some Uzumaki's back in Uzu could control the weather after all. I'll have to see if there are any scrolls on the subject. Kushina-chan didn't have it, but she had chakra chains. I'll investigate that this evening. The clone continued, in the meantime let's look at your progress on the Rasengan. Show me the water balloon exercise. Naruto quickly grabbed the balloon and popped it easily. How's that, sensei? Asked the orange-loving ninja. Jiraiya's clone grinned. You have the concept of rotation down pretty well, Naruto. The next step is power. He unsealed a box of rubber balls. Now you need to pop these rubber balls like this. The clone demonstrated and the ball burst. Make about 20 clones and let's get started. Hokage Tower Inoichi found himself quite immersed in his work.
Hinata's mind was very different from Pyrrha's. Both Cinder and Hinata were very neat, organized, and orderly, unlike Pyrrha's psyche, which seemed to be missing pieces and fragmented because Temari's psyche had more or less self-destructed,
leaving Pyrrha's psyche to pick up the pieces. On the other hand, Hinata and Cinder's personalities seemed to mesh almost seamlessly in a combined effort for them both to survive. It was both fascinating and befuddling to Inoichi because the kind and sweet Hinata and the dark and vicious Cinder seemed to be opposites to the degree that a dichotomy existing should be inevitable. It was quite the opposite. At their core, Cinder and Hinata were very much alike. Driven, hard-working young women that wanted to succeed. They had clear-cut goals, and while Inoichi found some of Cinder's goals questionable, that did not change the fact that she was a straightforward person.
To Inoichi it was almost frightening how well the two blended. It was evident that the two sets of memories were merging to the degree that telling where one psyche ended and the other began was already being erased. In their place was a well-rounded Kunoichi that was very loyal to Konoha and channeled her energies into changing things in the Hyuga clan, and she wasn't afraid to play dirty to do it.
Ordinarily Inoichi would have considered upsetting the largest and most powerful clan in Konoha a bad thing, but the new Hinata's overriding goal was to get rid of the caged bird seal and unite the main and branch families. It was a goal which Inoichi found admirable. Furthermore, since it was an internal clan issue, even the Hokage had no right to intercede given the nature of clan laws in the Konoha Charter. Hinata had already studied the matter thoroughly and had an ironclad case that as the heiress of the Hyuga she could fix the internal issues in the Hyuga clan any damn way she pleased so long as the clan fulfilled its obligations to Konoha. The new Hyuga Hinata was an intelligent, clever, and very cunning young Kunoichi. Coming out of his 2-hour mind walk, Inoichi quickly started documenting the facts about the new Hyuga Hinata. She is a loyal Kunoichi of Konoha that shows all the signs of being a superb leader someday. She wishes to change things within the Hyuga clan's current situation without doing any harm to Konoha proper. She plans to make reparations with both Pyrrha Nikos and Blake Belladonna, as she believes they would be good allies to have in the future. She exhibits no signs of instability or mental collapse that one might expect from a soul merger. Conclusions. Hyuga Hinata shows all signs of being a mentally healthy young woman and a fine Kunoichi. She is an asset to Konoha, not a threat in any way. Recommend regular psyche checks for her to monitor her progression. Recommend that her new status is not revealed to the Hyuga clan. Recommend that she works with both Blake Belladonna and Pyrrha Nikos to ensure their future working relationships are successful. Phew. This is quite a little task here, Seiko, said Inoichi to Anbu Hawk. I'm Hawk while on duty, Inoichi-sama, said Hawk. Sorry, Hawk. I let my discipline slip due to fatigue, said Inoichi. I'm going to do Blake's mind walk tomorrow. I need to discuss this matter with Hokage-sama. Please keep watch over young Hinata until she wakes up. 20 minutes later, Inoichi was sitting with the Hokage. And that concludes my report, Hokage-sama. I believe that the odds of two people merging this way so successfully are incredibly slim, but for Hinata it was a complete success. Hiruzen puffed his pipe. It seems that both personalities working to survive together is a huge factor. While Hinata's attitude is slightly different, it's nothing that couldn't be attributed to growing up a bit from the experiences of the Chunin exams. We'll leave it at that. Once you've mind-walked young Blake tomorrow, we will see about getting the three together to work out their differences. You don't intend to punish Hinata for not revealing her circumstances then, Hokage-sama? Asked Inoichi. The aged Hokage shook his head. To be honest, anyone would be terrified of informing their superiors that an extra soul existed in their mind. Besides, the improvements she's shown with her fire Juken alone are quite astounding. We'll be monitoring all 3 girls, but punishing them or confining them would be detrimental, and just between you and Inoichi, I hope Hinata brings that barbaric caged bird seal to an end. I can't interfere directly because I am the Hokage, but I can indirectly help young Hinata along. Inoichi smiled. Yes, indirectly of course. Training Ground 53. Well, let's wrap it up for the evening, Naruto, said Jiraiya. You made some good progress today. Sarutobi-sensei let me know that your friend Hinata will be back tomorrow and that everything is fine. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. That's a load off of my mind, Ero Sennin. I was really worried about Hinata-chan. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and thought of Minato and Kushina. Tell you what, for working so hard today I'll treat you to dinner. What do you want?
The orange-loving blonde predictably said, ramen. Ichiraku's ramen.
The Toad Sannin shook his head and smiled. Ramen it is then. All in all, it hadn't been a bad day as far as Jiraiya was concerned.
The Hyuga compound. Hinata came strolling home after her mind walk was completed. Anbu Hawk assured the heiress that her secret was safe with the Hokage and Inoichi, and everyone else was to be sworn to secrecy. Feeling relieved about the situation, she decided to return to the compound and have dinner with Hanabi-chan. She smirked thinking about the earful her father had received from Natsu earlier that day.
Coming into the family dining area, she saw Heishi looking battered and Hanabi looking excited to see her. Actually, the 2 girls' father didn't look like he wanted to be there. Welcome home, Hinata, he said in a defeated tone. Hinata sat down at the table and asked with an evil smile, so how is Natsu-san doing? Heishi cringed and said, she's as lively as ever.
The clan heiress's smile widened. You don't say. I never realized she had such a colorful vocabulary.
He groaned and Hanabi said, Nei-chan, do you think you could teach me fire Juken? Hinata's smile turned kind and she said, I don't know, Hanabi-chan. We'll have to learn your chakra affinities. She picked up a corn kernel and channeled fire chakra, causing it to pop just like popcorn. Seeing Hanabi's excitement, Hinata said, obviously my main affinity is fire. The Hyuga compound. Hinata came strolling home after her mind walk was completed. And Buhak assured the heiress that her secret was safe with the Hokage and Inoichi, and everyone else was to be sworn to secrecy. Feeling relieved about the situation, she decided to return to the compound and have dinner with Hanabi-chan. She smirked thinking about the earful her father had received from Natsu earlier that day. Coming into the family dining area, she saw Heishi looking battered and Hanabi looking excited to see her. Actually, the 2 girls' father didn't look like he wanted to be there. Welcome home, Hinata, he said in a defeated tone. Hinata sat down at the table and asked with an evil smile, so how is Natsu-san doing? Heishi cringed and said, she's as lively as ever.
The clan heiress's smile widened. You don't say. I never realized she had such a colorful vocabulary. He groaned and Hanabi said, Nei-chan, do you think you could teach me fire Juken?
Hinata's smile turned kind and she said, I don't know, Hanabi-chan. We'll have to learn your chakra affinities. She picked up a corn kernel and channeled fire chakra, causing it to pop just like popcorn. Seeing Hanabi's excitement, Hinata said, obviously my main affinity is fire. Chapter 5 Konoha. Yamanaka residence. Yamanaka Inoichi was sitting down after mind-walking Blake Belladonna. It had been a rough morning for the Yamanaka clan head. He saw the former battleground that was the Mindscape, the insane Tsuchi-kin, and the White Fang-hardened Blake Belladonna fought a war of genocide in. It looked like a wrecked, burned-out metropolis. For all intents and purposes, Blake fought for every centimeter by bloody centimeter to destroy Kin's madness that afflicted the tortured Oto Kunoichi's soul to the core. Blake's mind was organized like a fortress to keep the madness out. Kin did her best to invade, but only scattered snippets of her personality, memories and skills remained now. It seemed the things wired into the original Kin's body like chakra control and genjutsu were mostly what remained of the Oto Genin. Recent memories survived as well. Also, a few personality traits such as Kin's temper and things like biases against weaker Kunoichi were there, but for the most part Blake was forced to exterminate Kin to save herself. All was not lost though. The scorched landscape was fertile. Seeds of new thoughts and new memories were rapidly being made. What scraps of Kin that still existed, be it knowledge or personality, were being quickly integrated into the new Blake. It turned out Blake was an avid reader and was soaking up information that was filling the damaged areas of her psyche. Inoichi felt it was a tremendous testament to Blake's strength of will that she came out of such a hellish situation intact. Most people would have snapped or been mentally broken forever. Unlike Pyrrha's psyche that had large gaps that were slowly being filled at a leisurely pace, Blake's mind was rebuilding and repairing itself rapidly. Inoichi found that Blake's main anchor as things stood was Mitarashi Anko. The two young women seemed to have formed a sisterly bond in the short time they had been living together. Both had dealt with prejudice against them and both hated Orochimaru with a passion. They were also both very serious about their jobs as kunoichi. The Yamanaka clan head was originally going to recommend moving Blake and Pyrrha into their own place together, but seeing how well both young women were doing in their current environments, it convinced Inoichi that their present living situations were for the best. If Blake and Pyrrha were thriving, then helping them flourish was Inoichi's job. He also felt it would be good for Anko to have someone close to her again. Inoichi had an idea or two though and planned to present them to Blake and Pyrrha once the Faunus girl woke up. Training Ground 53 Hinata was sparring with Naruto, and he was using Chakra to deflect her strikes as best as he could. She explained as they circled each other, "My father Haishisama seems bound and determined to have me come home for lunch, Naruto-kun. If he hadn't practically ordered me, I would have said no." Naruto put Chakra in his palms and started intercepting her incoming strikes. "Well, I hate for you to not be here when you made us lunch again. Do you want to take it home with you?" The heiress shook her head. "No, you and Jiraiya-sama enjoy it, Naruto-kun. I'll just take the empty basket back so I can bring something special tomorrow. Besides, unless something comes up, I should be back this afternoon." Jiraiya carefully watched as the two teens increased their speed and soon were blurs in motion. He noticed tiny wisps of steam coming from Naruto as the orange-loving ninja moved. "Freeze!" he called. Naruto and Hinata separated. The Sannin said, "Hinata, look at Naruto's arms where you managed close his chakra points." Hinata focused her Byakugan and saw Naruto's chakra points that she had closed were reopening with tiny bursts of red chakra. "Jiraiya-sama, Naruto-kun's tenketsus are reopening on their own with chakra, red chakra. Does it hurt you, Naruto-kun?" Naruto grimaced as he realized Kyuubi's chakra was reopening his chakra points. "It stings a little, but I'm okay, Hinata-chan." She held his hands and watched in fascination as the last chakra point opened. "This could be a huge advantage for you in combat. How are you doing it, Naruto-kun?" "It's something unique to Naruto, Hinata-chan," said Jiraiya warmly as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Consider it an S-class secret. Only Naruto and the Hokage can talk about it for now, so please don't pry." Hinata saw the fear in Naruto's eyes, and she placed a hand on his cheek to comfort him. Smiling softly, she said, "Your secret is safe with me, Naruto-kun." Naruto gently laid his hand over hers and said, "Thank you, Hinata-chan. It means a lot to me. I'll explain it all to you, someday." The blonde's stomach suddenly growled. "It must almost be lunchtime," said Naruto with a grin. Hinata could tell Naruto was relieved at the change of subject. "I wonder why the secret frightens him so," she thought sadly. "Well, unfortunately I have to trudge back to the Hyuga compound to freshen up for lunch with my family. I'll try to be back later, Naruto-kun. Otherwise, I'll see both of you in the morning." Acting before she had a chance to think it through, Hinata gave Naruto a peck on the cheek before she ran back home with a huge blush on her face. Naruto blushed and touched his cheek where Hinata kissed him. He had such a faraway look in his blue eyes and was so distracted that he didn't even notice Jiraiya was giggling and scribbling notes like a madman. "Yamanaka residence. You want us to set up a time for us kunoichi to train together?" asked Blake, puzzled. "That's the idea," said Inoichi. "Given we are mobilizing, it would be in everyone's best interest to work hard together." He turned to Pyrrha. "What do you think, Pyrrha-chan?" The redhead smiled. "I'm always up for training. I need to master my magnet release bloodline better." Inoichi steepled his index fingers. "How about this, you two, Ino-chan and Sakura-chan," Blake sighed, "and Hyuga Hinata." Pyrrha looked shocked and Blake looked angry. "Cinderfall put us through hell," growled Blake. "She murdered Pyrrha. How can you expect us to work with her?" "I understand your relationship with Cinderfall," said Inoichi in a placating tone. "But you have to realize that Hyuga Hinata, not Cinder. Hinata is a new person just as you two are. The main difference is Cinder and Hinata chose to merge peacefully to assure their survival. Blake, the battle that you had with Kin was horrific and you became dominant as a result. And in Pyrrha's case, the kunoichi Damari simply gave up and passed on, which left Pyrrha the sole personality. She alone is mostly intact personality-wise. But both of you have noticed changes in your knowledge and the way you think and act. Hinata is the same. All three of you are more than sum totals of your forebears. You are new people." "So, what exactly do you make of Hyuga Hinata, Inoichi-san?" asked Pyrrha. Cinderfall was an evil, power-hungry woman who wasn't afraid to sacrifice as many lives as necessary to complete her goals. "Blake and I know nothing about who Hinata was before. And that is precisely what I want to talk about, Pyrrha-chan," said Inoichi. "Hear me out.
If nothing else, all of you are Konoha Kunoichi and will have to work together and trust each other as professional 7 if you don't get along on a personnel level. Blake looked irritated but said, "Fine, tell us about this Hinata. I doubt I'll ever like her, but I'll listen." "If Blake is willing, I guess I am too," said Pyrrha in a resigned tone.
Inoichi nodded in approval. "That's all I can ask. Besides, the three of you are keeping each other's secrets about the soul mergers. None of you are to ever make that information public, as you well know." Both girls nodded. "I'm going to tell you a bit about the new Hinata from my observations, but you should both talk to Ino-chan and Sakura-chan about the past Hinata because they went to the academy with her." The Hyuga compound Hinata arrived at the compound and had finally gotten her blush under control. She was squealing mentally, "I kissed Naruto-kun," and doing mental backflips inside her head. After taking a deep breath to calm herself, the excited young Kunoichi put on an air of cool composure and went to her room to wash up from sparring with Naruto.
30 minutes later, Hinata came out of her room wearing a red kimono with gold patterns that matched her battle dress but wasn't nearly as revealing. She also had her still short hair worn over to her left side much like Cinder wore hers. Her left eye was hidden by her bangs. Hinata looked quite stunning and regal for a simple lunch with her father and little sister. The heiress thought to herself as she closed her bedroom door behind her, "Come what may, I am armed for battle." Nothing was said this morning, but Hiyashi-sama has a purpose behind this meeting. I wonder if Hanabi-chan will even be present.
Hinata came to the main family dining area where she, Hanabi and her father traditionally had their meals together. Unfortunately, as Hinata expected, her father was there along with her grandfather, the head elder. Hanabi was nowhere to be seen. Hinata activated her Byakugan for a split second and saw the family dining area wasn't lined with armed guards. As Hinata entered the room, she gave a slight bow, enough to be polite but not enough to show deference. "Hiyashi-sama, esteemed head elder. I bid you greetings. I wasn't expecting such company for a merry lunch." The elder bristled slightly. "Hinata is deliberately trying to anger me when all I want is to discuss her fire Juken in regard to the clan. Why?" Hiyashi saw a gleam in his daughter's visible eye. It was as if the elder was nothing but a tender, juicy and defenseless deer and Hinata was stalking him like a tigress. "This isn't good. I should have brought Hanabi-chan. I knew father's insistence on being here instead was a bad idea," thought Hiyashi. Hinata said nothing and gracefully seated herself in the Seiza position opposite of her grandfather with Hiyashi at the head of the table. Lunch was served and Hinata didn't even attempt to engage in conversation. Hiyashi resigned himself to not commenting on Hinata's more flamboyant wardrobe. At least it shows less skin than her new battle dress, and Natsu is still angry with me about the parka business, he thought with a shudder. Finally, not being able to stand the silence, the elder asked, "So how are you doing today, Hinata? The Elder Council has been very interested in your fire Juken that you created. We would love to see a demonstration of your new art." The Hyuga heiress retorted in a trivializing tone, "I believe I gave Elder Hiraku all the demonstration he needs to assess my abilities. He is supposed to lie the most powerful Juken practitioner in the clan save for Hiyashi-sama. No doubt that burnt handprint in his chest has already been dismissed as a foolish girl's folly and of no consequence to the clan. After all, the clan head himself deemed me unworthy of training. I shall continue to practice this little hobby of mine in private so as not to distract anyone with my actions." Her voice was so thick with sarcasm that the elder felt like he was being verbally slapped in the face. "The Hyuga Council wishes to see a demonstration, Hinata," said the elder in a patient tone, though his eyebrow was twitching. "I do not think that is too much to ask of you, my granddaughter." Hinata's visible eye narrowed and then she asked politely, "I hold the position of heiress in the Hyuga clan, do I not, elder?" The elder nodded. "There is no question of that now, Hinata. We just wish you had shown this power sooner." "Then there is nothing left to discuss," said Hinata dismissively. "Regardless of any political or monetary power in the Hyuga clan, the Elder Council cannot order or demand anything of the heiress or heir of the clan. They serve in an advisory capacity only. As laid down in our clan laws, the hierarchy is the clan head, the heiress or heir, and then the Hyuga Elder Council. I have the option of granting or denying your requests and I deny you this one." She turned to Hiyashi with a glare and said, "Only the clan head Hiyashi-sama has the right to command me in this matter, and I would ask that he respect my wishes for once in his life." Hiyashi cringed inside. His daughter's tone was cold as a grave in winter. Hiyashi said in a stoic tone, "It is not urgent that Hinata's fire Juken be displayed to anybody at this time. I believe she wishes to perfect it further, which is why she took it upon herself to train with Jiraiya-sama. We will discuss this at a later time when it is not a point of contention." Hinata nodded ever so slightly in affirmation and the elder sagged a bit, seeing his son Hiyashi had taken the path of least resistance. Hoping to appeal emotionally to Hinata, he looked over at her and said in a saddened tone, "I was truly looking forward to a demonstration from you, Hinata. I'm sure the others will feel as disappointed as I do. Hinata's chopsticks clattered onto her plate, and she let out a fearsome amount of killing intent aimed at her grandfather. The elder's eyes widened when Hinata's Byakugan glare light rally ignited. He gasped at the flames blazing in her eyes, and Hinata said in a cold tone that would peel paint from the walls, "You're nowhere nearly as disappointed as I am in the council. You don't know the meaning of the disappointment of being crushed and ostracized by your so-called family. Mark my words. Every one of you will regret crossing me. I am done here. This conversation has ruined my appetite." Hinata stood up quickly and left without another word. Both men considered it a minor miracle that she left in a quiet, stately manner instead of slamming the door off its rails behind her. Heishi could have scolded Hinata for her abrupt departure, but instead he let her walk out without saying a thing. The elder said, "Heishi, why didn't you say something to her?" The clan head sighed. "I never visited Hinata-chan while she was in the hospital in a coma because I had clan issues to deal with. I was wrong. Just leave it be, father. I want to reconcile with my daughter before she gets even angrier with me." After a moment the head elder put his hand on Hieshi's shoulder. "It wasn't just you, Heishi. We were all wrong about Hinata, my son." Training Ground 53. Meanwhile, Naruto and Jiraiya had stuffed themselves on the delicious lunch Hinata made for them. Naruto sighed happily while rubbing his stomach, and Jiraiya said, "There's nothing like having food made for you by a beautiful woman, Naruto?" The orange-loving ninja nodded. "You said it, Jiraiya-sensei. Hey Ero Sennin, leave Hinata-chan out of your pervy fantasies." Jiraiya smacked Naruto on top of the head and said, "I'm a super pervert, not a sicko. Hinata is way too young for me. I meant she was just right for you, moron." Naruto was taken aback. "Oops, sorry Ero Sennin, my bad." Jiraiya got a gleam in his eye. "But you did agree that Hinata-chan is a beautiful woman," he said in a knowing tone. Jiraiya laughed as Naruto blushed atomic red and choked on his water. Yamanaka residents Pyrrha and Blake were talking to Ino and Sakura about training together as Inoichi suggested. Inevitably they changed subjects to Hyuga Hinata though. "You want to know about Hinata?" asked Ino. Both Blake and Pyrrha nodded. "Well, she's a very dedicated and loyal kunoichi. But she has major confidence issues and Israelishi. Her own cousin Neji beat her up really badly because of clan issues." Sakura interjected, "It was worse than that, Ino. Neji almost killed her. He must that her for some reason. Naruto told me that Hinata was in a coma for 3 days. Of course, the knucklehead didn't tell me until after she was out. He never does think too much." "Weren't we discussing Hinata?" asked Blake irritably. "Sorry, I got off topic," said Sakura. "Anyway, Hinata is a very kind and sweet girl. She's the only other kunoichi that graduated in our class." "Sweet and kind?" asked Pyrrha in disbelief. Ino smiled. "Yeah, I wish we could break Hinata out of her shell. She always wears those baggy clothes like she's ashamed of her figure. The poor girl needs some serious confidence building." Both Blake and Pyrrha had the imagery of Hinata in her red battle dress with a look of complete self-assurance on her face. Are they even talking about the same person, wondered both girls. On top of that, the unfortunate woman Hosnataste in men, said Ino with a sigh. "I just don't understand how she doesn't see Sasuke-kun as the ideal man." Blake looked down to hide the fact her eyes were about to roll out of her head. "Of all boys in the world she likes Naruto," groaned Sakura melodramatically. "Gods, she's practically a princess and she likes the dead last." Blake's eyes narrowed. "I met Naruto, and he seemed like a nice enough guy. He was training really hard for the Chunin exam finals. Is it because he's a faunus that they dislike him?" she thought defensively. Ino replied, "It isn't like Naruto isn't, an okay person, I guess. He's just a clown and a troublemaker. He was in trouble more often than not back at the academy. I still think it's a miracle he passed the academy genin test," said Sakura shaking her head. "Come to think of it, he never did explain how he did that to me." "Well, you got Sasuke-kunan Naruto on your team forehead," said Ino. Sakura growled, "And Naruto asks me for dates and won't leave Sasuke-kun and I alone. Sasuke-kun and I would have been engaged by now if it weren't for Naruto Baka interfering." "Hardly. Sasuke-kun is destined to be with me forehead," declared Ino. What about Hinata?" asked Pyrrha. The rosette and the blonde stopped glaring at each other. "Well anyway, Hinata really is a really nice girl if you meet her," said Ino. "Come to think of it, we haven't seen her since the Chunin exam preliminaries," said Sakura. "Would you two like to meet her? We could go out to the Hyuga compound and visit her this afternoon. I've never been inside. I'm sure Hinata would like to make some new friends." Blake and Pyrrha looked at each other. Blake finally said, "Well, we kind of met her in passing. We were just wondering what kind of a person she is." All the more reason to visit her then, trumpeted Ino. Let's go to see Hinata-chan. Training Ground 53. Naruto was working on the power stage of the Rasengan with a rubber ball. He watched with wide eyes as the ball swelled slightly. I think I've got it, he thought aloud. Then a hole popped open in the side and the ball went flat, much to his chagrin.
Better luck next time, bro, said Gamakichi as he ate some candy.
Naruto sat there staring at the deflated ball in his hand. Curse you, evil rubber ball, I will smite you and your kind yet, or my name isn't Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya came over to his apprentice and said, leave that to your clones for now, Naruto. Show me the wind jutsu you were working on. Do a wind slash and then the gale palm technique in conjunction with shuriken. Okay, Jiraiya-sensei, answered Naruto. The blonde ninja turned to face a training post. After focusing for a moment, he said, wind slash. A razor-sharp blade of wind hit the post and bisected it. The top half of the post slid off the base noiselessly and hit the ground with a thud. Excellent, said Jiraiya. Let's examine the cut, Naruto. Jiraiya propped up the top of the post and saw the cut was as smooth as glass. That's the way, Naruto. Well done. Practicing cutting rocks like they do in Suna has really helped. Let's work on your aim with the wind blade. He scored the severed post several times and said, get back about 10 meters and aim for the top line. Don't worry about the angle of the wind blade for the moment. Your goal is to hit the mark one made. What about the gale palm, Jiraiya-sensei? Asked Naruto. We'll pick that one up in a bit, said the Toad Sannin. You're coming along much faster with the wind slash than I expected. I want to see what we can do to improve it. Naruto nodded, and once Jiraiya was clear, he started to work with Jiraiya, gradually upping the difficulty and checking Naruto's work. This kid is going to be an absolute monster with wind soon. It's hard to believe he's still a novice. Jiraiya's shadow clone was sitting to the side against a tree reading the scroll on Typhoon release he obtained from the Hokage's personal library that morning. This looks even more promising than I expected, thought the clone as he watched Naruto mow down the post. Right on target, superb. The Hyuga compound. The guards at the gates of the Hyuga compound were a bit startled seeing 4 young kunoichi there to visit Hinata out of the blue, considering Hinata-sama seldom if ever had any guests. The guard hid his surprise and stated, well yes, Hinata-sama is here, but I do not know if she is receiving visitors at this time. Flagging down another sentry, the first guard said, Hoedo-san, please see if Hinata-sama is entertaining guests at this time. 4 Konoha kunoichi of her age group wish to visit her. Inside, Hyuga Natsu was talking to several of the other maids in the kitchen as Hinata rounded the corner, having changed back into a fresh battle dress. Natsu said with a giggle, well, I watched part of the show, but I was more or less hopped up on cold medicine and sake at the time, so I don't remember it. One of the other maids' Byakugan eyes were wide as saucers when she saw Hinata appear behind Natsu with a raised eyebrow and amusement in her eyes. Hi, Hinata-sama, choked out the maid as she pointed behind Natsu. All the other maids gasped. Natsu quickly whipped around to face the heiress and said, oh my gods, Hinata-sama, with a huge blush on her face. Hinata gave a pleasant smile and said, please do continue, Natsu. This sounds most entertaining. Natsu was about to faint when the sentry Hoedo came around the corner and said, ah, there you are, Hinata-sama, you have 4 kunoichi guests at the compound gates. The heiress looked at Natsu and said, we'll have to continue this enlightening conversation later, Natsu. Turning to Hoedo, she said, well, this was unexpected. Let's not keep my guests waiting then. Coming out of the main house, Hinata activated her Byakugan briefly and saw her visitors. She was very surprised but hid it well enough. Sakura and Ino being here makes me curious as to why, but Pyrrha and Blake. They don't look particularly happy, but on the positive side they don't look hostile either. I wonder what's going on. Hinata strolled over to the gates with a sway in her hips and said with a congenial smile, hello everybody, this is an unexpected pleasure. What brings you by the Hyuga compound? Ino and Sakura were gaping in awe of Hinata's new look. Ino finally managed to pick her jaw off the ground and said, Hinata, is that really you? Hinata said in a gentle tone, of course it's me, Ino. Who else would be living here? Sakura said, Hinata, that dress and your hair, you're just, wow. I mean really wow, she's been hiding all that? Since when has she had such a hot body? Oh no, what if she likes Sasuke-kun? For once I am in total agreement with Forehead, said Ino. You gave yourself quite a makeover. I never dreamed mousy little Hinata would ever be so daring. I have to stake my claim on Sasuke-kun now in case she's interested. Not realizing that Ino and Sakura were having mild panic attacks over Sasuke, who she had no interest in at all, Hinata said in a kind tone, Blake Belladonna and Pyrrha Nikos. I welcome you both to the Hyuga compound. All of you please come in and join me for some tea. The Yamanaka residence. I wonder if those girls will be able to work together. Mused Inoichi aloud. He had just finished his full reports to the Hokage regarding Hinata, Blake and Pyrrha. It would be in everyone's best interests for them to put their differences aside, but that is easier said than done.
Hinata being a combination of a very sweet and gentle kunoichi, and a vicious criminal mastermind is still mind-boggling. The fact she turned out to be a balanced individual is nothing short of miraculous. Of course, convincing Pyrrha-chan and Blake of that is going to be difficult. At least Hinata doesn't seem to have any animosity towards them as previous enemies. It's a strange case, that much is certain.
Going over his 3 reports one last time, he made the notation that he had recommended they train together under supervision in case tempers ran hot. He considered who might be a good sensei to them, but currently Anko was the only qualified kunoichi that knew of the circumstances involved. Blake will probably ask Anko to be involved anyway, considering they're close. Putting the finishing touches on his reports and signing off on them, he headed to the Hokage Tower to present his findings. The Hyuga compound. Hinata and her guests were in the main sitting room where the Hyuga heiress served them tea and cinnamon rolls. Hinata needed her cinnamon roll fix after the abysmal lunch. So, you wish to start training together? She asked. My daddy suggested it. Explained Ino. It would be all of us kunoichi training together. It could be fun. What do you think, Hinata? Hinata hid her grimace. I should have known Ino wouldn't train seriously of her own accord. Do you have a sensei in mind to help us? I've been training with Naruto-kun and Jiraiya-sama. Blake got a gleam in her eye. Training with Jiraiya-sama would be great.
You mean Jiraiya of the Sannin? Asked Sakura in surprise. Seeing Hinata and Blake nod, the Rosette asked, how do you even know him, Hinata?
He's Naruto-kun's sensei and he's been helping me a bit too. He's mainly focused on Naruto-kun because of the Chunin exams. Said Hinata. Blake met him too while she was training with Midarashi-san. Anko-san would be a great teacher from what I've seen, said Pyrrha enthusiastically. Blake nodded and smiled. I'll have to ask, but I bet Anko would be willing to help train us. Sakura and Ino had identical looks of terror on their faces. Anko-san? Squeaked out the blonde in the rosette as one. That's a fine idea, said Hinata. I might be able to get Kurenai's sensei to help too. I know she and Anko-san went to the academy together and they are friends. Hinata was barely able to keep a straight face at the looks of horror on Sakura and Ino's faces. Bawahaha. If they want to train, then we're training for real. Hinata saw her sister Hanabi peer into the sitting room shyly. Hinata smiled and said, Hanabi-chan. I missed you at lunch. Come in and meet my friends.
Hanabi squeaked in surprise at being caught but was very curious and came in before bowing properly. Hinata said warmly, everyone, this is my little sister Hanabi-chan. She pulled Hanabi into the chair beside the one she was sitting in, so the two siblings were sitting together and Hinata happily introduced everyone to Hanabi one by one. Blake and Pyrrha were both shocked seeing the obvious affection Hinata shared with her little sister and how she encouraged Hanabi to join the conversation. Neither of them had siblings, but the concept of Cinderfall caring about anything or anyone but power was astounding to them. They both thought Hanabi was very cute as well. It was obvious that Hanabi looked up to Hinata a great deal. Nei-chan, I wish I could come training with you too, said Hanabi. Hinata gave Hanabi a gentle hug. You're just starting in the academy, Hanabi-chan. You aren't ready for real weapons training yet. You will be soon enough though. Ino asked, how old are you, Hanabi-chan? I'm 10. Answered the younger Hyuga sister. I'll be 11 soon though. Well, you'll have to work hard, but you'll be graduated before you know it, said Sakura in an encouraging tone. Blake said kindly, I'm sure you will do well. Hanabi beamed, thinking about being a fully fledged kunoichi someday. Training ground 53. After finishing their tea, Hinata led the way out to the training ground and soon spotted Naruto and Jiraiya hard at it. All the kunoichi saw Jiraiya say, go, as Naruto released a multiple wind/jutsu on his target. The wooden post was sliced into tiny pieces and basically exploded. Gamakichi and Naruto cheered at the destruction and Jiraiya patted the orange-loving ninja on the shoulder. Sakura's eyes widened. What did Naruto just do? That training post is nothing but scraps. Hinata saw Jiraiya wave and motion for the young kunoichi to come over. Naruto looked over at them and waved excitedly before he and Gamakichi went over to examine what was left of the training post. When the girls arrived, Jiraiya said, welcome ladies. What brings all of you out here? Hinata said, we're planning to do some group training and I thought I'd ask for your advice, Jiraiya-sama. The Toad Sage nodded and was about to say something when Ino cut him off. What the hell did you just do, Naruto? What kind of jutsu was that? It was obvious Ino was dumbfounded by all the destruction. Naruto looked up and said, a jutsu that isn't good enough yet, Ino. Not all these cuts are clean enough. I'll have to work harder. Jiraiya said. Take a break and have some water and a snack, Naruto. You're getting tense. Besides, you are doing well. After you relax for a few minutes, we'll switch to the Gale Palm for a while. Hinata smiled shyly and came over to Naruto. It looks like you've been working hard, Naruto-kun. That was very impressive. Was that a variation on the wind slash you were telling me about this morning? Yeah, I'm finally getting a feel for it, said the orange-loving ninja. He looked over at the others and gave a friendly wave before he sat down in the shade of a tree to relax.
Blake brought Pyrrha over and said, "Hello, Naruto. You really pull out all the stops when you train." The Faunus girl motioned to the redhead. "Naruto, this is my good friend Pyrrha Nikos. Pyrrha, this is Uzumaki Naruto." Pyrrha smiled at the blonde. "It's nice to meet you, Naruto. I've heard a lot about you. That's some jutsu you were using. I'm impressed."
Naruto smiled. "It's nice to meet you too, Pyrrha. I'm still working on it. What brings all of you out here?"
"Over with Jiraiya, so, you are Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura," said the Toad Sannin. "I wouldn't mind giving you all some tips, but I'm pretty committed to helping Naruto. I think Mitarashi Anko would be a great help to your group. She's a very dedicated kunoichi after all." Both young kunoichi had a sinking feeling at that declaration. Back with Naruto, well, there is no doubt in my mind that the crazy snake lady is as tough as nails, said the orange-loving blonde. "If you want to learn, get someone that will really teach you instead of slacking off. My Jonin-sensei Kakashi is always 3 hours late for everything." Blake stifled a chuckle at the comment about Kakashi. "I'm not sure Anko likes being referred to as the crazy snake lady, Naruto," she said humorously. Naruto just gave Blake a toothy smile. He turned to Hinata and asked, "Hinata-chan, have you girls thought about getting help from Kurenai-sensei? She seems really smart to me." "She is a very smart and very competent kunoichi," agreed Hinata. "She's also friends with Anko-san. I hope she'll help us as well." After the group chatted a bit, Naruto got back to work, and Jiraiya's shadow clone had the girls do some light sparring to see what the kunoichi could do. Jiraiya advised them to find Anko and Kurenai after they finished. He suggested a bit of group training along with him and Naruto to liven things up a bit as well. "A bunch of young kunoichi nearby could be a great inspiration to my apprentice," thought Jiraiya with a perverse giggle. He saw that Hinata, Blake and Pyrrha were cheering Naruto on. It seemed that Ino and Sakura were in a state of denial currently. Soon, Naruto was working on the Gale Palm Jutsu in conjunction with Kunai and Shuriken. Jiraiya had decided they'd done enough with the wind slash for one day. Hinata was helping by observing the flow of his wind chakra with her Byakugan. It was obvious to both Blake and Pyrrha that Naruto was a kind, hard-working ninja, and neither of them could comprehend why Sakura and Ino had such an aversion to him. As for Ino and Sakura, they were both in shock at just how strong the orange-loving knucklehead ninja had become. Simply watching his spars with Jiraiya was enough to frighten the pair. The Toad Sannin would send his apprentice flying, but Naruto would get back up from staggering blows like they were nothing. On top of that, the blonde prankster was giving as well as he got. It wasn't so clear-cut that Neji would have such an easy victory now. Inevitably that led back to discussing how strong Sasuke must be if Naruto was that much stronger. "Just imagine how much stronger Sasuke-kun is by now," said Sakura. "I mean, Kakashi-sensei is focusing solely on him." "I can't wait to see Sasuke-kun in the Chunin exam finals," agreed Ino enthused. "He's going to be unbelievably strong by then." Blake whispered to Pyrrha, "Jiraiya-sama is a cage-level ninja. If this Jonin Kakashi is as lazy as Naruto indicated, I have to wonder if he's training this Sasuke nearly as well as Jiraiya-sama is Naruto." Pyrrha rubbed her chin in thought and smiled. "It will be interesting to find out, won't it, Blake?" Naruto was working on the Gale Palm Jutsu in conjunction with Kunai and Shuriken. Jiraiya had decided they'd done enough with the wind slash for one day. Hinata was helping by observing the flow of his wind chakra with her Byakugan. It was obvious to both Blake and Pyrrha that Naruto was a kind, hard-working ninja, and neither of them could comprehend why Sakura and Ino had such an aversion to him. As for Ino and Sakura, they were both in shock at just how strong the orange-loving knucklehead ninja had become. Simply watching his spars with Jiraiya was enough to frighten the pair. The Toad Sannin would send his apprentice flying, but Naruto would get back up from staggering blows like they were nothing. On top of that, the blonde prankster was giving as well as he got. It wasn't so clear-cut that Neji would have such an easy victory now. Inevitably that led back to discussing how strong Sasuke must be if Naruto was that much stronger. Sakura said, "Just imagine how much stronger Sasuke-kun is by now. I mean, Kakashi-sensei is focusing solely on him." I can't wait to see Sasuke-kun in the Chunin exam finals, said Ino enthused. He's going to be unbelievably strong by then. Blake whispered to Pyrrha, Jiraiya-sama is a cage-level ninja. If this Jonin Kakashi is as lazy as Naruto indicated, I have to wonder if he's training this Sasuke nearly as well as Jiraiya-sama is Naruto. Pyrrha rubbed her chin in thought and smiled. It will be interesting to find out, won't it, Blake? Chapter 6 Suna Hotel Guest Quarters. Baki was writing a letter to the Kazekage, Rasa-sama. It mainly regarded Temari's unfortunate end in the Forest of Death. Her remains had never been found. For his part, the Suna Jonin felt it was a terrible loss. Kankuro had been horribly depressed about it all and claimed it was a giant bear attack. Gaara, on the other hand, had almost undergone a complete personality change. The youngest sibling was controlling Shukaku with iron discipline, and for the first time in all the years Baki had known him, was completely stable. The redhead hadn't revealed anything about Temari's death other than, they were separated.
Flashback. The Sand siblings had both of their scrolls and were making excellent time towards the central tower. Then Gaara's bloodlust overwhelmed him, and he crushed a nearby bear to sat it. Kankuro was frightened and said, Temari, he's totally out of control.
Temari turned to her youngest brother and said, Gaara, you must stop this, control your sand, remember the plan.
Gaara smiled insanely and said, Mother wants blood, and she wants it now.
In those few seconds, Gaara gave in to Shukaku's will. In those few seconds, a tendril of sand wrapped around Temari and crushed her to death. Gaara was shocked and horrified at what he'd done and withdrew his sand. He and Kankuro ran to Temari's broken body, and she gasped out, I'll love you both. I failed. Then the life left her teal eyes forever. Kankuro cried out to the heavens in sorrow, and Gaara shook in horror at what he'd done and whispered, I'm sorry, Ne-chan. It took some time for the two siblings to calm down, and the catsuit-wearing elder brother said, we can't ever tell the truth of what happened, or they will kill you, Gaara. Temari Ne wouldn't want that. I'm sorry, Kankuro, I'll never lose control of Shukaku again, whispered Gaara heartbroken. Kankuro patted his younger brother's back awkwardly. We were separated. A bear attacked her, that's what we'll tell Baki-sensei. Flashback end. Baki said to his two sorrow-filled charges, even though we aren't going to be participating in the Chunin exam finals, we are remaining here as diplomatic guests since you were Kazekage-sama's children. The invasion is still on, and I expect you both to do your part for Suna.
The two depressed brothers simply droned, yes, Baki-sensei.
Outside Konoha, Kakashi and Sasuke's camp. Kakashi had taken Sasuke to a secluded campsite to train the young ninja and was talking with Enbu Crow, who was on guard duty over the camp. Sasuke was laying on the ground unconscious, and Crow shook his head. I can't believe you were hedging all your bets on the last Uchiha, Kakashi. The boy has talent, but he's nothing compared to what his brother was at that age. I mean, look at him. He's completely worn out from sparring half a day. Kakashi gave an eye smile. You always were a stick in the mud, Crow. Lighten up. Sasuke is going to win the Chunin exam finals without a doubt. He has a lot to prove. I do admit we have to work on his endurance though. That's why I'm focusing solely on him and leaving Naruto in Ebisu's capable hands. Sounds like you were just giving your other genin the shaft, said Crow. Like you did me, he thought darkly. Kakashi said, well, since Sasuke is sleeping like a log, I guess I'll get some quality reading time in. The silver-haired Jonin whipped out his copy of Icha Icha Paradise and proceeded to giggle uncontrollably. What a pathetic waste of a ninja you have become, Kakashi, Crow grouched mentally.
It hadn't been so long ago that Enbu Crow had been absolutely loyal to Konoha. However, he'd showed up inebriated on duty one day and was put on report by one of his superiors, Enbu Dog, otherwise known as Hitaki Kakashi. It not only was degrading, Crow nearly lost his mask and his Enbu career hit a dead end. Crow had despised Kakashi ever since. Then the Scarecrow and the Uchiha Brad needed him to guard their little vacation spot. Enbu Crow wanted to tear his hair out about that. He'd received a message that he would be contacted by an auto agent soon that wanted Kakashi dead. Crow couldn't wait. Konoha, Hashirama Lane. While Crow was fuming about Kakashi, there were a lot of festivities going on back in Konoha due to the Chunin exams. After Naruto finished training for the day, he decided to go see the free outdoor reshowing of the first Princess Gale movie and invited the Kunoichi to come with him. Hinata happily agreed to go, and Pyrrha and Blake were curious since they'd never even heard of Princess Gale. Ino went along and Sakura reluctantly joined in after informing Naruto, it isn't a date. The blonde ninja just pouted. On the way to the movie, they saw a fortune teller's booth. Blake thought it was preposterous, but Ino and Sakura wanted to get their fortunes told. As it turned out, Ino had good fortune, but Sakura's was bad. She was obviously disappointed, and Naruto asked, What was it like, Sakura-chan?
The rosette glared at him and said, instead of asking me, why don't you go in and see for yourself?
Naruto declared, all right, I will, and went over to the fortune teller's booth. The orange-loving ninja had to wait in line a bit but finally got inside. He saw a toothless old man with thick-rimmed glasses sitting with a deck of cards. The old man cackled and said, 5 ryo to have the future told boy. The blonde slapped 5 ryo down and said, tell me how I'll do in the Chunin exams, Gigi.
The fortune teller cackled again and shuffled his cards. He laid them out and looked shocked. Then the old man started speaking in an inhuman voice. Cling to the wind, boy, or you won't live to see the Chunin exams. Cling to the wind.
Naruto was understandably out of sorts hearing the old fortune teller speaking like he was possessed. What the hell? Asked the blonde. He saw 3 wind cards, a life and a death card. He wasn't superstitious, but this all seriously creeped the young ninja out. The old man seemed to come back to reality and reshuffled his cards. He said, I foresee you having an average fortune.
Naruto raised an eyebrow. What about clinging to the wind and dying?
I don't know what you are talking about, boy, replied the fortune teller.
What do you mean you don't know? Screeched the blonde. Don't lie to me. Get out of here, you orange-wearing brat, said the old man. You're disrupting my business. It's that I call the Anbu. Naruto stormed out in a huff. He was spooked and left the booth feeling very uneasy and disconcerted. Deep in his gut he knew something was wrong. Hinata asked, how did it go, Naruto-kun?
It was weird, answered the blonde in a worried tone. The old man was babbling out of his head and then told me I had an average fortune. I think I'd better go home and skip the movie, Hinata-chan. I'll see you tomorrow for training. Good night. Hinata was worried but bid Naruto good night. Then Sakura said, what had him frightened? At least it's just us girls now. That knucklehead can be a real pain. Pyrrha and Blake could tell Hinata was genuinely concerned for Naruto, but Ino and Sakura had switched back to arguing about Sasuke again. The 5 kunoichi were soon watching the Princess Gale movie and Hinata's thoughts drifted back to her life as Cinderfall. It seems that my scorching caress one semblance has massively enhanced my fire element. The magic of the Fall Maiden is gone though. Judging by the way it was passed on, it probably went to Ruby Rose. I guess I shouldn't dwell on it as there is nothing I can do about it. I do need to commission a new Midnight 2 though. It's far too useful a weapon to leave behind even though I have Fire Juken now.
Ino noticed that Hinata was spacing off and not really watching the movie. Is everything okay, Hinata-chan? Asked the sassy blonde.
Hinata said, my thoughts were just drifting, I guess. I've seen this movie before so don't mind me. It's fine.
If you say so, Hinata, replied Ino. I hope Naruto-kun is okay, thought Hinata. He seemed really worried.
Hokage's office. After Naruto searched fruitlessly for Jiraiya for advice on the matter, he went to the person whose opinion he respected the most, Sarutobi Hiruzen.
As it was, the 3rd Hokage was in his office enjoying some quality Icha reading time. He heard something outside his window and saw Naruto peering in. Quickly stashing his book, he had an image to maintain. The aged Hokage came over, opened the window and said, I'm surprised you didn't come busting in as usual, Naruto-kun. The window was unlocked. I wanted to give you a chance to put away your pervy book, Hokage Gigi, said Naruto with a toothy smile in the low light. Hiruzen's sweat dropped. So how is your training going, Naruto? Asked the Hokage, quickly changing the subject. Naruto brightened up and said, my training is going great. Jiraiya-sensei is teaching me a lot. It was something else I wanted to ask you about. Hiruzen smiled. What is it, Naruto? I met an old fortune teller, started Naruto. He had no teeth and...
The Hokage sighed. Does he have glasses so thick that you can't tell which direction he's looking? The blonde blinked. You know him, Gigi. The elderly Sarutobi nodded. He was older than dirt when I was young, Naruto-kun. He's nothing but a sham. They say that once in a year he'll have a real vision and he never remembers it. I'm sure his mind has rotted into dust by now.
He doesn't remember his own prophecies, huh? Asked Naruto in a concerned tone.
Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. What exactly did the old codger say, Naruto-kun?
Naruto explained the fortune teller's odd behavior and sounding demon-possessed. Then Naruto repeated what the old man said about the blonde's future. Cling to the wind, boy, or you won't live to see the Chunin exams, said the genin in a spooky voice. Then when I asked about it his voice was back to normal, and he said he didn't know what I was talking about. I don't believe in that stuff except for fun, but it really alarmed me, Gigi.
It sounds like a load of malarkey, Naruto-kun, said Hiruzen. If you were worried though, I'd be working to master that wind element of yours. I don't see why you would be in any danger here in the village. I'd do my best to forget that old loon and focus on your training.
Hiroshima Lane. While Naruto was talking with the Hokage, the 5 young kunoichi finished the Princess Gale movie and were talking about it. Then Blake saw Anko strolling down the street and flagged her down. Blake explained, "Anko, we Genin kunoichi want some extra training. Would you be willing to help?" Anko peered around Blake and saw Ino and Sakura looking petrified, and Pyrrha and Hinata looked eager. The snake mistress smiled evilly and said, "Sure, I can help. Let's all meet at the Dango shop at 2 p.m. tomorrow and we'll have a planning session." Blake smiled and nodded before she went back over to the other Genin kunoichi and said, 2 p.m. at the Dango shop tomorrow. Be there or beware. "Excellent," said Hinata as Pyrrha nodded in agreement. "I'll talk to Kurenai-sensei tomorrow morning. I hope she can join us as well." Sakura and Ino just had a sinking feeling. Weapons shop Heaven's Blade 3.
After separating from the others, Hyuga Hinata went over to a weapons shop only to be greeted by a big, burly man with a friendly disposition. He said, "Welcome to the Heaven's Blade. I'm Tengoku 4, the owner of this fine establishment. How can I help you today, Hyuga-san?"
Hinata looked about and asked, "Do you do custom work, Tengoku-san? I need a pair of kodachi of a unique design."
Tengoku smiled, "We specialize in high-end custom work, but it doesn't come cheap. Tell me what you want, and I can establish a base price for you."
Hinata quickly sketched a drawing of the original Midnight and said, something like this. The two hilts hooked together to form a bow. Then pondered Tengoku aloud. He began to draw his own copy and started making notations as Hinata described it. The two talked a while about the design and exactly what capabilities Hinata wanted it to have. "It would definitely be a challenge to create this piece out of chakra metal, Hinata-san," said Tengoku as he put the finishing touches on the drawing. "I can have the chakra metal delivered here tomorrow, Tengoku-san," stated the heiress. Tengoku said, "Let's start negotiating an equitable price then. I'll forge you a masterpiece." Haruno residence. In the meantime, Sakura came home feeling mentally worn out. "The crazy snake lady is going to have our hides tomorrow. We've got to get out of this, Shanaru," thought inner Sakura in terror. The Rosette bowed her head in defeat. "I'm doomed," she thought, to no one in particular. "Ino Pig and I should run for the hills." Inner Sakura thought, "I wish Sasuke-kun was here to protect us. Hell, we don't even know where he is."
"I have to tough it out until Sasuke-kun gets back," thought Sakura forlornly. It would be a long night for her. Suna Hotel guest quarters.
Gaara sat there staring out at the moon. Kankuro and Baki had already gone to bed, leaving the Jinchuriki of the One Tail alone with his thoughts. He was dwelling on how sad his childhood had been. Shukaku ruined everything, but letting him kill Tamari was the final straw. "I was weak-willed before, but no longer." He saw some kids running down the street laughing. "Is it really right to attack this place? I don't think Konoha actually did anything to deserve a war. Suna is in bad shape financially, but is a war really the answer? I think the Wind Daimyo is the core of the problem. Talking to Baki wouldn't do any good though."
"There has to be another way," thought Gaara aloud. Rice Country, Odo Village. Yakushi Kabuto, Tsurugi Masumi, and Akado Yoroi reported to Orochimaru late that night, having been discovered and exposed as spies in Konoha. The Snake Sanin was less than thrilled that his subordinates were out in the open, but decided to make do. Unlike the genin on Team Dosu, the members of Team Kabuto were not disposable fodder. Orochimaru said, "Kabuto-kun, head down to the medical wing and check on Kimimaro. His illness is getting worse instead of better." He turned to Masumi and Yoroi. "I want you two to go to the Land of Sea and check on a scientist of mine named Amachi. He is in a base of mine on Hahajima Island." Kabuto was soon examining the ailing Kagaya Kimimaro, former leader of the Sound 5-5, along with Orochimaru. "A Ryo for your thoughts, Kabuto-kun?" asked the White Snake. "You seem distracted."
"I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama," said the silver-haired medic. "I've been rather unsettled about Uzumaki Naruto."
"The Kyuubi brat," said Orochimaru. "Why the concern?"
Kabuto tried to put his thoughts into words. "The boy seems harmless on the surface, but my gut instinct is telling me he is a danger to the plan to destroy Konoha." The Snake Sanin pondered for a moment and said, "There is nothing wrong with trusting your instincts, Kabuto-kun. I'll send an agent out to eliminate the boy." "That puts my mind at ease, Orochimaru-sama," replied the glasses-wearing spy. Konoha, village outer wall. Early the next morning, Kinuta Dosu saw Naruto out running for his pre-dawn morning laps around Konoha. The Oto Genin was carefully crafting his plans to kill Uchiha Sasuke and eliminate some other obstacles in his path. "That's Uchiha's teammate. If I question him, I can find out all of Sasuke's weaknesses and can eliminate the Uchiha easily." Actually, the orange-wearing clown is a nuisance, so I may kill him just to get rid of some of the unwanted competition. I'm going to crush Hyuga Neji next. He's my main obstacle against Sasuke. Dosu watched carefully as Naruto finished his third lap around Konoha and set up to ambush the blonde. The sun was just coming up and the red rays of sunlight silhouetted Naruto and hid Dosu in the shadows.
Naruto heard a creak of a familiar roof tile and slowly looked over to the chimney that Dosu was hidden behind. The blonde knew that hiding spot very well because it was a good place to hide from angry Chunin back when he played pranks in the academy. Naruto also knew the creaking noise that a particular roof tile made if you didn't know how to avoid it. Naruto calmed his breathing down from running and said, "You might as well come out, I know you are hiding right behind that chimney."
Dosu was surprised to say the least and stepped out in the red sunlight where Naruto could see him. "I guess I didn't give you enough credit, Uzumaki. You must have some skill to detect me." "What do you want, Kinuta?" asked Naruto bluntly. "You don't seem like the type to socialize, especially considering you were setting up an ambush."
The Oto Genin chuckled darkly and said, "Fine, I want you to tell me your teammate Uchiha Sasuke's weaknesses in detail. If you don't, I'm going to beat it out of you, and no one will ever find the body."
Naruto's eyes flashed blue for an instant and he started channeling wind chakra into his fists. "Walk away while you still can, Kinuta," growled Naruto. Training Ground 53. Naruto came jogging up to Jiraiya. "Sorry I'm late, Jiraiya-sensei. I got interrupted on my morning run and was able to only do 3 laps this morning." Jiraiya wasn't really upset or anything, but he asked, "What exactly happened, Naruto?" The orange-loving blonde asked, "How many teeth are in a jawbone-sensei? I can't remember off the top of my head." "There are 32 teeth in a human mouth, Naruto," said Jiraiya looking perplexed. "Why do you ask?" "Well, the Oto Genin Kinuta Dosu from the exams tried to ambush me and wanted information on Sasuke," explained Naruto. "He said he was going to kill me afterwards." Jiraiya looked over his apprentice and Naruto looked fine. "Were you injured?" "That's against the rules of the Chunin exams. He could be disqualified." Naruto shrugged. "I'm fine. I told him to leave, or I'd have to hit him. I really figured he'd have the good sense to run though."
"Okay, so what does this have to do with teeth?" asked Jiraiya.
"Well, 32 teeth minus 23 leaves Kinuta with 9 teeth," said Naruto doing the math in his head. "I thought he had some sort of armor under all those bandages covering his face, so I hit him full force with my fist coated in wind chakra right in the jaw. It was kind of messy when I found out they were just bandages. Teeth flew everywhere." "Is Kinuta still alive?" asked the wide-eyed toad sage.
The blonde nodded. "The way he was running away screaming and crying, he seemed plenty lively to me. He took off and I counted 23 teeth lying about. I figure he's going to make his dentist a very rich man."
Jiraiya just sweat dropped and shook his head. Weapons shop Heaven's Blade. While Jiraiya and Naruto were discussing the finer points of dental work, Tenten was manning the counter on the early morning shift at the Heaven's Blade. That's when 2 Hyuga guards delivered the chakra metal from the Hyuga vaults to forge the midnight with. Signing off that she had received the valuable ore, Tenten quickly checked its quality and had stars in her eyes at the thoughts of what she could create with the stuff. Tengoku came out of the back and said, "Hinata-sama had it delivered just as she said. Wait until you see this new design, Tenten-chan." The bun-wearing Kunoichi looked excited and said, "I wondered why a pair of Hyuga delivered it, but I had no idea it was for Hinata. Last I heard she was still recovering from her battle with Neji. Did she seem okay?"
Her father nodded. "Hinata-sama seemed to be in very good spirits to me. She certainly has a keen imagination. We're going to be forging a unique pair of swords for her called Midnight. They combine to form a bow," Tengoku said as he laid the drawings in front of Tenten to admire.
Tenten started examining the drawings in detail and finally said, "Dad, this is superb. With this you have options both at short and long ranges. Brilliant. How did you come up with such an innovative design?"
"It was all Hinata-sama's idea," said Tengoku with a shrug. "She drew a rough drawing and then I created the detailed design as we discussed the features she wanted. It took hours to get it exactly to her specifications."
"Wow," said Tenten. "I never pictured a Hyuga having a knack for weapons given how focused they are on taijutsu. I can't imagine Neji even giving such an idea a chance. Of course, he's so stuck on fate that he'd probably scoff at the idea." Her father grinned. "You never can tell, Tenten-chan. You and I love weapons. Hinata is the heiress of her clan. Maybe this will start a new trend. I wouldn't be complaining about the orders coming in." Tenten nodded eagerly at the idea of all the business rolling in from the Hyuga clan. "That reminds me, Dad, after I practice with Neji this afternoon, I'm going to visit Lee in the hospital. I'm sure Gai-sensei is already up there." "Isn't Lee's spine injured?" asked Tengoku concerned. That could be the end of his ninja career. Yes, Tsurugi Masumi tried to break Lee's back, replied Tenten. I hope I get the chance to return the favor in the Chunin exam finals. Lee didn't deserve to be hurt so badly. Outside Konoha, Kakashi and Sasuke's camp. Sasuke charged Kakashi with a flurry of punches which the Jonin batted aside and countered, sending the younger Sharingan wielder flying. The dark-haired Avenger felt the cursed seal calling to him to use it, but knew that the silver-haired Jonin would simply seal it off again if he did. I have to get stronger, thought Sasuke. I must avenge my clan and destroy Itachi. Kakashi isn't cutting it. All he cares about is making me faster when what I really need is power. Kakashi, I need results now, not weeks from now. The Scarecrow said, Sasuke, there are no shortcuts to power. You need to learn to be patient. Sasuke thought back to the day before he left on this training trip.
Flashback. Yakushi Kabuto came over to Sasuke with his usual disarming smile. Sasuke-kun, you should know that cursed seal is your key to power. You should be glad to have it. I can't believe Hitaki sealed it off. Your sensei is just standing in your way.
But isn't Orochimaru the enemy? Asked Sasuke. He's supposed to be evil. Kabuto chuckled. I think good and evil are a bit subjective, Sasuke-kun. It all depends on your point of view. Orochimaru-sama sees potential in you that others like Hitaki Kakashi and the third Hokage do not. Power is within your grasp. All you must do is take it. You'll be contacted by some of Orochimaru-sama's agents later. I hope you don't waste this opportunity, for your sake. I'll think about it, Kabuto, replied the Avenger. Kabuto smiled and said, that's all I ask of you, Sasuke-kun. That was the last time Sasuke saw Kabuto. Flashback end.
The Uchiha thought to himself, I'm beginning to think Kabuto is right. Kakashi is just standing in my way.
Konoha Hospital, Dr. Tisu's oral surgery office. Good morning, Kinuda-san. I'm Dr. Tisu and I'll be conducting your examination today. Dosu's visible eye widened at the sight of the doctor. His teeth were ground down like a shark's and the man had more tattoos and body piercings than anyone Dosu had ever seen. Dosu whimpered and the dentist said, now don't you worry, Kinuda-san. I come from a long and distinguished line of dentists in Kiri. We'll have you fixed up in no time. Dr. Tisu promptly pulled out a dental contraption that looked more like a torture device from hell and said, now open wide and let's have a really good look, with a manic gleam in his eye. Dosu's screams of the damned echoed throughout the village. Konoha, Yamanaka residence. Pyrrha woke up early as usual and was talking excitedly with Inoichi. So Mitarashi-san agreed to train all of us, Kunoichi. We are all supposed to meet at the dango shop this afternoon and have a planning session. Inoichi smiled and replied, that's excellent news, Pyrrha-chan. I think Anko will be a good teacher for you girls. Try to help Ino-chan and Sakura-chan out, would you? They haven't taken their training as seriously as you, Blake and Hinata have. Speaking of which, what was your impression of Hyuga Hinata? The redhead pondered a moment and replied, well, she isn't Cinderfall, but I still feel uneasy around her. I guess it's hard to let go of the past.
The Yamanaka patriarch placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said, give it time, Pyrrha-chan, give it time. I think you and Blake will eventually become friends with Hinata, but not right away. Just try to keep an open mind about things and ease into it. Technically she doesn't know the both of you either.
That's true, said Pyrrha. It's strange though, Blake seems more defensive about Hinata than I am.
Blake had a rough life, Pyrrha, explained Inoichi. She doesn't trust as readily as you do. You and Anko are her best anchors right now. Try to be supportive, okay?
The gladiator smiled. Of course, Inoichi-san. Omake. Anko and Blake's apartment. Anko came home and found a handwritten manuscript that Blake had been working on titled Ninjas of Love. The snake mistress grabbed a dango stick and plopped herself down on the couch to read the cat-eared Kunoichi's work. Anko's brown eyes widened as she read the explicit scenes in the manuscript. She took his enormous shaft delicately in her hands and said, now that's a katana. The snake mistress's jaw fell open and her dango stick clattered to the floor. This is as good as Icha. Her eyes narrowed and Anko read more rapidly. She rolled over on top of him. She screamed, yes, oh yes. That's it, more. Several pages later, Anko was feeling really hot and bothered. She had a copious nosebleed and wondered if Blake wouldn't be the next Jiraiya-sama. The snake Jonin made a mental note to talk to the Toad Sanin about sponsoring the cat-eared girl. As they rose and fell on the bed like ocean waves in a storm, he said huskily, you're looking so good under me. After reading about 20 pages of total eroticism, Anko put the manuscript back where she'd found it and decided to go to sleep early in a lust-filled haze. About an hour later, Blake got home and found her roommate had already crashed for the night. Deciding all was well, Blake decided to hit the hay herself. That's when her sensitive ears her Anko cry out in her sleep, now that's a katana.
The feline faunus girl screeched in embarrassment, Mitarashi Anko. You're going to die with that secret.
The epic pillow fight, crashing, laughing, and shrieking drew complaints from the neighbors the next morning. Pyrrha woke up early as usual and was talking excitedly with Inoichi. So Mitarashi-san agreed to train all of us kunoichi. We are all supposed to meet at the dango shop this afternoon and have a planning session.
Inoichi smiled and replied, that's excellent news, Pyrrha-chan. I think Anko will be a good teacher for you girls. Try to help Ino-chan and Sakura-chan out, would you? They haven't taken their training as seriously as you, Blake and Hinata have. Speaking of which, what was your impression of Hyuga Hinata?
The redhead pondered a moment and replied, well, she isn't Cinderfall, but I still feel uneasy around her. I guess it's hard to let go of the past. The Yamanaka patriarch placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said, give it time, Pyrrha-chan, give it time. I think you and Blake will eventually become friends with Hinata, but not right away. Just try to keep an open mind about things and ease into it. Technically she doesn't know the both of you either. That's true, said Pyrrha. It's strange though, Blake seems more defensive about Hinata than I am. Blake had a rough life, Pyrrha, explained Inoichi. She doesn't trust as readily as you do. You and Anko are her best anchors right now. Try to be supportive, okay? The gladiator smiled. Of course, Inoichi-san. Chapter 7. Yamanaka residence. It was early morning and Yamanaka Ino had a lot on her mind. The idea of being trained by Mitarashi Anko terrified her to the core and kept her awake through part of the night. She was also very concerned about her new friends Pyrrha-chan and Blake as well. They both seemed to be falling away from the enlightened path of the sacred faith of Sasukeism. Ino couldn't help but notice they both were very enthusiastic about watching Naruto of all people. Hinata had also been excited, but Ino was fine with that because she didn't want to compete with the suddenly hot Hyuga heiress. I don't know when Hinata changed into total vixen, but there is absolutely no way I want to compete with her, she thought. The Yamanaka heiress pondered both Pyrrha and Blake a bit. Both of them have nice bodies and are really pretty.
I can't quite figure out Blake though, thought Ino.
She seems to be a little dark and odd. Blake also always seems to have her nose stuck in some book or other.
The most disturbing part is how such an attractive girl seems to be interested in Naruto. Blake seems to be pulling Pyrrha-chan down that crooked path as well. I wonder where she is from originally. That seems to be a dark, weird secret for some reason. Ino was considering asking Pyrrha-chan where she and Blake were from, but then she remembered Anko Nun to gently telling them it was a closed subject.
Ino pondered for a few more minutes before she resolved to ask Sakura. I may know more about psychology, but Forehead's superpowered brain could be really useful in this situation, thought Ino aloud. We must rescue Blake and Pyrrha-chan from going down the wrong path. Anko in Blake's apartment. Blake was sitting with her black kimono on while having breakfast with Anko. Her ears were prominently on display, and she was thumbing her Icha book lazily between bites. Anko was wearing a kimono as well with her hair down and was sipping her tea quietly. It was painfully obvious that neither young woman intended to get out at all before noon. Blake's ears flicked about suddenly as if she heard something. She frowned a tiny bit. Something bothering you, Blake-chan? Asked Anko. Are you hearing something on another frequency that I can't? The feline faunus girl sipped her tea, then stopped and shook her head. No, I'm just under the distinct impression that something truly stupid was just said about me. Welcome to the story of my life, said Anko in a flat tone. Deciding it wasn't worth worrying about, the two kunoichi shared a mutual shrug and went back to quietly eating their breakfast.
Haruno residence. Sakura had an unexpected early visitor. The Rosette had always been an early riser, but Ino, are you absolutely sure you didn't leave your brain in bed asleep at home, pig? Asked Sakura. I mean, you being out of bed before 10 a.m. is the sign of an impending disaster. Sakura peered out her window. Well, I don't see a swarm of locusts blocking out the sun or a river of lava spewing across the town square.
Laugh it up, Forehead, growled Ino. I'm concerned here. It's just not natural for Pyrrha-chan and Blake to not be into the sacred faith of Sasukeism.
All kunoichi our age adore him, even though he'll end up marrying me, and I feel like Pyrrha-chan and Blake are getting totally shafted because they were impressed by Naruto. Poor Hinata is doomed to never follow the enlightened path, and I sure as hell don't want the competition from her now, but it's not too late for Blake and Pyrrha-chan. We owe it to them as fellow kunoichi to show them the greatness that is Sasuke-kun.
Narrowing her emerald green eyes, Sakura asked, You're serious, aren't you, Ino pig?
I'm serious as a heart attack, declared the blonde. Besides, we want to be able to talk about clothes and cute guys when we hang out with them. Consider this, You and I are discussing the lofty heights of Uchiha Sasuke-kun and their minds are stuck in the street gutter level of Uzumaki Naruto or Inuzuka Kiba. It's terrible. Sakura got a look of revulsion on her face. Alright, point taken, but it could be difficult because Sasuke-kun isn't even in the village. He's out training with Kakashi-sensei and no one knows where they are.
What about pictures? Asked Ino. Surely you have some in a scrapbook forehead. All of my good pictures are enshrined in my closet, said the Rosette. The few I have of Sasuke-kun outside of that don't show off his best features that well, not that all his features aren't good. I guess there is my Team 7 photo though, Sakura said, motioning towards her nightstand.
Ino picked up the framed photo and said, it's a good picture of Sasuke-kun but Naruto kind of ruins the shot. He looks like he ate something bad in it. It also has Sakura in it ruining the shot, but I won't mention that. I don't want Pyrrha-chan and Blake to get the wrong idea that Sasuke-kun is together with forehead or anything. That would be a tremendous backfire, thought the blonde.
What about you, pig? Asked Sakura. You had a lot of pictures of Sasuke-kun too. As I recall, you have them sealed in your photo albums. Most of them I keep on my Sasuke-kun altar, but I'm sure I have a few duplicates in my photo albums, replied Ino. We'll need to see how many duplicates we have that we can share with Blake and Pyrrha, said the Rosette.
Ino got a gleam in her eye. That reminds me, where do you think Pyrrha-chan and Blake are from forehead? Judging by their clothes, Pyrrha-chan seems to dress okay, but Blake dresses kind of dark and wears purple eyeshadow. Where could she be from?
I've wondered the same thing, but Anko-san said it was classified, said Sakura. Seeing Ino's pleading look, the Rosette added, I guess we could research that at the restricted ninja section library. If we found out accidentally, then we wouldn't be breaking any rules. I knew I could count on you for help, forehead, exclaimed Ino. Let's start hunting. With their minds made up, the two best friends, worst rivals, set about gathering information and more importantly gathering their pictures of Sasuke-kun. The Hyuga compound. Meanwhile, Hinata bid her little sister Hanabi farewell and set out to find her sensei, Yuhi Kurenai. I need to see if Kurenai's sensei will train with us. I also need to talk to Hokage-sama so I can explain the situation with the soul merger to her. Sensei and my teammates really should know. I feel bad for hiding it, but some things must be done. Moving along at a good pace, Hinata was soon out in front of the apartments where Kurenai lived. Using her Byakugan, Hinata saw her beloved sensei was indeed home. After heading up 2 flights of stairs, Hinata knocked on Kurenai's door gently and the Genjutsu mistress soon answered the door. Hinata-chan, I wasn't expecting company. I'm doing a little cleaning. Hinata smiled. Let me help, sensei. I wanted to talk to you about some extra training. Kurenai raised an eyebrow but was happy to have some help and the two got to work quickly. So anyways, sensei, I was hoping you would be willing to help give us Genin Kunoichi some extra training. If you are too busy, I understand though, said Hinata as she slipped some water. Kurenai nodded in understanding and sipped some of her own water. Well, I think I could help out. Shino is training with his clan for the Chunin exams and Kiba is helping his big sister Hana at the Inuzuka veterinary clinic, so the entire team is busy except for you and me. Besides, I could help to keep Anko from getting too overzealous, said the red-eyed Jonin with a wink. Hinata giggled softly and Kurenai said, You've changed so much, Hinata-chan, it's like you were a whole new person. I'm proud of you, but what exactly happened? The Hyuga heiress sighed softly. I knew you would catch on, sensei, but I need to get Hokage-sama's permission to tell you. I'm really sorry, Kurenai-sensei. Kurenai looked very perplexed and said, The Hokage is involved? Hinata nodded. Very few know, and I'm sworn to secrecy. I hope you still feel you can trust me. I've changed a lot more than you realize, sensei. Are you still the loyal Konoha Kunoichi that is my disciple Hinata? Asked Kurenai as she looked directly into Hinata's eyes. I will always be your loyal student, Kurenai-sensei, said Hinata without hesitation. Kurenai smiled. Then there is nothing to worry about, Hinata-chan. Hinata quickly hugged her mother figure and whispered, Thank you, sensei. The red-eyed Jonin returned her hug and said, Let's see about Anko and getting in some training. Where did she want to meet us? Which training ground? Actually, she wanted us to all meet at the Dango shop at 2 p.m. to have a planning session for some reason, answered Hinata. Kurenai's sweat dropped. Of course, she would want to meet there. Training ground 53. Naruto and Jiraiya broke for lunch. I sure wish Hinata-chan was training with us today, Ero Sennin, said Naruto. It's a lot more fun training together. Not to mention the great food she makes. You just liked having all those young and pretty kunoichi all around you yesterday, said Jiraiya with a chuckle that caused Naruto to blush. Hopefully they'll get started on their own training soon. I know Anko-chan prefers training grounds 52 and 44 best. Why those two? asked Naruto. Well, Training Ground 44 is obvious, but Training Grounds 52 is like this one, Naruto explained Jiraiya. It's great for practicing large area, destructive jutsus and summoning. She is a snake summoner just as you are a toad summoner. Naruto looked surprised. She summons snakes, like Orochimaru. I thought she just liked snakes. Don't mistake Anko for being anything but a loyal kunoichi of Konoha Naruto, said Jiraiya seriously. Seeing Naruto nod, Jiraiya said, back when Orochimaru was still a Konoha ninja, Anko-chan was his apprentice. When he betrayed Konoha, he betrayed her as well. It's a touchy subject with her, so don't bring it up. Just know she hates my former teammate Orochimaru with a passion and wants him dead more than anybody. The blonde ninja nodded slowly in acceptance. What was Orochimaru like when he was still a good guy? Jiraiya looked thoughtful and said, Orochimaru was a genius and a prodigy. He was the kind that only came once in a generation. He always strived to be the best no matter what he did, but looking back, Orochimaru was always a little distorted. I'm not saying it was his fault really. Orochimaru was an orphan and had a sadistic streak because of losing his parents, I guess. All the signs were there, but I refused to see them because he was my best friend, and I didn't want to believe he'd gone bad. I've regretted that a lot to this very day. Naruto said in a hollow voice, that sounds so much like Sasuke, and me it's chilling. Ever since Sasuke got that curse mark, he's acted more and more twisted. I feel like I should talk to him, but he won't listen, and Sakura-chan is in love with him, so she won't listen to me either. What should I do, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya patted Naruto on the shoulder. I'm telling you this in confidence, so don't repeat it, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke is already considered a flight risk by the Hokage. Part of the reason Kakashi is training him exclusively is to keep an eye on the Uchiha in case he snaps. I know it's hard, Naruto, but I can't sugarcoat this for the sake of your feelings. I don't know Uchiha personally, but he is showing all the signs of doing what Orochimaru did. I hope I'm wrong, but you need to bear in mind that we are ninjas. He could be your enemy tomorrow. I want you to be careful around him for your sake, my apprentice. The blonde looked down sadly. I kind of knew that already, but I didn't want to believe it, Tt Ibeo. Jiraiya nodded and said, sometimes life isn't very fair, is it, Naruto?
Naruto nodded and the two sat in silence for a while. No more words needed to be said.
Konoha Library, restricted ninja section, just look at the clothes from this village. They're just like what Blake wears, whispered Ino loudly as she pointed out a particular picture to Sakura. Sakura looked at the pictures of a ninja and a kunoichi mainly wearing black, white, and purple. Are they emos or something? Asked the Rosette. They look like their clothes are designed to block out the sun.
Ino nodded emphatically. I know, right? Blake's uniform looks like a more stylish version of these. I guess if she is from this village, then Blake has pretty good fashion sense. It would make sense as to why she's so fair-skinned though. Put a bookmark in that page, Ino, said Sakura quietly. What number is that picture? It's number 105, said the blonde as she put a bookmark in that page.
Sakura nodded and got out the index to the Encyclopedia of Identifying Ninja Uniforms. That uniform would be in the last book, grumped the Rosette. Thumbing several pages, she came to the 100s. Here we go. 100, 103,105. Gasp. It's the village hidden in mascara from Land of Makeup. They export cosmetics, but their ninjas are all goths. This is terrifying. Dark lipstick and eyeshadow, jet black hair, pale skin, dark clothing, the list goes on. By the gods, that's where 80% of cheap B horror movies come from. What kind of living hell did Blake go through before she escaped? Anko and Blake's apartment. Blake growled, there's that feeling that something colossally stupid was said about me again. Konoha Library, restricted ninja section. Ino could barely hold in her horror at the revelations of the village hidden in mascara. Poor Blake. No wonder she seems so shy and introverted. She's been socially repressed her entire life. The unfortunate girl is a refugee from a fashion nightmare. That's not all, it gets worse, said Sakura grimly. What could be worse than that? Asked the blonde in disbelief.
Sakura closed her eyes and said, war, that's what's worse, Ino. According to this, the Land of Makeup is an island nation that has been locked in battle with a neighboring island for decades called the Land of Fashion. The Land of Fashion has its own ninja village as well, the village hidden in trends. They have been diametrically opposed to one another since the era of warring clans.
Do you think that Pyrrha-chan is from the village hidden in trends? Asked Ino. Friends on opposing sides that escaped together? It's possible, said Sakura, turning to the section on the village hidden in trends. It looks like everyone there dresses so avant-garde that the stresses of keeping up with the latest fashions are positively soul-crushing. Ino gasped. And Pyrrha-chan is fairly conservative in her style of dress. She must have been socially ostracized or been considered a rebel. The two of them must have met and escaped together. No wonder Anko-san wanted this dark secret kept under wraps, said Sakura gravely. We have to support our fellow kunoichi, declared Ino passionately. Through the joys of Sasukeism, cheered the two young kunoichi as one. Shish! Whispered a librarian harshly. Be quiet, you noisy brats. This is a library.
Yamanaka residence. Pyrrha took off her Yamanaka flower shop apron and said, I'm going to take a quick shower before I head over to the dango shop. Ayano-san. If Ino and Sakura show up, please tell them that I'll bet right out. Ayano smiled. Go ahead and wash up, Pyrrha-chan. Ino-chan shot out of here in a rush this morning and ditched her shift at work. I can't thank you enough for helping.
I don't mind, it's the least I can do for you since I'm staying with you, said the redhead. I do have to wonder why she took off just before breakfast though. She's probably on another crash diet knowing her, said the Yamanaka matriarch. I worry about Ino-chan's eating habits, they just aren't healthy. Her skipping out on work and shirking her chores is just as important, said Inoichi coming into the shop in a disgruntled tone. I'm glad you were here and take things seriously, Pyrrha-chan. When I see Ino-chan, she and I are going to have a long talk about her responsibilities. Then he patted Pyrrha on the shoulder and shooed her off to shower. Anko and Blake's apartment. Blake and Anko had their combat gear on. To the dango shop, Blake-chan. Lunch awaits us, trumpeted Anko as she led Blake out the door and locked the place up. Blake raised an eyebrow. I still say we should have met at that sushi place. Fish is much healthier. Anko narrowed her eyes and said in a scheming tone of voice, I will convert you to the dango side, Blake-chan. It is the food of the gods. The Faunus girl shook her head. Peeved. Tuna is the food of the gods, Anko. You just don't realize it yet. Nonsense, my apprentice in the way of foods, said the eccentric Jonin. Haven't you ever heard, sweets for the sweet? In that case we should both have vinegar for lunch, Anko, said Blake in a flat tone.
Anko paused and took a thinking pose. You have a point. Allow me to rephrase. Sweets are for those with the power to take them. The gods help those that help themselves, she declared. Well, I can't argue with that logic, said Blake with a soft smile.
You should listen to your Ne-chan more often, Blake-chan, said Anko. I am a fountain of knowledge. Blake shook her head and chuckled. Let's just go feed our faces, Anko Ne-chan. Anko got a big smile and led her little sister towards the dango shop. Yamanaka residence. Well, I guess I'll see you all later, said Pyrrha. I'm off to the dango shop to meet the others for training. I hope Ino and Sakura show up. Inoichi and Ayano waved goodbye as Pyrrha left. Inoichi growled, where the hell is Ino-chan? That little girl is being even less responsible than usual. Ayano sighed. Well, Ino-chan is a 16-year-old girl. Let's not be too harsh on her, Inoichi. Still, I have to wonder where she has been all day. It's kind of worrisome. No doubt she's out playing in the village somewhere, said Inoichi. She's probably running around shopping with Sakura. At least Ino-chan and Sakura-chan are friends again and aren't fighting over the Uchiha, said Ayano with a smile. Inoichi nodded. Yeah, I'd just as soon they avoid that boy. He's a very troubled young man. Haruno residence. Two young kunoichi dashed out of the Haruno home in a cloud of dust. I can't believe we lost track of time, forehead, whined Ino. We're going to be late at the dango shop and Anko-san will have our hides. Shut up, pig, retorted Sakura. You were the one that got carried away looking at my pictures of Sasuke-kun. What about Pyrrha-chan? We were supposed to pick her up, said Ino in a panicky tone. Sakura said, pour on the speed porker. Let's roof hop to your place to pick her up, Pyrrha. Then we can run to the dango shop. We're going to be late regardless, so we might as well make sure Pyrrha makes it there. The two young kunoichi hot-footed it up the side of a building and darted towards the Yamanaka flower shop. The dango shop. Blake and Anko arrived and saw Kurenai and Hinata already at a table big enough for all of them. Blake frowned slightly at the sight of Hinata but remembered that Hinata was not Cinderfall. Old habits are hard to break, thought the Faunus girl glumly. Looking beside Hinata, she saw a beautiful woman with long curly black hair and red eyes. Is this Hinata's sensei she mentioned? Hey Kurenai-chan, said Anko with a wave, glad you made it. Kurenai waved back and said, it's good to see you too, Anko. She turned to Blake and smiled. You must be Blake. I'm Yuhi Kurenai. It's nice to make your acquaintance. Hinata-chan and I got a table, but the others haven't arrived yet. Please join us. Blake warily sat down across from Hinata and Anko plopped herself down across from Kurenai. I'm glad you could make it, Blake. said Hinata kindly. With Kurenai-sensei and Enko training us, we should get stronger quickly. The Faunus girl nodded and said, I'm surprised no one else is here yet. Hinata hummed in agreement. I figure Pyrrha will be here soon unless Ino and Sakura slowed her down. Hello again, chimed Pyrrha as she came in and sat down on the other side of Enko. Full introductions were soon made, and Blake in particular was pleased to learn that Kurenai's specialty was genjutsu and that she was willing to help Blake out. The five kunoichi talked about what kind of goals they had in training, but soon everyone's thoughts mirrored Anko's question. Where in the hell are Pinky and Blondie? Yamanaka residence. Ino's blue eyes were as big as saucers staring at her mother Iano. You mean Pyrrha-chan already left for the dango shop over 45 minutes ago?
Ayano nodded. Your father and I wish to talk to you, Ino-chan. It's about your...
Ino and Sakura both shrieked in horror. Oh, gods, Ino. Anko-san is going to murder us for being an hour late, cried the Rosette. The two genin kunoichi ran away screaming in terror before Ayano could utter another word. Ayano grumbled, really, kids these days, I swear. Training Ground 53 Naruto and Jiraiya were working on team tactics. Shadow clones were everywhere in squads of 4 hang, so their jumpsuit colors were different. Jiraiya and several shadow clones of his own were presenting different problems and assigning combat missions to each group. Some were to defend a territory. Some were on assault. A few were to capture or assassinate a target, usually a clone of Jiraiya. The orange-loving ninja was practicing his summoning while all his clones were hard at work. He'd already summoned Gamakichi and Gamakichi's little brother Gamatatsu. Gamatatsu was very excited to be summoned but was more excited that Naruto had snacks, so the little yellow-orange toad was stuffing his face happily as Naruto tried to summon Gamabunta, the toad boss. Gamakichi said, No Naruto, when I said Pops is big, I mean big like a mountain. You're going to need a lot more chakra than that. Phew, said Naruto. Here I thought I was putting a ton of chakra into it. Looks like I'll have to go full blast. Full blast? Asked Gamakichi as he and Gamatatsu were sent tumbling by a shockwave of chakra from Naruto. Naruto slammed his bloodied palm to the ground and roared, Okay. Summoning jutsu. A toad about a third of a meter tall holding a staff appeared. He had his white hair in a short mohawk, bushy white eyebrows and a goatee. He was looking rather confused and had a look around a bit before he saw the shocked Jiraiya standing there. Jiraiya-chan, what's going on? Did you need to summon me for battle? Oh, damn it, said Naruto. I was trying to summon the toad boss and I got this little guy. Jiraiya face faulted. Naruto, shut up and show some respect. Fukasaku-sama is one of the great toad sages of Mount Myoboku. Jiraiya turned to Fukasaku and said, I'm really sorry about this paw. Naruto here is still learning to summon. Naruto was sitting on his rear end looking at Fukasaku. The toad sage started chuckling and said, What is your name, tadpole? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, TT Ibeo, answered the orange-loving ninja enthusiastically. The elder smiled and said, Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-chan. If you can already summon me, then you must have enormous potential. To summon Gamabunta-kun, use about 3/4 what you used to summon me. I'm a little higher up the food chain than Gamabunta. I'll look forward to seeing more of you in the future. Tapping Naruto's head lightly with his staff, Fukasaku smiled and vanished in a puff of smoke. Gamakichi and Gamatatsu both hopped over to congratulate Naruto. Aniki, you are awesome, praised Gamakichi. I can't believe you were able to summon Pa, said Gamatatsu. Naruto smiled. He was worn out from summoning the Toad Elder. Jiraiya was standing back beside Gama. This kid is unbelievable. He summoned Pa without accessing Kyuubi's chakra. The Toad Sanin chuckled. Only you Uzumaki Naruto. The dango shop Sakura and Ino came racing into the dango shop looking like they'd run a marathon across the village. Sorry we're late, wheezed Ino as she struggled to regain her breath. We got caught up in things and went to get Pyrrha only to find out she already headed here, said Sakura panting. We truly apologize for being tardy.
Kurenai gave them a flat look and said, Have a seat, ladies.
Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, said Sakura as she plopped down beside the red-eyed Jonin. Ino sat at the end of the table between Sakura and Pyrrha. Enko propped her chin in her hand and said, I was beginning to wonder if you two brats had died on us or something. Ino and Sakura got chills down their spines. Blake had a flat look on her face and sighed. Fangirls are the bane of real kunoichi everywhere. Well, I guess better late than never. We already ate while we waited for you. Well, I guess it's good for my diet, said Ino. I don't want to get fat. A girl has to watch her figure, you know. Sakura nodded in agreement. What do you mean, diet? You are kunoichi, said Enko indignantly. Kurenai added, dieting is bad for your health, girls. You are both already too skinny. If nothing else, think about your bust size, said Hinata with amusement in her eyes. Dieting impairs breast development. All the dieting you have done may keep you from ever reaching your potential. WW what? Asked Ino. Don't you gals all diet? Sakura and Ino both looked around the table at Kurenai, Hinata, Blake, Anko and Pyrrha. Haven't any of you ever gone on a diet to lose weight? Asked Sakura in a tiny voice. All the other kunoichi shook their heads and Pyrrha said, if you want to trim off weight then burn off the calories through exercise. Dieting is a bad idea. After comparing their smaller busts to the particularly noticeable ones sported by Hinata, Pyrrha and Blake, Sakura and Ino both burst into tears wailing, no. The others just had a collective sweat drop as the entire restaurant stared at the two weeping genin kunoichi. Omake. The Yamanaka residence, Ino's room. Sakura and Ino brought out one of the best pictures any member of the sacred faith of Sasukeism could possibly possess. It was a framed picture of Sasuke in his ninja gear that showed off all his Adonis-like features. And this is the glorious, amazing, talented, handsome pinnacle of manhood Sasuke-kun, said Ino with enough sugary enthusiasm to throw Blake and Pyrrha both into diabetic shock, or make them throw up, or both. Sakura's oohing and awing and the genjutsu sparkles around the picture didn't help them fight back the nausea either. Blake held up a hand in a stop motion that made the genjutsu sparkles vanish and recalled from Kin's memories what she'd seen of Sasuke. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this the sadistic psycho with Orochimaru's cursed seal that was running around in the forest of death yanking people's arms out of their sockets just to get his rocks off? Seeing the deer in the headlights look that Ino and Sakura had, Blake said, MK, so very not interested. I'll take a pass on this one. He was just having an off day, explained Sakura. Blake had a flat look of utter disbelief. You've got to believe me, pleaded the rosette. The feline faunus growled, what part of, if he asked me out in a bar, I'd claim to be a lesbian to get away from him, do your two fangirls not understand? But he's like a handsome prince, and he's the last Uchiha, argued Ino. Seeing Blake was totally unimpressed, Ino turned to Pyrrha. Just take a look at this picture of Sasuke-kun and tell me the very first words that come to your mind, Pyrrha-chan. Like dreamboat or gorgeous. Pyrrha scrutinized the picture carefully and had a brief flash of memory that Tamari had in the first round of the Chunin exams. You mean that duck-butt-haired androgynous crossbreed is a guy? I honestly had no idea from what I've seen of it. I mean him. Ino's mind imploded, leaving her ears smoking and unconscious while Sakura fell backwards with swirls in her eyes in a dead faint. Blake got a wry smile. Wow, Pyrrha, that was an epic put-down for the record. I'm truly impressed. You should write that one down for posterity. But those honestly were the first words I thought of, replied the redhead. Blake's sweat dropped. Well, let's check on Sakura and Ino to see if either of them still has a pulse. Sakura and Ino came racing into the dango shop looking like they'd run a marathon across the village. Sorry we're late, wheezed Ino as she struggled to regain her breath. We got caught up in things and went to get Pyrrha only to find out she already headed here, said Sakura panting. We truly apologize for being tardy. Kurenai gave them a flat look and said, have a seat, ladies. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, said Sakura as she plopped down beside the red-eyed Jonin. Ino sat at the end of the table between Sakura and Pyrrha. Anko propped her chin in her hand and said, I was beginning to wonder if you two brats had died on us or something. Ino and Sakura got chills down their spines. Blake had a flat look on her face and sighed. Fangirls are the bane of real kunoichi everywhere. Well, I guess better late than never. We already ate while we waited for you. Well, I guess it's good for my diet, said Ino. I don't want to get fat. A girl has to watch her figure, you know. Sakura nodded in agreement. What do you mean, diet? You are kunoichi, said Anko indignantly. Kurenai added, dieting is bad for your health, girls. You are both already too skinny. If nothing else, think about your bust size, said Hinata with amusement in her eyes. Dieting impairs breast development. All the dieting you have done may keep you from ever reaching your potential. WW what? Asked Ino. Don't you gals all diet? Sakura and Ino both looked around the table at Kurenai, Hinata, Blake, Anko and Pyrrha. Haven't any of you ever gone on a diet to lose weight? Asked Sakura in a tiny voice. All the other kunoichi shook their heads and Pyrrha said, if you want to trim off weight then burn off the calories through exercise. Dieting is a bad idea. After comparing their smaller busts to the particularly noticeable ones sported by Hinata, Pyrrha and Blake, Sakura and Ino both burst into tears wailing, no.
The others just had a collective sweat drop as the entire restaurant stared at the two weeping genin kunoichi.
Chapter 8 Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto's apartment. Naruto was exhausted after summoning Fukasaku, and he and Jiraiya agreed he should get some rest. After getting home, Naruto was too tired to fix much for dinner and just had some cereal and milk. After that he took a quick shower, put on his built for speed t-shirt with some orange sweatpants and went to bed early.
After dark, Naruto awoke to an odd sound he didn't recognize. Noticing it was coming from his front entryway room, the blonde ninja strapped on his kunai pouch, grabbed his shuriken, and silently slipped out in the hallway. He cried out in pain when something hit his shoulder and nearly severed his right arm off in the low light. He was flung backwards by the impact of the object as it tore through flesh and muscle alike.
The blonde ninja crashed through the door to his hamper and then fell face first onto the floor as his body hemorrhaged out his life's essence in silence. In the wall of the hamper was a golden arrow that seemed as if it was hardened from some sort of liquid. HMMPH, sending me after someone of such low level. This wasn't even fun, said a black-haired young man with a bow that emerged from the shadows. He was tanned and wore an auto forehead protector. The most interesting thing about him was he had 6 arms. His name was Kitamaru, and he was a member of the Sound Four, which were among the elites of Orochimaru's forces. His task? Eliminate Konoha's Jinchuriki, just in case.
Kitamaru shook his head as he put his bow away. What a waste of time for someone of my skill level. I didn't even get to toy with him. He was dead before he hit the floor. I guess I should report that my mission is a success. He looked back at Naruto and said, "Too bad, you loser," and turned to leave. Then the spider-like ninja felt something heavy in the air.
Something that was making it difficult to breathe. He turned back around to the fallen blonde and felt it. There was a repeating sound that reverberated in the air, like a pulse. Kitamaru suddenly felt an overwhelming presence rush forth as a torrent of red chakra poured from Naruto's massive wound and began to swirl around him like a miniature whirlwind. The red miasma continued to pulse louder and louder, and Kitamaru's eyes got wider as the thundering of the pulse shook his body and caused his ears to hurt. Yelling out over the infernal pulsing noise, Kitamaru bellowed, "What the hell is this?" Naruto's eyes opened in the darkness. Instead of the mischievous and lively blue that they normally were, they were slitted and glowing blood red with pure malice. Kitamaru watched in macabre fascination as Naruto's shoulder reformed. Bones set, muscles and tendons repaired themselves, and blood vessels formed seemingly out of nothing. The auto ninja was so transfixed on all the gore coming back together that he wasn't prepared when the red-eyed blonde exploded towards him at incredible speed with red, corrosive chakra claws that sliced through his flesh like a hot knife through butter. Kitamaru's scream rang throughout the apartment complex Naruto lived in. The spider-like ninja had instinctively blocked with his 3 left arms and lost a left hand, a left forearm, and another left arm up to the elbow. Naruto didn't stop there either. Even the layers of sticky web armor that Kitamaru shot out in defense were corroded away in an instant. "I have to escape this inhuman monster," was the only coherent thought besides the agony of having his limbs severed in the auto ninja's mind. The pulsing noise in the air was deafening as Kitamaru ran out into the night to escape the out-of-control beast. Unfortunately for Kitamaru, Naruto was not an out-of-control beast. He was very much focused and in control, and he was angry. "That 6-armed freak's head is mine," thought the blonde as he shot off into the night in pursuit of the auto-predator turned prey.
Naruto's apartment complex. Within minutes, Anbu Team RO was on the move.
The noises of someone screaming in Uzumaki Naruto's apartment had been heard and reported. When Anbu Cat and her team arrived, the air was thick with the stench of blood. The front door was left hanging wide open from its hinges, and trails of blood led back into the apartment. Entering in a textbook sweep, the Anbu quickly secured the room. The hallway was a gore fest. There was a strange golden arrow in the hamper wall and a pool of blood where someone had been lying. Judging by the heavy chakra saturation, Cat deduced it had been Naruto, though for the life of her she couldn't imagine why the blonde-haired boy could still be alive.
They also found 3 left arms severed in various places that were identical. "They look like they were all cut in one slice and fell to the floor, Cat," said Anbu Dove. "They also look as if they all came from the same person."
"How is that possible?" asked Anbu Wolf. Anbu Dove shrugged. "I haven't a clue, unless a set of triplets wedged their way into the hall and held their hands out as a group to be sliced off. It doesn't make any sense." Anbu Bear called from the front room. "The slash marks out here are laced with Kyuubi's chakra. Judging by the blood trail, the boy was badly injured, got up using the Biju's power and attacked. He must have chased his assailant out into the village. He may be berserk. He may be dead from the amount of blood involved," said Wolf grimly. "Hokage-sama isn't going to be happy."
"Regardless, our job is to find Uzumaki and get him medical help,"
said Cat authoritatively. "Give me a minute here." I'll try to sense where he is. Stepping outside and away from Kyuubi's overwhelming chakra in the apartment. Kat reached out using her sensory ninjutsu. After a couple of minutes she said, "What the hell? There are well over a dozen sources of Kyuubi's chakra on the move. They're circling around the red light district. Wolf, follow the blood trail. It may be more reliable. Bear, secure the apartment and follow us when you are done. Dove, you are with me. I'm going to lock in on the nearest chakra source. Hopefully that will be our boy. Move out team." Red light district Kitamaru was breathing heavily as he wrapped up the bleeding stumps of his 3 left arms. The Jinchuriki had grazed his chest as well, and those spots were also burning and bleeding as the corrosive chakra ate away at him like an acid. The Sound Nin no longer thought of his target as a teenage boy. This wasn't even a hunt anymore. He felt he was dealing with something far worse. Naruto had been silently stalking the injured spider ninja for nearly 45 minutes. Every time Kitamaru thought he'd found a secure place to hide, the demonic blonde would appear out of nowhere to rip another piece of flesh off. What am I going to do? I'm hiding in the oldest and dirtiest part of town I can find. The smells and the debris here make good camouflage. Why can't I shake him? As a result of the spider-like ninja losing his 3 left hands, he couldn't use his full arsenal of jutsus because he could no longer make the left half of his hand signs. I normally have summoned Kyodaigumo to cover my escape, and my sticky gold armor is useless against that red chakra. I had to shed it to increase my speed. If I can't lose him, I'll have to fight him. I hope my cursed seal will be enough to level me up. While the frightened member of the Sound Four hid in an alley below, Naruto was on the rooftops above looking down at his prey. That fool. He thinks he can lose me on my home turf. I know this village like the back of my hand, and I know every place to hide on the rotten side of town. Time to go again. Kitamaru barely had time to dodge when Naruto came down on top of him like a bat out of hell. The spider-like nin had already concluded that his time was running out and decided to take the offensive. He activated his level 2 cursed seal and took on a truly monstrous form that had sharpened teeth and even horns. Kitamaru unleashed a roar and fired a volley of arrows into Naruto at point-blank range. The blonde took a hit to the heart, one in the head, and others riddled his body at point-blank range. There was no doubt in Kitamaru's brain that he'd slain the monster. Panting heavily, the spider-like nin soon broke out into hysterical laughter at his victory. Ha 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 ha. He wasn't at my level after all. I am victorious. Kitamaru didn't have time to blink when the Naruto in front of him burst into smoke. The Oto ninja immediately felt a twinge in his neck and an odd feeling of weightlessness as his vision spun. Kitamaru realized he was tumbling end over end, and he finally rolled to a stop. What the hell happened? Why can't I move? Thought Kitamaru as he struggled to get some motion back in his body. Am I paralyzed? He looked up and saw Naruto towering over him without the red chakra glowing about him. Naruto just looked like an exhausted teenage kid coated in blood. The spider-like ninja tried to say something but no sound came out. He tried to yell but Naruto cut him off. The blonde said in a haggard voice, "You've been playing cat and mouse with my shadow clones for almost an hour. I don't know what the hell you were, but it doesn't matter. Without a head your body's no threat to anyone. Once I got you psyched out and tired, all it took was a basic wind slash to decapitate you. I've been watching and waiting for the right time to strike all this time." Kitamaru's eyelids blinked, and his eyes filled with terror as he realized he was just a decapitated head lying on the ground. He grasped he'd died in a simple ambush. No glory, no brilliant strategies. The Sound 4 member was killed in an almost amateur way. Amidst it all, the Oto nin wanted to cry out. Why? As the life left his eyes. Kitamaru of the Elite Sound 4 was dead and gone. His empty eyes stared into nothingness. After Naruto saw his foe was dead, he flared his chakra in the pattern Jiraiya had taught him to summon Anbu. The orange-loving ninja was exhausted, and the realization he'd just killed someone caught up with him. Nearly tripping over Kitamaru's headless, still twitching body, Naruto ran over to the nearest garbage can in the alley and violently threw up for what seemed like hours to him. Coughing and sweating, he saw several Anbu arrive. Anbu Dove came over and said to him sympathetically, "First kill Uzumaki?" Naruto nodded before he finally passed out from fatigue. Naruto's last thoughts before he passed out were, "What an awful night." Training Ground 52. Hinata awoke early and packed a picnic lunch for everybody. She had specially made Naruto-shaped onigiri for the object of her affections. The Kunoichi were all supposed to meet at 8 a.m. at Training Ground 52. Hinata was hoping to stop by Training Ground 53 as well before she joined the others, but Naruto and Jiraiya weren't there. "I was hoping to see Naruto-kun this morning, but it looks like he is training elsewhere today. Maybe he'll show up around lunchtime." She soon saw Kurenai, Anko and Blake arrive and waved to them. "Good morning, everybody," said the Hyuga heiress. Kurenai greeted her student warmly. Good morning Hinata-chan. What's in the basket? I brought lunch for everybody, explained Hinata. Training is hungry work. We may have to force Ino and Sakura to get off of their diets though.
Enko chuckled. Well, those girls will learn fast or keel over, whichever comes first. A body needs fuel. Did you bring dango? She asked with a slight amount of drool.
Blake said in a flat tone. A kunoichi cannot live on dango alone Enko ne-chan. I am living proof otherwise Blake-chan, answered Enko haughtily. Sorry but I don't know any really good dango recipes, said Hinata apologetically. Enko's eyes got huge, and she cried, oh, the humanity. About a half hour later Pyrrha arrived practically dragging Ino and Sakura. Hello everybody. I had to take a little extra time to motivate Sakura and Ino. They wanted to sleep in. Blake put her hand on her forehead as if she was warding off the worst migraine in history and muttered, fangirls, under her breath. Enko snickered. Kurenai, being the more responsible one, said, all right ladies, now that we are all here, we'll warm up with 50 laps around the training grounds. If you slow down behind your teammates too much, then Enko will motivate you to speed up. Blake and Hinata moved from their positions near the center to the outer edge with Pyrrha, Ino and Sakura. After everyone got in the ready position, Enko pulled a handful of kunai knives and said, ready, set, show me what you've got, as she darted the kunai at the 5 genins and forced them to run to avoid impalement. Konoha Hospital Naruto woke up in the mid-morning feeling worn out and tired. His body felt a bit strained but overall, there was no longer any pain in his shoulder. The blonde felt he was heavily bandaged though. I see you are awake Naruto, said Jiraiya's voice from his left. I wasn't expecting you to come around so quickly.
The blonde tiredly turned his head to face his sensei. How long was I out Jiraiya-sensei?
Jiraiya rubbed his chin. You passed out from fatigue around 1 AM last night and it's 11 AM now. 10 hours is a pretty amazing recovery time considering you should be dead and all. Do you know who it was that attacked me? Asked Naruto wearily. Jiraiya shrugged. We're trying to figure that out. He was wearing an auto uniform and had some spider-like features. Chakra webbing, multiple arms, it could be a bloodline we've never heard of or one of Orochimaru's experiments. The Anbu doing the autopsy are still trying to figure out the mess. I need to ask you something Naruto and I need you to be completely honest with both you and me. You used a massive amount of Kyuubi's chakra to stay alive. Do you feel like you lost control of yourself in rage? Naruto pondered for a couple of minutes. I was angry but all I was focused on was killing that auto ninja before he could kill me. Once my body felt healed, I channeled Kyuubi's chakra into 20 shadow clones and sent them all out to hunt. When the chakra left my body, I felt tired and quietly followed my clones until I could ambush him. They wore him out and got him panicked so I could finish him off with a wind blade. It seems all that training in team tactics was a real plus, said Jiraiya. Do you have any idea how many tails of power you were using? It was 2 sensei, said Naruto with a yawn. Each of my clones had 2. Naruto choked up. I had to kill someone Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya put a reassuring hand on Naruto's good shoulder. Killing is never easy Naruto. Don't bottle it up. Just let all the pain out of your system. Naruto cried quietly while Jiraiya talked him through it. It was hard but, in the end, Naruto felt better before he dozed back off. He was worn out both emotionally and physically and the best answer was rest. Training ground 52. Oh gods this is living hell, croaked Ino as she collapsed onto the ground. She just finished her 50th lap. Way to go Blondie, said Enko with false enthusiasm. It was a tough fight, but you managed to win the battle for last place with Pinky. Sakura was lying face first on the ground about 20 feet ahead of Ino. I can't go on, muttered the rosette pitifully. Hinata was sitting in a meditative position and said, what have Kakashi-sensei and Asuma-sensei been teaching you too? Don't they have you do regular exercise?
I'm rather curious myself, said Kurenai in a disappointed tone. You two are exhausted and that was just a warm-up. The other 3 have been done for 45 minutes and they were pacing themselves, not racing flat out.
Kakashi-sensei had us do team building exercises between Sasuke-kun, Naruto Baka and I, said Sakura weakly. Hinata growled at the Baka part and Blake said, Naruto seems like he's doing a lot better than you or Sakura. He doesn't seem like a Baka at all. Pyrrha nodded. What do you have against Naruto-san? He seems very friendly and has an admirable work ethic that is commendable.
You don't know him like we do, said Ino defensively. He causes trouble for Sasuke-kun.
We're getting off track here, said Kurenai. What is it that Asuma has your team do Ino? Ino slowly sat up. Well, we practice our family jutsus a lot and he plays shogi with Shikamaru. Pyrrha couldn't hide the shock on her face and said, "But what about you, Ino-chan?"
"I'm not a big fan of shogi, so I don't play," said Ino matter-of-factly.
Everyone but Sakura face faulted at Ino's statement. Anko said, "You $% carat and $% carat and asterisk, plus S. You call yourselves kunoichi?" "I don't even know what those words mean," whispered Pyrrha to Blake and Hinata. Hinata said, "Those are new to me as well. I have this feeling they shouldn't be repeated in mixed company." Blake's sweat dropped and whispered, "Trust me, you don't want to know," as Anko read the riot act to the quivering Ino and Sakura.
Konoha Hospital, a doctor was reading off Naruto's diagnosis. "Well, Uzumaki-san, due to your unique status, your body drew off all the fat reserves and anywhere else to regenerate your damaged tissues, and your body slimmed a bit as a result.
You are going to need to eat a lot before your body is fully back to normal. On the positive side, your musculature inadvertently grew due to those same factors, and you were a perfect example of lean muscle. The uniqueness of your metabolism saved your life. There isn't even a scar from what should have been a fatal wound. You are a very fortunate young man."
Naruto wanted to say something acidic about how fortunate he was, but Jiraiya intervened. "So, do you have a diet plan for my apprentice? I don't want him to go straight back into training and injure himself."
The doctor looked perplexed for a few moments. "You are in the Chunin exam finals, aren't you, Uzumaki-san?" "Yes, and I still want to compete, TT Ibeo," exclaimed Naruto. "Well, getting you on a diet and putting you on the appropriate supplements to give your body the building blocks it needs isn't an issue," said the doctor. "Strenuous exercise is out of the question though. You shinobi always push yourselves too far too fast and end up injuring yourselves worse than you were to begin with. Eat right and do only light exercise this next week. After that I am going to turn your case over to an experienced medic nin that can gauge exactly what your body can take. On a personal note, I think the idea of you fully recovering and competing in the Chunin exams in a mere 3 weeks is ludicrous, but doctors' opinions rarely sway you ninjas from trying to kill yourselves. I'll get you on an appropriate diet and get you on your way, Uzumaki-san."
After the doctor excused himself, Naruto turned to Jiraiya. "What are we going to do, Ero-senin? A week of light exercise is a week wasted. Hell, my jumpsuit looks like a tent on me, I'm so skinny. I wonder if Choji could lend me a few pounds." Jiraiya scratched his chin and then smiled. "Naruto, the doctor was referring to physical exercise, not mental exercise. Do you know anything about Fuinjutsu?"
"Fuinjutsu? What's that, sensei?" asked the confused blonde. Training Ground 52 Hinata was smiling as Blake shot at her in a spar. The Faunus girl wasn't holding back at all, and between her multi-elemental clone types and genjutsus, Hinata was on the defensive. Hinata could see though the genjutsus with her Byakugan, but that didn't help when an earth or water clone was trying to wreck her. The Hyuga heiress barely deflected the blade from Blake's Kusarigama, and she shot several bolts of fire using her new style of juken back at her cat-eared foe. Blake quickly deflected the shots with her katana and her armored sheath, only to find Hinata on top of her raining juken strikes down like lightning. The two girls hit the ground, still exchanging a furious flurry of blows. Both realizing they were at an impasse, the two genin kunoichi jumped back to renew their assault on one another. "Freeze!" yelled Kurenai. "This spar is a draw. Bow to your opponent and make the sign of reconciliation." Both Blake and Hinata were drenched in sweat and bowed. Hinata said quietly to Blake as they bowed, "You are amazing. With your gamble shroud you could be even more lethal."
"What do you mean?" asked the amber-eyed girl. Hinata simply said, "I want to talk to both you and Pyrrha later about weapons."
Both kunoichi rose from their bow and said, "Thank you for the spar." Pyrrha was already sitting down from her spar with Enko earlier and said, "That was a really good spar, you two. Full contact sparring is a much better way to gauge your true abilities." Sakura and Ino were staring dumbfounded at Pyrrha, Blake and Hinata. They expected Enko and Kurenai to be out of their league, but those two were jonin. Ino whispered to Sakura, "Hinata was so meek and shy at the academy and never did well in spars. She lost at the Chunin exam preliminaries. I always felt like she wasn't as strong as you or I. Forehead. What the hell happened?" "Don't ask me. I'm busy fearing for my life here, Porker," replied Sakura in a low tone. "Hinata, Blake and Pyrrha are way beyond our level. We're really going to have to train our butts off to even get close to their strength or skills." "I'm beginning to think I got shafted with Asuma-sensei," said Ino glumly. Sakura slowly nodded. "I get the same feeling with Kakashi-sensei." Kurenai was talking to Hinata and Blake. "Those were superb displays, girls," said the red-eyed jonin. "I'm embarrassed to say it, but I completely underestimated both of you and Pyrrha as well. Your clone techniques are fascinating, Blake. I've never seen anyone use different types of clones so effectively." "Hinata, I know you explained your fire-style Juken to me, but seeing it in action is another thing entirely. I'm very impressed with both of you. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. It means a lot to me, said Hinata. She activated her Byakugan and saw Training Ground 53 was still empty. I'll have to go by Naruto-kun's apartment and see how he is doing after training. I've missed him today. Pyrrha said, is Naruto-san at his training ground? We should ask him and Jiraiya-sama to join us for lunch. Hinata shook her head and said, they haven't been there all morning. I brought enough food for them as well. Anko said, well, now that we've cooled down a bit, let's have some lunch in the shade of a tree. Everyone was getting hungry and readily agreed. Hokage's office Sarutobi Hiruzen was less than thrilled reading the coroner's autopsy report on the six-armed Auto Ninja. It's obvious he was sent specifically to eliminate Naruto, but the question is why? One possibility is to eliminate contestants in the Chunin exams. Another would be to eliminate the threat of Kyuubi. There is also the possibility that this was revenge for Naruto busting up Kinuta Dosu in self-defense. I'm putting an Anbu detail on watching our Chunin exam contestants. Someone could have specifically wanted Naruto and that would be the end of it, but better safe than sorry. The Hokage lit his pipe. Damn it all, Orochimaru. Not killing you when I had the chance was my biggest failure.
Now you're planning to invade while our doors are wide open for the Chunin exams. You're going to find we are far better prepared than you'd ever expect us to be. Hiruzen went back to his reports and read up on Naruto's condition. He'd checked on his surrogate grandson that morning while Naruto slept, but from the reports and the debriefings Naruto had checked out of the hospital and turned in his after-action report. From Jiraiya's information, Naruto tentatively could control 2 tails of Kyuubi's power without detrimental effects except for exhaustion. Truthfully, the third Hokage never wanted Naruto to have to use Kyuubi's power, but given the boy's life so far it seemed that it was inevitable. Minato-kun, Kushina-chan. Naruto is growing stronger every day. He truly is your son. Training Ground 52. Everyone was sitting down eating the major lunch that Hinata packed. Pyrrha couldn't help but giggle. These onigiri are so cute. They look just like Naruto-san. I kind of hate to eat something so decorative. Well, they certainly taste good, said Anko. Hinata, where did you get this stuff made? Everything is delicious, said the snake mistress between mouthfuls. I made it all myself, answered Hinata shyly. I like to cook for my friends. I was hoping Naruto-kun would be here. You fixed all this, Hinata? Asked Sakura. That's amazing. Too true, forehead, said Ino. If you ever decide not to be a kunoichi, you could be a 5-star chef. Kurenai was happily munching on her meal. She smiled and said, Hinata-chan keeps Team 8 good and spoiled with her cooking. Blake was too busy stuffing her face with copious amounts of tuna nigirizushi to really comment, but it was painfully obvious she was quite pleased from the happy sounds she was making. Akamichi Barbecue Restaurant Choji was sitting with Naruto as the blonde inhaled his own weight some specially prepared food. I just can't help myself, Choji. I'm absolutely starving, said Naruto between bites. I know the feeling, Naruto, said Choji kindly. We Akamichis always have to be careful with our weight because the body expansion jutsus burn so many calories. Naruto nodded repeatedly. Well, if anybody calls you or any members of your clan the F-word again, you let me know and I'll punch their lights out. Jiraiya was over talking with Choji's father, Akamichi Choza. You don't know how much, Naruto, and I appreciate you helping with Naruto's special diet. I knew if anyone would know how to prepare this kind of food and make it good, it would be the Akamichi clan. No worries, Jiraiya-sama, said Choza jovially. That poor kid looked like he'd used an Akamichi food pill. He was so skinny. We couldn't leave him in that shape. Besides, he's a good friend of Choji and Shikamaru. Looks like he's finished off another plateful. Let's see how Naruto is doing. Jiraiya looked at his wallet and then at Naruto. It's the least I can do for the kid. We're just going to hang the expense for now. Jiraiya smiled as Naruto let out a colossal belch that drew polite applause from all the Akamichi clan members present. Training Ground 52. Hyuga Tokuma was watching the Hyuga heiress spar with her friends at the behest of the Hyuga elders. He had the longest range of vision in the entire Hyuga clan, so he could observe Hinata-sama without being seen by her even with her Byakugan activated. His job was simple. The elders wanted to know about the new fire Juken Hinata-sama apparently invented out of the blue. Tokuma was then going to give an appraisal. Unfortunately, he had no idea what fire Juken encompassed, so he decided just to do his best and observe. Flashback. Tokuma watched as Ino and Sakura sparred before Yuhi Kurenai separated them and instructed them on proper methods of punching and kicking. She soon set about watching them practice on training posts. In the meantime, Anko was sparring with Blake and Tokuma could hardly believe Blake was a genin. Given Midarashi's skill level,
The fact Blake was keeping up with Enko alone was enough to shock the Hyuga Special Jonin. It was then he saw Hinata-sama and Pyrrha Nikos enter the field.
Pyrrha had a tsurugi and an odd disc-shaped shield that she wielded with the practiced ease of a highly experienced kunoichi.
Hinata took her fire juke instance and her hands and eyes ignited with flame chakra. The two young kunoichi shot at each other and started trading blows rapidly. Pyrrha ducked low and held her shield above her as Hinata acrobatically went airborne to land a strike from above. The heiress bounced off the shield due to Pyrrha's sheer physical strength. Hinata quickly flipped backwards only for Pyrrha to launch a volley of kunai knives at her. Hinata shielded her hands with flames and effortlessly deflected the projectiles. Taking the offensive, Hinata fired off several small bursts of fire chakra that Pyrrha likewise easily deflected with her shield. Hinata charged and slid under her opponent for a foot sweep.
Pyrrha did an aerial cartwheel over Hinata and completely evaded the takedown strike. They both recovered from their moves facing each other and started circling one another. Hinata suddenly lashed out with a firestorm as Pyrrha created a magnetic shield that couldn't be breached. The two girls impacted each other and were both knocked off their feet from the power of the collision. Tokuma was completely and utterly shocked as Kurenai called the spar.
Both girls were dizzied but managed to get up and bow to one another and make the hand sign of reconciliation. Flashback end, and that is what I saw, honored elders, said Tokuma. Given the power Hinata-sama displayed, I'm not sure what level she is at. Apart from endurance, she seems like a solid jonin. The sheer offensive power she has with her flames could literally roast most opponents alive without heavy protection such as a kaitan or the like. I have never seen nor heard of flame manipulation on that level without some sort of bloodline involved. I am speechless at what I saw. It truly has to be seen to be believed. The head elder nodded and said, "Thank you for your diligent work, Tokuma. We will take this under advisement." Jiraiya's apartment. "This is my old place, Naruto," said Jiraiya. "I only use it once in a while, so as far as I'm concerned, the place and everything in it is yours. Just take care of the utility bills. I own it, so there is no rent." Naruto's eyes got big and watery. "Ero Sennin, the front room alone is bigger than my entire old apartment. Are you sure you can afford this?" "Sure, I'm sure," chuckled Jiraiya. "The place is yours. Your old apartment is compromised, and this is a ninja-only apartment building, so you'll be safe." Jiraiya suddenly found himself enveloped in a hug from Naruto, who was quietly sniffling as he repeatedly said, "Thank you." Jiraiya ruffled the blonde's hair and let Naruto calm down before he said, "It's really no problem, Naruto. I've got a more luxurious one I take the ladies home to." Naruto immediately face faulted. Laughing and seeing Naruto was back to normal, even if he was underweight, Jiraiya snapped his fingers and made a shadow clone. "Speaking of ladies, we need to inform your girlfriends that you've moved. My clone will head out to Training Ground 52 and see if they're still training." Konoha, Training Ground 52. It had been a long day of training and Ino and Sakura basically had to be carried by Kurenai and Enko back to their respective homes. The blonde and the rosette were so tired they hadn't even brought up Sasukeism. That is really tired. Blake, Pyrrha and Hinata finished picking up all the scattered weapons and straightened up the training grounds as Kurenai had told them to. Hinata asked the other two girls to stay a minute before they parted ways. The three were sitting in the shade of the trees and Pyrrha asked, "What did you want to talk about?" Hinata answered, "Your weapons." Seeing both girls raise their eyebrows, Hinata continued. "The Milo and Akoo Pyrrha used, and Gamble Shroud Blake used are well within the technology we have here in Konoha," said the heiress to Blake and Pyrrha. "You wouldn't have the gun forms, but if they were made of chakra metal it would mean there is no longer a requirement for dust cartridges. I already have a pair of kodachis being crafted for me that are equivalent to Midnight that Cinderfall used on infiltration missions. What do you say?" "I say such custom-made items would cost a fortune," said Blake. "As I understand it, chakra metal is rare as hen's teeth." Pyrrha was puzzled. "I'm curious as to why you would bring up the subject to begin with, Hinata. Things that happened in the past, in our previous lives. I don't know if we will ever be friends, but I'd like to make it up to both of you in a small way," explained Hinata. "I thought I would gift you with new weapons to protect yourselves. I have the resources and much more knowledge of Konoha than you do. It would be my gift to both of you as a way of apology. I'm not who I was, but I'd like to make amends somehow. Maybe it is a naive idea on my part." Both the redhead and the Faunus girl were a bit shocked. "You just give us custom-made weapons for free?" asked Blake. The Hyuga heiress nodded. "I would really like to become friends someday. There are challenges in the future we may have to face together. I'd like to do that as friends and comrades instead of strangers." Pyrrha looked slightly pleased, but Blake looked hesitant. "It doesn't have to be right away," said Hinata. We have company." The conversation would have continued, but Jiraiya's shadow clone arrived. "Good evening, ladies. I hope you had a productive day. Naruto and I had a situation to deal with and couldn't come. What kind of a situation, Jiraiya-sama? Asked Hinata. Blake asked, is anything wrong? I'd be glad to help if you need, said Pyrrha. Funny you should ask, said Jiraiya's clone. I bet Naruto would like to see you free at his new apartment. It had been a long day of training and Ino and Sakura basically had to be carried by Kurenai and Anko back to their respective homes. The blonde and the rosette were so tired they hadn't even brought up Sasukeism, that is really tired. Blake, Pyrrha and Hinata finished picking up all the scattered weapons and straightened up the training grounds as Kurenai had told them to. Hinata asked the other two girls to stay a minute before they parted ways. The three were sitting in the shade of the trees and Pyrrha asked, what did you want to talk about? Hinata answered, your weapons. Seeing both girls raise their eyebrows, Hinata continued. The Milo and Akuo Pyrrha used, and Gamble Shroud Blake used are well within the technology we have here in Konoha, said the heiress to Blake and Pyrrha. You wouldn't have the gun forms, but if they were made of chakra metal it would mean there is no longer a requirement for dust cartridges. I already have a pair of kodachis being crafted for me that are equivalent to Midnight that Cinderfall used on infiltration missions. What do you say? I say such custom-made items would cost a fortune, said Blake. As I understand it, chakra metal is rare as hen's teeth. Pyrrha was puzzled. I'm curious as to why you would bring up the subject to begin with, Hinata. Things that happened in the past, in our previous lives. I don't know if we will ever be friends, but I'd like to make it up to both of you in a small way, explained Hinata. I thought I would gift you with new weapons to protect yourselves. I have the resources and much more knowledge of Konoha than you do. It would be my gift to both of you as a way of apology. I'm not who I was, but I'd like to make amends somehow. Maybe it is a naive idea on my part. Both the redhead and the Faunus girl were a bit shocked. You just give us custom-made weapons for free? Asked Blake. The Hyuga heiress nodded. I would really like to become friends someday. There are challenges in the future we may have to face together. I'd like to do that as friends and comrades instead of strangers. Pyrrha looked slightly pleased, but Blake looked hesitant. It doesn't have to be right away, said Hinata. We have company. The conversation would have continued, but Jiraiya's shadow clone arrived. Good evening, ladies. I hope you had a productive day. Naruto and I had a situation to deal with and couldn't come. What kind of a situation, Jiraiya-sama? Asked Hinata. Blake asked, is anything wrong? I'd be glad to help if you need, said Pyrrha. Funny you should ask, said Jiraiya's clone. I bet Naruto would like to see you free at his new apartment. Chapter 9 Uzumaki Naruto's new apartment. Naruto was fidgeting as he practiced his hand sign speed. There were lots of small motor skills he could work on, such as kunai balancing and so forth, but what he really wanted to do was go out to the training grounds and seriously tear things up. Of course, he was too exhausted to do so, it was just the principle of the thing. At any rate, he promised Jiraiya to follow the overcautious doctor's orders and behave, for now anyway. Jiraiya had gone out to get Naruto another high-calorie meal from the Akamichi restaurant, so Naruto was alone. He heard a knock on his front door and immediately drew a kunai. Creating a shadow clone to open the door, he saw Hinata, Blake, and Pyrrha standing there. They all looked like they'd had a long day of training, but Naruto was very happy to have company. Naruto smiled and said, Hi girls. How did you find my new place? I just got here a few hours ago. Hinata looked at Naruto's malnourished appearance and gasped. Naruto-kun, what happened to you? You look so underweight. Pyrrha also looked a bit shocked. Jiraiya-sama said something happened, but, said Pyrrha. Blake's amber eyes widened with alarm. Naruto, are you okay? Should you be up and around? Maybe you should be lying down? It's not as bad as it looks, girls, said Naruto as the three young women grabbed him and took him over to sit on his couch. Finding himself surrounded by three concerned kunoichi, Naruto said, I'm really okay. All three girls narrowed their eyes and said, No, you are not okay, Uzumaki. Naruto. Blake was on his left on the couch and Pyrrha was on his right. Hinata sat in the Seiza position in front of him to block any escape. Tell us what happened to you, Naruto-kun, said Hinata using the dreaded puppy eye no jutsu. We were very worried when Jiraiya-sama said a problem had arisen. Pyrrha nodded. That's right, Naruto. We missed you at lunch and wondered where you were. Jiraiya-sama should have told us immediately and we would have come to see you, Naruto, said Blake in a concerned tone. Now tell us what happened, Naruto. Naruto-kun, demanded the three kunoichi. Yikes, thought the blonde prankster. So let me get this straight, Naruto-kun, said Hinata. A ninja broke into your old apartment last night and nearly killed you by putting an arrow through your shoulder, and now you are fine. Why does something not add up here? Naruto was perspiring heavily under the triple interrogation from the girls. You know I've always healed fast, Hinata-chan.
said Naruto with a weak smile.
Blake frowned. Maybe we should strip him and check him for injuries. Naruto's blue eyes bulged. What? Pyrrha nodded. Naruto. Many warriors have died from unreported injuries because they were acting tough and didn't want to admit they were hurt. Now take off your shirt.
Ek, shrieked Naruto, as if on cue, and because he'd been listening through the door the entire time, Jiraiya came in only to see Pyrrha pulling on Naruto's sleeve, Blake pulling Naruto's shirt up and Hinata pulling at Naruto's pants. I brought din, oh my. Should I come back later everybody? It looks like you are all awfully busy right now. Should I give you an hour or so?
Everybody froze upon realizing what a compromising position they were in. All three girls shot to the furthest corners of the room faster than a body flicker, and Naruto, temporarily airborne, landed in a heap on the couch and tried to pull his clothes back into place. Jiraiya almost had to shove his fist in his mouth to keep from exploding into laughter at the sheer horror and embarrassment on Naruto's face when the blonde squeaked, "It's not what it looks like, Ero Sennin." After everyone was seated at the dinner table, Jiraiya said, "Oh, I see, you were just checking Naruto for injuries." Turning to the still blushing Naruto, he said, "Well, that explains everything perfectly. You are so lucky that these lovely ladies care so much, Naruto. I couldn't have scripted this situation better. This is pure gold," thought the super pervert. Ahem. Well. Yes, we were all very worried about Naruto-kun's health and got a bit carried away, said a still rosy-cheeked Hinata. It is a miracle I didn't faint. Blake was blushing like a tomato herself. Well, the main thing is Naruto is okay, Jiraiya-sama. I wish I could die. I'm so damn embarrassed. What they said Pyrrha in a totally robotic tone of voice as her eyes stared blindly into nowhere. Jiraiya said in a fatherly tone, "Well, there's no harm done. It was just a little miscommunication. Gods, if I'd only had a camera. Let's all eat first and then we can discuss other things." Everyone was more than happy to forget the incident, and Naruto chowed down while everyone else ate at a normal pace. "He had 6 arms?" asked Blake in a frightened tone. "Did he have black hair up in a ponytail, Naruto?" Naruto gasped. "Yeah, that's exactly right. Do you know that guy?" Jiraiya quickly interceded. "That's right, Blake-chan. You did some reconnaissance on Otto Village first, didn't you? I keep forgetting she has Tsuchikin's memories. This could be a real plus." Blake let out a small breath of relief and nodded to Jiraiya. "Yes, the ninja from Sound is named Kidomaru, and he is one of Orochimaru's 4 elite bodyguards known as the Sound 4. You're very lucky that you escaped him alive, Naruto. I forgot his favorite weapon was a bow. It should have occurred to me earlier. Is there a trail, or has he already escaped the village?" Naruto shook his head as if trying to forget an unpleasant memory. "He didn't make it out of the village. I took his head off with a wind slash. The reason I moved to this apartment was in case someone else has me targeted. Last night was living hell and the poor security at my old apartment didn't help." Pyrrha put her hand on Naruto's left arm. "It was your first kill, wasn't it?" she asked sympathetically. Her green eyes were full of compassion that Naruto wasn't used to from others. The orange-loving ninja simply shook his head yes, and he soon found Hinata was hugging him as she, Blake and Pyrrha gently soothed his troubled mind. Naruto sat and talked with the girls about anything and everything until it started getting late. He eventually bid them a good evening and got his room arranged to go to sleep early. With everything that had happened, he was tired out. It was a big comfort that Jiraiya was staying in the spare bedroom the first few days as well. Naruto fell asleep thinking of 3 angels that cared for him. Fire Country, hidden training grounds outside Konoha. Hitaki Kakashi had been training his apprentice Uchiha Sasuke under the watchful eye of Anbu Crow. The Scarecrow said to Sasuke, "The sun is setting. Let's take a break." He handed the Uchiha some bottled water and then opened one himself. Then he felt a blow to the back of his head, and all went black. Kakashi woke up tied to a tree from a slap in the face from Tayuya of the Sound 4. "Wake up, trash. We need you awake for this bit." Hitaki blinked and said, "What happened?" "Crow." "Sasuke." Sasuke was just sitting there listlessly, but Crow was standing with his arms folded across his chest. That's when Kakashi realized he was secured with ninja wire. Crow stepped over in front of Kakashi and said, "Sorry Hitaki, but Orochimaru pays really well. You're a bit of a has-been anyway since you dropped out of Anbu. You'll be no big loss to Konoha." Kakashi's visible eye widened. "Crow, I know we didn't always see eye to eye back in Anbu, but turning traitor? I can't believe this. We were comrades." "That's none of your concern," snapped Crow. "Money talks and my career in Anbu is a dead end thanks to your poor reports on me." Jirobo came over to Crow with a huge roll of Rio bills in his hand. "Well, you heard the man, copycat Kakashi. It seems you Konoha types aren't as honorable as you thought." He handed the money to Crow and said, You'd best count that in case Tayuya took some of it.
Tayuya said angrily, "Fuck you fatso. I didn't take a goddamned bit of that money." Crow chuckled and said, "It's nice to have friends in low places," as he eagerly started counting the money. That was when Jirobo cracked Crow across the back of his head and knocked the traitorous Anbu out. Then the big Odo ninja kneeled and snapped Crow's neck like a twig. Sakin picked up the roll of Ryo bills and pocketed it. "I guess old Crow won't be needing this after all." He turned to Sasuke. "That's what will happen to you if you betray us Uchiha. You threw in your lot with us, so go ahead and kill your sensei."
Kakashi asked, "Sasuke, why are you doing this? They're your enemies." The silver-haired Jonin was trying to buy time to work his bindings loose. Sasuke seemed to falter for a moment before Tayuya said, "Hurry up and kill him, you little pussy. We've got a schedule to keep. Kidomaru should be done from killing Uzumaki last night and we have to rendezvous with him."
"Naruto," asked Kakashi, "explain this to me Uchiha Sasuke. Why would you betray your teammates in Konoha? How could you? It isn't like you don't have money, so you haven't been bought. What about all your friends that—" "I have no friends," yelled Sasuke. "I'm an Avenger and I walk my path alone. By sealing off this cursed seal you are blocking my path to power. I need power and I can't get it in Konoha. Orochimaru promised me power and I'm going to take it with both hands." Kakashi growled, "You're wrong Sasuke, there are no shortcuts to strengthen Naruto as your best friend." Sasuke shook his head and said, "The dead last is nothing to me."
"I'm sick of this soap opera, you fuckers," growled Tayuya. "We set up Hitaki so you could kill him for your fucking eyes. Get on with it Uchiha."
"What do you mean your eyes?" asked Kakashi as he continued to mess with his bindings.
Sasuke answered, "Itachi told me in order to get the Mangekyo Sharingan I have to kill someone close to me. Since Naruto is already dead, I have to kill you." Sasuke was shedding tears. "You believe the words of Itachi?" exclaimed Kakashi incredulously. "I don't believe this. Turn back now Sasuke before it's too late." "Just hurry up and kill your sensei," said Sakin. "I'm sick of all his talking, he's just messing with your head now." Sasuke leveled the sword he'd been training with at his sensei. "Kakashi, I'm sorry." The Uchiha charged and impaled his teacher through the heart. Sorry," said Sasuke as he burst into tears. Kakashi felt the light fade from his vision. His last word the Uchiha was, "traitor," before all faded to black forever. Konoha, the Hyuga compound. Hinata got home around 8 in the evening and entered the compound quietly. The guards bid her welcome and Hinata went straight to her room to shower. She had no doubt the sentries already informed Haishisama she was back, but if he didn't demand her presence then Hinata was quite happy to not see him. The heiress was wearing a yukata after she dried off from her shower and was about to get out some more advanced Jukan scrolls to study before she heard a knock on her door. Calling out, Hinata asked, "Who is it?" A gentle voice from outside said, "It is Natsu, Hinata-sama. I have a message for you from the Elder Council. May I come in?" Hinata sighed and came over to her door to allow Natsu to enter. Hinata asked irritably, "What message do the old fossils on the council have for me Natsu?" Natsu gasped and said, "Hinata-sama, the Council of Elders." "The Council of Elders is a relic of a bygone era," stated Hinata curtly. "They're the reason the Hyuga clan is backwards when we should be evolving. The caged bird seal is barbarism from the past that they force on our very own family. That is all the proof any of us need." The heiress sighed. "I suppose that is all a moot point for now. What is your message from them Natsu?" Natsu was a bit floored by Hinata's rather impassioned speech. "Why yes, the Elder Council has called for your presence in the meeting chambers." Hinata raised an eyebrow, pertaining to what Natsu? "I do not know Hinata-sama," said Natsu. "They simply sent me to retrieve you as soon as possible." The Byakugan princess narrowed her eyes. "Tell the council that the heiress of the clan will arrive there in the meeting chambers at her leisure Natsu. I have things to do that are far more important than their endless meddling." Natsu bowed meekly. The subtle killing intent from Hinata frightened her. "I will tell them straight away Hinata-sama." The Yamanaka residence Pyrrha came in having already had dinner at Naruto's new place. She apologized to Inoichi and Ayano for staying out late, but they said that Kurenai had already informed them she might be a bit late when she brought Ino in. "So where did you go to dinner Pyrrha-chan?" asked Ayano. Pyrrha explained, "Blake-chan, Hinata and I went to see Uzumaki Naruto to cheer him up. He was injured and Jiraiya-sama bought us all dinner, so we stayed and ate there." Inoichi nodded. "I heard what happened from my friend Akamichi Choza. Naruto must be down being injured with the Chunin exam finals coming up and all. Has he dropped out?" "Naruto-kun and Jiraiya-sama are determined that he can compete," explained Pyrrha. "I hope it works out for him, but right now Naruto-kun looks exhausted. He needs to take care of himself." You'll find that Naruto is amazingly resilient, said Inoichi. With his metabolism he just might be able to pull things off. So, tell us about your training today, said Ayano. Ino-chan went straight to bed after her shower and just said it was a nightmare. The redhead said politely, well, Sakura and Ino had a bit of trouble. They aren't as physically fit as the rest of us. I'm sure it will get better as time goes on. Anko and Blake's apartment. Blake slipped in the front door and found Anko was up reading a weapons magazine. I'm home, Anko, said the Faunus girl.
Good timing, Blake-chan, said Anko. Did you already eat dinner? The cat-eared girl nodded. We went over to Uzumaki Naruto's and had Akamichi barbecue.
That must have been a long dinner considering the time. Anko raised an eyebrow. Should I get a pregnancy test for you, Blake-chan? Blake was blushing from her head to her toes as she screeched, Anko ne-chan, in embarrassment. Anko just laughed uproariously. Blake-chan is just so much fun to tease, chortled the snake mistress to herself. The Hyuga compound. Hinata was standing in front of the Hyuga elders in the council chambers wearing one of her traditional white clan robes with the Hyuga clan's crest on the back. The heiress found the crest to be both fitting and ironic given it was a flame motif. She was unflinching in her demeanor and her eyes had a cool, remote look in them that made her seem untouchable. As before, she simply bowed in politeness but showed no deference to the council at all, which ruffled some feathers. Not that Hinata particularly gave a damn. Getting tired of waiting, she asked in a bored tone. Is there a reason I was summoned here, elders? I have to get up early in the morning to train and I haven't got time to dawdle. Elder Hiraku was incensed. Don't think you aren't being monitored, Hinata-sama, I for one. You mean Hyuga Tokuma? Asked Hinata in a dismissive tone. Elder Monaco's eyes went wide. How did you know? Hinata thought. I didn't, you just told me. I'm afraid that all of you are entirely too predictable. She channeled flame chakra into her glare or pinned Elder Hiroku. As for you, Hiroku, watch your tongue with me or you'll have a burn scar on your face that matches the one I put on your chest. How is your lummox of a grandson, Hiroki, anyway? She asked, smiling meanly. Is he out of the hospital yet or is he still hiding away while licking his wounds? The head elder made a hand motion that shut up Hiroku before the man could retort. The killing intent rolling off Hinata as well as her vicious smile was enough for him to conclude she wanted an excuse to cripple Hiroku. Hinata, we only wish to talk. I admit we did send Tokuma to investigate your training and his report to us was simply staggering. Why did you not show this power to us before? Why did you not use this new style of yours against Neji? Surely you could have defeated him easily. Elder Maho was starting to sweat as Hinata's fiery vision swept over her. Maho said, perhaps Hinata-sama didn't feel the time was right. It is best for a shinobi to be discreet with his or her abilities after all. Elder Monako said, Hinata-sama, I would ask what inspired you to create such a devastating new form of Juken. What you have created is nothing short of revolutionary. Hinata's eyes narrowed. It is also something that every single one of you in this room would have forbidden because you traditionalists foolishly believe that Juken is perfected and cannot be improved or evolved. Until that kind of thinking is washed away, the Hyuga clan will continue to stagnate and the divide between the houses will continue to grow like a malignant tumor that the caged bird seal is. She continued, I'm going to strike down that self-destructive path you all have steered us on, and if it means burning a few of you alive then so be it. I have been idle long enough and my patience with your outdated meddling is wearing thin. My father Heishi and my departed uncle Hizashi wanted to unite the houses, but you quashed it. I will not be so easily swayed. The entire Elder Council sat in stunned silence at Hinata's declaration of war. They were too shocked to speak and Hinata said, it seems the Elder Council has much to think about. I am going to retire for the night. Pleasant dreams. With that, Hinata swept out of the room, leaving the council in silence.
What are we going to do now? Was the collective thought of the elders. Rice country, Odo village. It was early morning and Yakushi Kabuto was in a bit of a quandary. He was stuck in the land of rice and still had yet to figure out how he'd been discovered in Konoha.
There were other issues as well. Kidomaru had been dispatched days ago to eliminate Konoha's Jinchuriki and hadn't reported back yet. It was too early to be worried given Kidomaru didn't have an exact timetable. The spider ninja may not have even struck yet. But Kabuto had a gut feeling that things would go south. From Kabuto's personal experience with Uzumaki Naruto, he felt the boy was naive and foolish, but at the same time there was something dangerous about the blonde. It had nothing to do with Kyuubi, it was more the feeling that Naruto was a wildcard that couldn't be factored into Orochimaru-sama's, or anyone's, plans. That had Kabuto unsettled. Of course, that was the whole reason Kidomaru was dispatched to begin with. Kabuto mentioned his views about Uzumaki to Orochimaru-sama and the Snake Sanin promptly sent out one of the Sound Four to deal with that Kyuubi brat while the other three did their own job with Uchiha Sasuke. Kidomaru was probably the most intelligent of the Sound Four, and though he was very arrogant, all four of them were. At least the six-armed ninja could back it up. Kabuto looked over his latest reports from the other members of the Sound 4. Well, there is no reason their operation should be an issue, thought the bespectacled medic to himself. There are only 3 weeks until the invasion, and here I am fearing it will fail. I'll just have to redouble my efforts and have greater faith in Orochimaru-sama's wisdom. Fire Country, Konoha Village, the Yamanaka residence. Dawn came much too early for Ino. Pyrrha decided to get her up a little early because they were a half an hour late yesterday. Guruan, I was having a nice dream about Sasuke-kun sweeping me off my feet and taking me on a tropical beach vacation in Moon Country. Let me sleep for another 6 hours or so. Please, Pyrrha-chan.
Pyrrha smiled and said, Ino, just have a nice shower to wake you up and we'll have some breakfast together. Today's training will be better. Then Pyrrha made a fatal mistake. What is it that has you so fixated on this Sasuke person you and Sakura are always talking about anyway?
Ino's bloodshot eyes got a manic look in the as Pyrrha turned her back to turn on the shower for the not quite awake Ino. I must convert you to the true faith of Sasukeism, said Ino clearly out of her mind as she charged Pyrrha from behind. Pyrrha stepped to the left and said, wait till the shower water warms up and, Ino went screaming by in a flash. Or maybe you prefer a cold shower? Asked Pyrrha politely.
Ino's epic screech when she ran under the ice-cold water still in her pajamas was enough to awaken the whole Yamanaka clan and several generations of their ancestors as well.
Anko and Blake's apartment. Anko woke up early and quickly woke up her little sister to get a head start on the day. As the two young women planned their training for the day, Anko said, Blake-chan, I'm going by the weapons shop to pick you up some kunai knives for practice. I know you prefer senbon needles, but kunai are a bit more flexible. In the meantime, I want you to go by the Haruno place and shake Pinky out of bed. Blake sighed. I guess we can count on Pyrrha to get Ino up. That leaves me with Sakura. The snake mistress smiled. Remember, Hinata is fixing us yummies, so it's our job to drag the other two kicking and screaming to the training grounds if need be. The Faunus girl's ears perked up at the idea of Hinata's cooking and said, all right, let's get this show on the road. Training Ground 52 Kurenai arrived early and was talking to Hinata about Naruto's situation. And Naruto-kun was badly hurt, sensei, said Hinata. If he wasn't so resilient, he could be dead.
I'm sure the Hokage has Anbu watching over Uzumaki, replied Kurenai in a reassuring tone. The Kyuubi is the only reason Naruto survived that attack, but still, what a tough kid.
A few minutes later, Pyrrha came marching up with Ino in tow. Hello again, greeted the radiant redhead. Ready for a fresh day of training? Ino groaned and Hinata snickered at the blonde. Don't worry, Ino, said the heiress. You'll do better every day if you dedicate yourself to it. You and Sakura will be doing better in no time. Anko arrived with a new kunai set in hand and said, looks like everyone else is here. Good. I've got Blake-chan picking up Pinky.
The Haruno residence. Blake was standing at Sakura's front door after pounding on it for 10 minutes waiting for somebody to answer.
Something is very wrong here, thought the feline Faunus girl.
She circled around the house, and all was quiet. She took a delicate sniff and a stench hit her nose. Her amber eyes widened. It smells like death from that house. I have to get Anbu or Anko-ne-chan. Blake dashed around to the front of the Haruno's home and looked about. She didn't know the pattern to summon Anbu, so she looked about until she saw an Anbu with a deer mask. Anbu dear-san, there is a problem. Getting no reaction, she exclaimed, this is urgent.
The Anbu turned to Blake and said, you have a Konoha armband, but I don't recognize you. Blake said calmly, I'm Special Probationary Genin Blake Belladonna and I am the ward of Special Jonin Midarashi Anko. She held up her identification papers and said, here is my ID. After Anbu dear verified her identity, he said, very well, Special Genin. What is it you have to report that is so critical to require Anbu? The amber-eyed girl said, I went to the house of Genin Haruno Sakura to pick her up for training and no one answered the door. After investigating the outside of the house, I found a strong smell of death and the stench of blood emanating from the house. That's when I came to find an Anbu for help.
Did you actually enter the house? Asked Anbu dear seriously.
No sir, there could be evidence, answered Blake quickly.
Good girl, said deer. He flared his chakra and said, lead me there, Genin Belladonna.
Training Ground 52 Kurenai, Hinata, Ino, Pyrrha and Anko were still waiting for Blake to arrive with Sakura. This is getting old, said Anko irritably. Blake-chan must be dragging Pinky here by her hair. I'm going to body flicker over to the Haruno place.
Kurenai nodded. Take your time, I'll start the girls' warm-ups.
Anko noticed everyone's looks of concern as she vanished in a swirl of leaves. The Haruno residence. When Anko arrived, She saw the Haruno home was already taped off and she spotted Blake talking to Anbu Deer and Anko's friend Anbu Cat. Anko moved over to them quickly and said, "Blake-chan, are you alright?" Blake got up and hugged Anko. She said quietly, "I'm alright, but Sakura and her family." Anko gave her little sister a gentle squeeze and said to Cat, "Do I have clearance?" Cat nodded and hand signed, 2 dead, 1 missing. Anbu ears only. Anko mouthed, "Shit. Do you guys need Blake-chan or can I take her?" Cat shook her head and said, "Blake did a good job today. There is no need for us to keep her here. Jen Belladonna, remember this is all classified for now. We'll inform you and Anko when things can go public." Blake bowed in affirmation and Anko said, "Let's go and get some drinks back at our place. There's no need for you to be training after that." Creating a shadow clone, Anko said to Blake, "My evil twin here will tell Kurenai-chan and the others what the public knows. We can't tell them anything else." Hokage's office Sarutobi Hiruzen was not having a good day. The cursory report on the Haruno case was both Haruno Kazashi and his wife Mebuki were murdered by Kanai late last night and there was evidence that there had been a battle of some sort in Sakura's bedroom that either led to her being abducted or killed off-site. The whole village was being swept by Anbu and there were no signs of the pink-haired genin. As the third Hokage puffed on his pipe, he went over different possibilities in his head. First Naruto, now his teammate Sakura, are they after Team 7? He snapped his fingers and Anbu Jackal appeared in front of him. He quickly wrote down a set of coordinates. Take a team of 4 to this point outside the village. Hitaki Kakashi and his student Uchiha Sasuke should be there with Anbukuro watching over them. Verify their safety and escort them back to the village. Someone may be trying to eliminate Team 7. Keep this in Anbu circles only," said the third Hokage. "You are dismissed." After Jackal left, Hiruzen wrote a scroll and sealed it with the Hokage's stamp. Turning to one of his other Anbu he said, "Deliver this Shimura Danzo post-haste. It is for his eyes only." Training Ground 52 bad news traveled fast. The rumor mill was cranking full force about the Haruno family. When Ino found out, she was, understandably, crushed and burst into tears. Kurenai decided to call off the training for the day and took Ino home. Pyrrha and Hinata were both out of sorts as well and went to inform Naruto of the bad news. Hinata was explaining the situation to Pyrrha. Sakura is not only Naruto-kun's teammate, but he has had a huge crush on her since the academy. It's going to be very difficult for him. "Shouldn't we get Blake first?" asked Pyrrha. "She must have known since this morning." Hinata sighed. "I guess you were right. She probably knows things we don't. Do you know where she and Enko-sensei live?" Pyrrha nodded. "Just follow me, Naruto's apartment." The orange-loving ninja was sitting in silence staring out the window. Jiraiya informed him about the Haruno family when he got back this morning from picking up breakfast. Jiraiya was gentle with the information, but he didn't lie about it either. Naruto thought to himself, "They tried to kill me. They may have killed Sakura-chan. They murdered her parents. Jiraiya-sensei says Hokage Gigi has someone checking on Sasuke, and I'm locked away here in my apartment for my own safety. I thought Kidomaru coming after me was a revenge thing for me rearranging Kinuda Dosu's face, but now I wonder if Team 7 is the actual target. Could it be some group connected to Gato that wants revenge? Everything has gone downhill since I got attacked. Jiraiya-sensei said that a ninja is one who endures. I just have to hurry up and wait." Naruto was just numb inside. Hokage's office. The report came in from Anbu Jackal's team and Hiruzen was reading it aloud to Danzo, Homura and Kaharu. Anbu Crow. Dead due to a broken neck and skull fracture. Hitaki Kakashi. Dead. He was knocked unconscious, tied up to a tree with ninja wire and died of a sword wound through the heart. His Sharingan eye was also removed. Uchiha Sasuke. Missing though all his belongings were left behind. Suspected abduction. This all happened last night. In order, Naruto survived the attempt on his life and is recovering. Kakashi was executed. Sasuke was abducted and possibly killed. Sakura's parents are dead from multiple kunai wounds and Haruno Sakura has been abducted and is possibly dead. This is a disaster. Every member of Team 7 has been attacked or eliminated in the last 2 days. All 3 elders looked grim. Finally, Kaharu asked, "What are we to do, Hiruzen? This is unprecedented." The third Hokage said in an iron tone, "I'll tell you 3 what we're going to do. We're taking the offensive. Danzo, have your route eliminate all auto ninjas in Fire Country. Homura, begin preparing to close the borders. I'm putting Jiraiya in charge of getting our ninjas here in Konoha on war footing. At the end of next week, we will officially cancel the Chunin exams." Homura said, "There is still the problem of Suna." Hiruzen simply answered, "We won't touch our Suna allies just yet. Leave that to me." Going easy on Suna won't help our cause, Hiruzen, said Danzo. The third Hokage pinned his old rival with a glare. I'm not getting us in a two-front war. We will deal with Otto covertly and then see what the Cascade wants to do. If Rasa-sama wants a war, he will get one in spades. The Yamanaka residence Ino was sitting with Inoichi and Ayano on the couch. Pyrrha and Hinata stopped in to check on her before they went to see Blake, but they felt Ino needed some alone time with her parents. Ino had been terribly upset and was leaning in her mother's embrace. She said in a sad tone, Pyrrha-chan has the right idea. Naruto has loved forehead for years and is really going to need some support to get through this. Ayano ran her fingers through Ino's blonde hair. I can't believe Mebuki and Kazashi are gone. At least there is a possibility that Sakura-chan is alive.
Inoichi said sadly, it's always hard to let go. Princess, this is a shock to all of us. You know we'll be here for you. If by some miracle Sakura-chan is alive, I promise you, we'll take her in as family.
I don't want to believe it, said Ino depressed. I just can't believe they're gone. It will take time to sink in, Ino-chan, said Inoichi. The grieving process takes time. Just don't bottle it up. Talk to your mother and talk to your friends too. We all need to pray Sakura-chan is alive for now. It's all we can do. I can't bear to see my little girl this way. When she finds out about the Uchiha going missing, it will be even worse.
Ino was sitting with Inoichi and Ayano on the couch. Pyrrha and Hinata stopped in to check on her before they went to see Blake, but they felt Ino needed some alone time with her parents. Ino had been terribly upset and was leaning in her mother's embrace. She said in a sad tone, Pyrrha-chan has the right idea. Naruto has loved forehead for years and is really going to need some support to get through this.
Ayano ran her fingers through Ino's blonde hair. I can't believe Mebuki and Kazashi are gone. At least there is a possibility that Sakura-chan is alive. Inoichi said sadly, it's always hard to let go. Princess, this is a shock to all of us. You know we'll be here for you. If by some miracle Sakura-chan is alive, I promise you, we'll take her in as family. I don't want to believe it, said Ino depressed. I just can't believe they're gone.
It will take time to sink in, Ino-chan, said Inoichi. The grieving process takes time. Just don't bottle it up. Talk to your mother and talk to your friends too. We all need to pray Sakura-chan is alive for now. It's all we can do. I can't bear to see my little girl this way. When she finds out about the Uchiha going missing, it will be even worse.
Chapter 10 Anko and Blake's apartment. Pyrrha gently knocked on Anko's door and the snake mistress soon answered. Hey kitties. Are you here to see Blake-chan?
We wanted to make sure she's okay. Sometimes it's good to have friends to talk to, said the redhead.
Anko ushered them in. They saw Blake was sitting at the dinner table listlessly. Blake, how are you doing? Asked Pyrrha. I guess I'm okay, said Blake in a distant voice. I've seen death before, but I still feel kind of hollow. Sakura wasn't my favorite person, but finding out she's dead or missing was a real shock. Did you actually discover the bodies? Asked Hinata. Blake shook her head. I never set foot in the place. After I pounded on the door for a while, no one answered, so I checked around the outside of the house. There was a window cracked open for ventilation, and all that was coming was the stench of blood and death. After that I went and found an Anbu to investigate. I sat outside and gave a report while the Anbu checked out the place. From what I could overhear, it was bad, really bad. I've been home passing the time with Anko since I really didn't feel like getting out. The girls sat and talked a while before Pyrrha and Hinata made the decision to go see Naruto. Blake simply wasn't up to it. Tell Naruto-kun I said hi, said the Faunus girl as she showed Hinata and Pyrrha out. We'll do that, said Hinata. You just take it easy. Naruto's apartment. When Hinata and Pyrrha arrived, a shadow clone answered the door and let them in. Boss is in the kitchen, was all the clone said before he locked the door and dispelled. The girls peered into the kitchen and saw Naruto's eyes were closed with his right hand held out. A few seconds later, a perfectly round, spiraling sphere of blue chakra came into being and Naruto opened his eyes. He simply said, Hello Hinata-chan, Pyrrha-chan. What is that? Asked Pyrrha looking at the glowing sphere. It's beautiful. Naruto said with sense of accomplishment in his voice, this is the fourth Hokage's signature jutsu, the Rasengan. Dreamscape, an odd pair of distinctively different voices was heard. It's not like I'm in favor of giving up my individuality, you know.
I'm not either, but needs must be met. I'd think having a semi-split personality would end up being very awkward.
I agree, and you are correct. Survival is paramount. I have much to accomplish in this world.
As do I. It seems the die is cast. Well, if someone told me this would happen while I was alive, I would have told them they were insane.
I feel the same. Shall we proceed together? Let us begin.
Dreamscape End, Konoha, the Hyuga compound. That night, Hinata woke up with a start. She was sweating heavily. Sigh, sometimes I get flashes and they really startle me. They are going away with time. I hope they fade eventually. Memories of various fights that both Cinder and Hinata fought filtered through her head as they slowly settled into uniform memories. Inoichi-san said it would take some time. I wonder if Pyrrha or Blake have similar things in their subconscious minds. The Yamanaka residence. Ino was up in the middle of the night drinking some water.
The last few days had been living hell. It's all a blur to me. First Sakura-chan, then Kazashi and Mebuki, and then being hit the next day with the loss of Sasuke-kun and his sensei Kakashi. I don't know how much more I can take. Ever since these damned Chunin exams started, life has been one horrid thing after another.
Ino looked out the window. I know my mental abilities aren't nearly as great as Daddy's are, but I can feel the tension and the unease in the air. It's like I feel that everyone and everything is pulled impossibly taut, and something has to give. Either something is going to spring back and release all that pressure or everything is going to break under the strain. I feel fear in the air like it's a solid object. I'm afraid.
There would be little rest for the Yamanaka heiress that night. Anbu morgue the next morning. Two medic nins were compiling their autopsy report on Kakashi's body. There was a head injury, his heart was pierced by a sword and his Sharingan eye was removed. There are no other injuries worth mentioning, said Kumadori. He was young in appearance with brown hair. High female partner Oyone agreed. She brushed a few of her black bangs out of her face. The blow to the back of his head was precise, but the stab wound, and the posthumous removal of the eye were done sloppily.
Morino Ibiki came in. Did we find out anything new? By our estimates, the blow to the head, the sword wound, and the eye removal were all done by separate people. The sword wound was particularly messy. At least the eye was removed somewhat cleanly, intoned Oyone. The wire that kept Kakashi's body bound showed that someone with extreme experience was involved in tying him up.
I still wonder why Kakashi was tied up just to execute him though, said Kumadori. There is no evidence that they tried to interrogate him at all and no trace of interrogation drugs either. Ibiki rubbed his chin. We don't know who the second and third parties involved were, but the person who knocked Kakashi out and tied him up was most likely Anbu Crow. They didn't get along. He must have completely blindsided Kakashi to have gotten the drop on him. Kakashi was way too fast and way too strong otherwise. Once you complete Kakashi's autopsy, check the injuries to Crow. I have a sneaking suspicion whoever murdered Kakashi got rid of Crow as well to cover their trail. If Kumadori and Oyone were surprised, they hid it well. We'll get right on it when we're done here, said Oyone. Dreamscape, it sounded like one voice now. Actually, this isn't too bad. I feared all the memories would be lost. I guess I'm one person just thinking to myself now, even though I can carry on an internal monologue. All the betrayal and hardships in both lives, this partnership of necessity may actually give me the edge I need to protect those I hold dear to me this time.
Dreamscape End, Training Ground 52. It had been 3 days since the murder of the Haruno family and Sakura's disappearance, and 2 days since it was announced that Kakashi was found dead and Sasuke vanished. Jiraiya was doing his best to mobilize the Konoha forces and keep an eye on Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto was ready for some light training, doctor's orders be damned, and was training with Hinata's group. Jiraiya gave a workout regimen to Kurenai to help outline Naruto's training. Despite the fact he wasn't at full strength bodily, Naruto was making rapid progression both physically and on the ninjutsu side. The group's morale was understandably low. Ino was devastated, and Naruto was depressed, but they were training hard. It seemed that Ino losing two people so dear to her was enough to galvanize Ino into finally training seriously. The Yamanaka heiress was still miles behind the others. Naruto, even in his weakened state, could kick her ass, but she was really trying and doing better. Naruto found that training with the girls was lots of fun too. He was amazed by their skill and made shadow clone cheering squads for support with t-shirts with each kunoichi's face on them. Unfortunately, the cheering squads took their jobs a bit too seriously and attacked each other in the name of Hinata-chan, Blake-chan and Pyrrha-chan. Anko thought it was hysterical watching the mob of blondes kick each other's asses, but Kurenai was not amused. It was hard for the Genins to not notice the Konoha ninja forces mobilizing, but they were told simply to continue training until the Chunin exam finals. They weren't told that the Chunin exams were cancelled yet. The feeling in the air is so heavy, said Ino as she ate more of Hinata's homemade food. Lunch was sedate and the Genin were just relaxing and talking as they ate. I still can't believe you can cook this well, Hinata. I wish I could cook half this good. Blake nodded as she ate her sushi. I must find out what this is seasoned with. It's unbelievably good. Pyrrha said quietly, the mood is like we're getting ready for a war. Everyone is on needles and pins.
I feel like we're out here training just to keep us out of trouble. I thought you liked to train Pyrrha-chan, said Naruto. I do, but both Kurenai-sensei and Enko-sensei seem distracted, explained the redhead. Jiraiya-sama, or a shadow clone of him, has been around whenever he can, but it's obvious Hokage-sama has him doing something, Naruto-kun. Otherwise, he would be supervising you personally. Hinata nodded and set her drink down. In the last couple of days, the movements of the ninja corps have increased a lot. I was told that they are upping the security for the Chunin exam finals, but I don't buy it. It seems like Konoha is mobilizing for war, if you ask me. The differences are subtle, but almost every ninja of Chunin rank or higher are carrying full combat loads of kunai and shuriken. The guard patrols have doubled as well, said Naruto. I know patrol routes pretty well and they aren't standard. Ino cocked an eyebrow. Why on earth would a genin be familiar with guard patrol routes, Naruto? Naruto crossed his arms and answered haughtily, because being a prankster of my caliber in the academy took long and careful planning, Ino. You don't think I painted the Hokage monument in broad daylight without carefully observing what the Chunin on patrol were doing, did you? Ino's sweat dropped and Hinata giggled at the memory. Pyrrha almost spilled her drink. What do you mean, painted the Hokage monument, Naruto-kun? Asked the redhead. The orange-loving ninja said, my magnum opus of pranking was to decorate the Hokage monument in. "'Cause all sorts of trouble," said Ino accusingly. "Spread love, peace, joy and good fortune throughout the village of Konoha," finished Naruto in a grandiose tone. Blake started giggling quietly at first but then blew up into full-grown laughter. "That is so you Naruto-kun," she said between laughs. Ino's sweat dropped that even someone as serious as Blake was taking Naruto's side in this matter. "It's hopeless," she lamented. Uzumaki Naruto's apartment on the 4th day after his death was announced. Kakashi's funeral was to be held the following morning and Naruto wasn't sure he could face it the night before. As Jiraiya was out, he was having dinner with Hinata, Pyrrha and Blake, who were very concerned for the blonde. They had invited Ino as well, but she felt more comfortable at home with her parents. "I'm sure the truth about Kakashi-sensei's death will come out eventually, Naruto-kun," said Hinata kindly. "We need to keep training and become stronger for those we lost." "Hinata is right, Naruto-kun," said Pyrrha. "I'm sure your sensei would want it that way." Naruto sniffled. "I'm sorry I've been so glum, TT Ibeo." Blake gave one of her usual minimalist smiles. "It's okay, Naruto-kun. It would be impossible not to be depressed. Tell you what, Anko-ne-chan and I will stand over with you and Jiraiya-sama tomorrow during the funeral." "That's a good idea, Blake," said Pyrrha. "Since I'm going to be standing with the Yamanakas and Hinata will be with the Hyugas, you can give Naruto-kun some moral support." Hinata nodded. "That is a good idea. After the funeral we'll all do something together and relax to keep your mind off things. How does that sound?" Naruto smiled weakly and nodded. "You girls take such good care of me." The day of Kakashi's funeral, it had rained all morning, and many felt the heavens were openly crying for a fallen hero. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, "Kakashi, you didn't deserve to die like you did. Dying is for old people like me, not the young who are still in their prime." When the top half of the casket was opened and Kakashi's face looked peaceful as if he was merely asleep. Many friends that were a part of Kakashi's life, both old and new, were standing there to bid their final farewells. The third Hokage gave a stirring speech about the many accomplishments Kakashi made during his life and the many sacrifices as well. Though many of the ninjas tried to remain stoic, the sadness in the air was so heavy that many were crying. Naruto wasn't blubbering, but the tears wouldn't stop as he laid flowers on the casket of his teacher. "Sensei. Somehow, someway I'll make sure you didn't die in vain. I swear to you I'll find out what happened to you," whispered Naruto in his black funeral clothes. A long line of others, including many of Kakashi's old classmates such as Kurenai, Asuma, Ebisu and Enko, walked by and placed their own offerings on the grave. Not one of them passed without a quiet farewell and a tear shed. Jiraiya reached inside his funeral robes and pulled out the new Icha that he'd finished recently. It was a pre-release copy and he quietly, almost reverently placed it in the casket with one of his biggest fans. Jiraiya simply said, "Enjoy that one in the Pure Land, Hitaki Kakashi." He shed a single tear and went over to stand by Naruto, Blake and Anko. Maeda Guy came up last and said between tears and sobs, "My eternal rival. I will always treasure the friendship that we've shared over the years." Sob. "It is for that reason that I will carve your honored name on the memorial stone. You shall never be forgotten, my dear friend. These flowers," sob, "are my final gift to you." Guy broke down, but somehow, he still retained his dignity. The tears of the green beast of Konoha had significance that touched many hearts deeply. There was nothing comical about Maeda Guy stricken with grief. A light sun shower came down which seemed fitting to all present. It seemed that the kami above had visited and granted Hitaki Kakashi the peace he so rightfully deserved. The priest and shrine maidens went to close the top of the casket and place a tapestry with the Hitaki family crest in place. Naruto forced himself to look through his burning tears as he watched the somber event unfold. That is until Kakashi's arm shot up and stopped the casket from closing. "WW what the fuck?" said everyone present. Several people fainted.
Kakashi sat up, yawned, and stretched. He blinked a couple of times with his visible eye as he took in the scenery around him. Making a smacking noise with his lips, his eye settled on Blake. "Well, quite a crowd we have here," said the silver-haired man with an eye smile. Everyone's eyes were big as saucers. He looked back at Blake and said, "Blake Belladonna, are you still wearing that ribbon?" Blake's amber eyes got even bigger. "PP Professor Ozpin."
Kakashi's eye smile didn't falter, and he said, in a manner of speaking, "I'm still Kakashi though, if you know what I mean." Looking about again, Kakashi, Ozpin said, "Wow, what a turnout, I feel so loved. Sorry, everybody, but I'm afraid the news of my death is a bit premature." The entire crowd face faulted from the oldest ninja to the youngest child. Asuma said, "God damn it. We always said Kakashi would be late to his own funeral, I should have known."
"You wouldn't believe the crazy dreams I was having said the seemingly undead silver-haired Jonin. Then Kakashi watched with a sweat drop as the former mourners wandered away muttering and griping about Kakashi's epic tardiness.
Naruto face-palmed and turned to the one whose advice he respected the most. "What the hell just happened, Hokage Gigi?" The third Hokage let out a pained groan. "It seems that even death can't stop your sensei's incredibly bad timing. Let's just call it a day, Naruto-kun. What a bloody waste of a eulogy. I wonder if he's been awake the whole damn time." Jiraiya just shrugged and followed his sensei Sarutobi and Naruto. He needed a drink.
The Hokage's office. Yamanaka Inoichi came out of his mind walk and said, "With all due respect, this is getting old. I never thought I'd say this, Hokage-sama, but sometimes I really wish the dead would stay dead." Inoichi felt a chill up his spine and saw Pyrrha, Blake and particularly Hinata glaring daggers at him. No offense intended, ladies,"
Hinata said crossly. "So is it that old do-gooder Professor Ozpin or not, Inoichi-san?" Inoichi got a smile on his face and said, "That's quite a sour look, Hinata. I'm guessing Cinderfall didn't get along with him?" The Byakugan princess narrowed her eyes. "Professor Ozpin was the headmaster of Beacon Academy and was a major roadblock in my quest for world domination." Both the Hokage and Inoichi looked at Hinata with raised eyebrows, whereas Pyrrha and Blake just looked a bit irritated. Looking a bit self-conscious, Hinata coughed and said, "Well, it's good for a young woman such as myself to have goals." Everyone's sweat dropped at that comment.
Inoichi said, "Well, setting world domination aside, it seems that Hitaki Kakashi has indeed experienced a soul merger with this Ozpin of Remnant." Blake and Pyrrha high-fived and Hinata looked sullen.
Watching the Kunoichis exchange with a bit of amusement, the Hokage said, "Tell us your findings then, Inoichi. How did they merge?"
"Well, we already knew that completely posthumous soul mergers were possible because of Pyrrha-chan and her manner of revival," said Inoichi. "The merger was very much cooperative, like Hyuga Hinata and Cinder Falls.
The major difference is Kakashi and Ozpin are like peas in a pod. They're each war veterans as well as experienced leaders and strategists. It's kind of frightening. They click together like puzzle pieces. There is still some individuality, but it's more like that little voice we all have that is used as a mental sounding board. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if Kakashi's personality was largely unchanged, unlike Hinata's, which was altered a great deal. And it's great to have depth perception again," said Kakashi, opening both his new brown eye in place of the Sharingan and his original gray eye. "I see you've awakened, Kakashi," said Inoichi. "How are you feeling?" "I feel great for having woke up at my own funeral earlier today." Kakashi sat up and looked at Hinata. "So, Naruto's cute little stalker is the criminal mastermind Cinderfall that engaged me in a life or death duel?" Hinata blushed in embarrassment and retorted, "And you're that coffee-addicted old schoolteacher with a cane that reads smut in public?" "Touché," said Kakashi. "Ozpin, for your information, Jiraiya-sama's writings are for those of us who appreciate cultured, fine literature." He was holding onto his pre-release copy that was in the coffin with him as if the fate of the world depended upon it. "That's right, blasphemer. Icha Icha forever," declared Blake while pointing at Hinata. The Hokage hid his smile at Blake's passionate declaration. Pyrrha coughed politely and said, "I think I'd rather discuss world domination than Icha Icha paradise."
Inoichi face faulted and then said, "Pyrrha-chan, though I'm inclined to agree with you, let's just drop both subjects."
Soon enough the conversation changed to the events surrounding the murders and disappearances of Team 7. So, they tried to kill Naruto and he came out on top in that bloodbath. I knew they were after Naruto. I'm proud of him, said Kakashi. I have no idea about the murder of Sakura's parents or her disappearance. I can tell you about what happened to Sasuke and I though. The Hokage had already invited Morino Ibiki in to hear the report on behalf of Anbu. Pyrrha and Hinata had been dismissed but Inoichi remained for the report and Blake was present in case any sound ninjas were involved that she could identify. Ibiki had a pad of paper out and said, "Go ahead Kakashi. We aren't 100% sure but we believe Anbu Crow knocked you out and tied you up. All evidence points towards that."
Kakashi nodded. "And you are correct. I'd just finished a round of sparring with Sasuke when Crow handed each of us a bottle of water and he knocked me out while I was drinking mine. I never saw it coming. When I came to, I was tied up and 3 Odo ninjas were there along with Crow and Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke is a traitor. He killed me with a sword, and I presume left willingly to Odo village after that."
The room was silent for a few moments and Ibiki scribbled down some notes before he said, "Go on Kakashi. What exactly happened when you woke up?" "The 3 Odo ninjas there were younger, probably in their teens," said Kakashi. "The first was a red-haired female that had a mouth on her like a sailor. She badmouthed everyone including her teammates. The second was a huge kid built like an Akamichi. He had a mohawk. The last was a very strange kid with an additional head on his back that seemed asleep. I didn't get their names." Ibiki turned to Blake. "Can you identify any of them?" Blake nodded. "They're the other 3 members of the Sound 4. The fourth was Kidomaru that Naruto-kun killed. The girl is Tayuya that specializes in genjutsu.
She carries a flute as a weapon but I'm not sure how it works. The big one is Jirobo and all I really know about him is he's very strong.
The last one you saw with 2 heads is Sakin and Yukon. I guess they are conjoined twins. I know they have some bloodline that allows them to separate somehow but it's rare. Sakin was the leader of the Sound 4 so he must be the strongest." Blake paused and said, "They didn't have much to do with Tsuchikin and were really arrogant. They were all Jonin level and have those cursed seals from Orochimaru and are his personal bodyguards. That's all I can think of aside of the fact they don't get along that well with each other." Kakashi looked thoughtful. "Well, that's a pretty apt description. It seemed like the girl Tayuya was always arguing with the one called Jirobo. This is what happened." After recounting the tale Kakashi shook his head. "I can only presume that Sasuke was willingly taken to Orochimaru after that. Being murdered by your own disciple and dying is a sobering experience."
Inoichi said, "With all due respect Kakashi, you seem to be taking this all rather well."
The silver-haired Jonin said, "Maybe it's because of the Ospin part of me or maybe it was dying but somehow, I don't feel guilty anymore. Obito, Rin and Minato-sensei, even my father. Somehow, I feel like they've forgiven me for surviving. I feel like I have a new chance at life. I don't want to waste it. On the other hand, I'm rusty as hell compared to my Anbu days. I need to seriously get back into shape." "Then welcome back Hitaki Kakashi," said the Hokage. "You have been missed." Uzumaki Naruto's apartment. Naruto was sitting and eating with Jiraiya. "Well, I can't say I'm not happy that Kakashi-sensei is alive but between someone trying to kill me and having a zombie-sensei my head is spinning." Jiraiya chuckled. "We're ninja Naruto. Our lives being crazy is a given. On the positive side what I saw of your training tells me you were almost back in shape." "It hasn't even been a week yet Jiraiya-sensei," said Naruto between bites. "Like it or not that metabolism thanks to your tenant has you back in fighting trim faster than those doctors think is possible," said Jiraiya. "I've already got you scheduled to see a medic ninja tomorrow to get you cleared for training. I need you in top form for upcoming events after all." "You mean like the war?" asked Naruto. Jiraiya's eyes widened and he whispered, "Who told you?" The blonde ninja chuckled. "You just did. I figured it out from the way the ninjas are patrolling and arming themselves. I'm guessing the Chunin exams are off. I mean, half of the competitors are missing, injured or dead." The Toad Sannin smiled. "Sometimes I forget just how cunning you are Uzumaki Naruto. I can't give you specifics, but the upcoming Chunin exams are nothing but a sham now. You and your fellow genin will be guarding the village here at home. That's all you need to know. Your sworn duty is to protect Konoha, and I know that I can depend on you to do your best." "You can count on me sensei," said the blonde prankster. "Besides, I still need to get back in shape to kick Neji's ass for Hinata-chan, not that she couldn't do it herself these days." That evening Naruto was having dinner with the girls, which was getting to be a habit, and they were looking over the beginner Fuinjutsu books he had. Naruto was really fascinated by it and was practicing some of the basics in normal ink. Beside him was Pyrrha who had a knack for it herself. Poor Hinata and Blake were staring at the Fuinjutsu books with swirls in their eyes. Pyrrha's green eyes sparkled. "This is amazing Naruto-kun. With just these basic strokes we can turn an ordinary piece of parchment into a scroll that can store as much as a backpack. We're going to need to practice our calligraphy though. Naruto nodded excitedly. Your handwriting already looks good, but it looks like my clone's and I have a lot of practice to do. Don't worry Naruto-kun, said the redhead, where there's a will there's a way. Hokage's office the next morning the third Hokage invited the Suna Jonin Baki, sensei of the remaining Sand siblings to his office. Baki bowed and said, How may I be of service Hokage-sama? Your invitation was unexpected, but I'm honored to meet you in person. Sarutobi said, Please have a seat Baki. There are a couple of points I wish to discuss with you about the upcoming Chunin exams. It's a shame about the Kage's daughter Tamari. I was looking forward to seeing her compete in the Chunin exam finals. Baki let out a breath of relief as he sat down. I was afraid that the plan had been discovered. You are too kind Hokage-sama.
Quite, said the Hokage as he pinned Baki with enough killing intent to freeze the man in place.
Hokage-sama, choked out Baki as the god of shinobi glared at him with wrath. Sarutobi said in a conversational tone, I want you to understand that I called you here to convey a message to the Kage Rasa-sama when you get back to Suna. It's come to my attention that our Suna allies are amassing troops near the Fire Country border. It would be, how to put it, an unfortunate mistake to think that Konoha is not more than ready for a two-front war between Sound and hypothetically our allies in Suna. This is all hypothetical of course. You do understand my meaning don't you Baki? A seasoned military man such as yourself must understand the delicacies of international politics. Why yes Hokage-sama, wheezed out the Suna Jonin, wonderful. Said the third Hokage as he ratcheted up the pressure. As a word of friendly advice since we are allies and all. I would advise you to take your 2 remaining charges and head back to Suna before the sun sets here in Konoha. With all the unfortunate accidents happening to our Chunin exam competitors I fear for the safety of the Kage's no doubt beloved children. As a matter of fact, I would make haste and be back in Wind Country as soon as possible. Any questions Baki? No sir, croaked out Baki. I'm going to die at this rate. The killing intent stopped and Baki gasped for breath. Sarutobi Hiruzen had his back to the Suna Jonin and was serenely looking out the window over his beloved Konoha. I love my village Baki and no doubt you love yours as well. Do make sure you relate my message to Rasa-sama. No doubt he would despair over the idea of the ruins of Suna village being swallowed up by the desert sands and forgotten by time all because of a mistake involving Orochimaru. IW will do just as you say Hokage-sama, said the shivering and perspiring Baki. The Hokage replied, Good, I'm so glad we had this little discussion. It's always good to keep the lines of communication open between allies. Now get out of my sight boy. Baki couldn't run away from the Hokage tower quickly enough. He was terrified of the god of shinobi and with very good reason.
Suna Hotel guest quarters. The terribly depressed Kankuro and Gaara were both surprised when their sensei Baki returned white as a sheet and shivering. Baki told them, the two of you shut up and pack up everything. We are going back to Suna immediately. The plan has been discovered and we cannot stay here in Konoha any longer. Hokage-sama told me we must be back across the Wind Country border as soon as possible. Now move.
Baki led his 2 charges out of the village as soon as they bought supplies for their journey. Knowing the invasion plan hinged on the element of surprise, Baki felt Suna's participation in this undeclared war was over before it had even begun. The village of Konoha 3 days had passed since the Suna team left Konoha, and the last of the foreign Chunin exam guests in Konoha village had been sent on their way. It was now an open secret that Konoha was at war. No efforts were made to conceal the Konoha ninja forces now. What few knew was Root had already been actively attacking Oto forces for a week and had inflicted horrendous losses on Orochimaru's unprepared forces. The 1st Division under command of Jiraiya was already headed towards Oto and would be at the Rice Country border soon. The Genin and their Jonin sensei were staying behind to defend Konoha while the bulk of the Konoha forces marched on Oto. It had been astonishing to the populace given how long they had been at peace and Uchiha Sasuke being officially declared as a B-rank missing nin and a traitor on top of that was also a shock to the system. One person that should have been dancing a jig that a war was going on was Shimura Danzo, commander of Root. Unfortunately for him Sarutobi Hiruzen had enough of his old rival's shenanigans and whipped the Warhawk into line both figuratively and literally.
Flashback. The Hokage had a private training ground and Danzo was lying on the ground face down and beaten bloody by his old rival Sarutobi. Hiruzen was standing over the downed Warhawk twirling his staff. Homura and Kaharu were standing there looking absolutely flabbergasted at what they'd just witnessed. Hiruzen had invited Danzo to an old-fashioned spar, and proceeded to kick Danzo's ass hard enough that his ancestors felt it. Danzo was a wreck. When I told you to send out all your Root forces to attack Oto. It was an order, not a request. said the Hokage to his beaten foe.
You never did understand things without being beaten down, Danzo, even back when Tobirama-sensei was training us. There is a reason I am Hokage and you never will be. Now, I want the third of your root forces that are combat ready you've been holding in reserve as your personal army out there raining hell upon Otto as I commanded. Let me make one thing crystal clear to you, Shimura. If you don't start obeying and doing as you're told, I'm personally going to rip that abomination of an arm of yours off and dig that Sharingan eye you stole out with a dull, rusty kunai. Did you truly think I haven't been watching you play games with Orochimaru? You live to serve Konoha and the Hokage, and you will. Do you have any questions for me, Shimura Danzo? No, Hokage-sama, groaned the beaten Danzo. I am sorry, Hiruzen, I was wrong. Hiruzen turned to Kaharu and Homura. Do you two have any questions about the way things work? If you need to be educated like our old friend here, then by all means step forward. Both shook their heads rapidly and Homura said, There is no need, Hokage-sama. We support you fully. Kaharu nodded rapidly in agreement. Hiruzen nodded and said, Good. Then you two busybodies can haul Danzo's sorry carcass down to the hospital for treatment and make yourselves useful for a change. Flashback end. Danzo was hurting, but he was doing as he was told. The god of shinobi was back, and on the warpath. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.